Welcome in, folks, to the broadcast. Today is the semis, and then, of course, the grand finals for Rainbow Six NA, the last chance qualifiers. 15 players will be walking away disappointed today, but 5 will get to move on to the grand finals. I'm excited. Come join us on the desk, and we'll break everything down for you. Gentlemen, here we are finally for the semis, and then, as I said, eventually the grand finals. I'm excited. Are you guys excited as well?
I'm excited, Jim. It's gonna be the last day. We've got the best teams here for the last chance qualifier. We got the best talent. We got probably the second best shirt that you've worn. I do miss the pink toucans from yesterday.
Look,
I can't lie.
The pink toucans is in the wash, okay? I can't wear it every day. I know it's a great shirt, and I appreciate that.
I just miss
but
it.
Cookies, this is pretty good as well, is it not?
Yes. I can't really see the design because I'm legally blind.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it to the fashion expert on the desk then. But you know what else you're an expert of? You're an expert of these teams, are you not?
I would hope so.
Yeah. So let's talk about the day. Coming up today, we have, of course, 2 best of 3s that we already know about. We already know who's going to be playing. And then, of course, an unknown factor in the last day, which will be decided by these 2 games.
Indeed, 2 semifinals and the winners play for the grand final, the major spot. Beast Coast versus West Garfield Park, that last team there, probably the one that you are unfamiliar with if you do not know any of these teams, if you didn't watch on Monday when we first had West Garfield Park, but that is the Bio Stack, which has been very successful, upsetting Gang Gaming in the first round. Now they will play against Beast Coast, undoubtedly the underdogs, but honestly, I think they are a team who could surprise people.
Now, Cookies, we have come a long way. This is the journey. We've had 4 best of 3s, all 4 of them only requiring 2 games. I have a feeling that might change today, though.
Well, let me lightly disagree with, well, I'm not really disagreeing, but I'd like to clarify. I mean, the Beast Coast game was a little difficult for Beast Coast, even though it was a hot 2-0 on paper. Like, for example, Villa for them, the opening map of that series was tough. For West Garfield Park, I mean, they had to go the distance against Gang Gaming for the most part. I mean, even Sonics dealing with the subbed Area Rise team that had a sub, rather.
Yep.
It went a decent amount of rounds. So, I mean, it was 2-0s, but it wasn't like people got 7-0'd. I will say Oxygen PB was pretty sorry from PB. That one, you know. Yeah. I don't know what's good with PB, but that's neither here nor there because we are in the moment, Brim. We got the best 4 Ts left, and it's going to be a beautiful slate.
You know what? I don't even think you're exaggerating with that point. We truly do have the 4 best teams left. They really proved that so far. Not only do we have the 4 best teams, we have some of the 4 best players that we've seen in this tournament so far. Every single one of these series really had multiple stars popping off, let's be honest. It wasn't just one stealing the show every time. But let's talk as if it was one player each time stealing the show, because we required some of these guys to step up, and they truly did, Jesse.
We did. We picked a couple MVPs for the squads that have played so far, and we'll start off with the kid who I think has been the MVP for Beast Coast all stage long. Hat has been superb, and of course in the quarterfinal game, he was also playing really, really well. This kid just screams pure confidence. His Amaru plays yesterday, or a couple days back on Cafe, were really, really good. Whole team was playing around him. He was really feeling himself on those swings on Cafe particularly. Really did have a good game, but on Villa as well for map number 1. He's getting in there early. He's getting into those fights. 6-3 on the entry, 1.53 KD ratio. Really, really been the star fragger for Beast Coast, and I'm excited to see more from Hat as we get to see him play today.
I just think it's funny you keep calling him kid, and he's got more facial hair than you.
Whoa!
Like, what's that about? There were 2 kids thrown in there, Jesse.
He's a rookie season.
Okay, buddy.
How old is he? He's got to be like 18, 19.
Yeah, I mean, nonetheless, I will say, Hat, fantastic.
We
fantastic,
don't know.
especially in the Beast Coast system. I mean, it's really been stupendous. I mean, it didn't count how many multi-kills and how many rounds he's just taken over by just multi-kills, but I mean, the guy.
I took kid as a word of adoration. Don't worry. I know we're here. The kids are all right. Let's talk about the next kid, Cookies. That'll be, of course, Eddie. Eddie was
Eddie's a grown man.
Off.
Yeah, okay. Eddie, I mean, Brim, yeah, this is a guy from Luminosity, if you watched a bit of CL. Same Eddie. He's been great. I mean, saved a lot of grounds for West Garfield Park, especially yesterday. And I mean, honestly, it's funny he found himself here. I mean, because the Luminosity roster really just kind of disappeared and disintegrated. And like, I guess pieces like, you know, Asian found his way to Era Rise, and of course Eddie's here.
Yeah.
So it's like they split off, but Luminosity always had a decent amount of potential, and Eddie's showing off his bit of it.
I mean, unfortunately, Wikipedia doesn't have any of these ages, so I can't comment on the kid status. But Eddie really was playing well. He started kind of bad on Bank. You go watch those first couple of rounds, and he's a little bit late on his push. He has some Ying play top floor, doesn't really work out. But then rounds 4, 5, 6, the second quarter comes in, and Eddie adapts so well. He's the star of the show, pushing into the basement on Bank. He's got great Ying plays the second time around, pushing into that top floor. So really, really impressed with what we've seen from Eddie. Even if he's not hitting the mark that very first attempt, he comes back around, he has the adaptation, he knows what to fix, and he's been a joy to watch so far.
Well, I'll tell you this, speaking of kids, the next guy put his big boy pants on, and he came out and put up big boy numbers, and that's Citizen Jesse.
Yeah, this guy's not a whole lot of a kid, all right? This guy's been around the block, coming from EU, and he was a little bit disappointing. A lot of people said that about Citizen when he first came into the Sonics. He was supposed to be this huge, big star. He left his old team, G2. They won a world championship as soon as he left. I think it was not a great start for him. But yesterday, we saw probably his best showing with the Sonics ever. He played one of the most insane games on Clubhouse that I've ever seen, constantly roaming, 2K entry after 2K entry, a bonkers 18 kills in that one map alone. Citizen was fantastic yesterday, and if he is shooting on that same level today, it is going to be trouble for Oxygen.
Yes, yes, I will say, I'm not satisfied yet. Okay, he was farming a team with a sub and a bunch of CL guys, okay?
Yeah.
So I want to see him do it today now, because he wasn't doing that all stage against NAL guys. He's beating the brakes off Poison, but in his bad wrist. But I want to see him do it now against OXG today, later on. Well,
that means he's got a very fitting counterpart for OXG, because quite similarly, Newers for OXG, who is their MVP, Jesse, one of the things we constantly talked about was how this guy was he was inconsistent at best.
Yeah, I mean, if Citizen was the star of Clubhouse, Newers was the star of Border. Undoubtedly, when they played their match, it looked fantastic from Newers. Started that game off with a crazy 4K, continued by jumping out the windows, having massive impact off on the roam, switched over to attack. Timing was so damn good, always coming in right when the team needed him to be that back-pinching player, that lurker. Newers was really the star for Auction, and you're totally correct. There were games early on in the stage where Newers was like, where is he? You know, maybe he's putting up like 5 and 5 numbers, right? I mean, he's putting up fine stats, but the star of SI the star at SI for OXG wasn't showing up to the same level throughout stage 1. Yesterday, though, he was on fire.
Cookies, they're gonna need big showings from all these guys. You know what I'm interested about, though? None of these guys, as big as their numbers were, correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't see a single ace, did we?
Wait.
I don't remember an ace.
We came very close at one point.
Yeah, Newers was
a couple
like
4Ks.
It was Newers hunting for it
really
when he got
close,
that
and
4K.
then Laxing baiting like
Yeah, Laxing just hiding in the corner.
Which, you know, whatever. Honestly, I think we should give it to him, Brim, because
Yeah, it was deserved.
I mean, he smoked on that round. Honestly, I was behoven.
Well, speaking of aces, I think that is a nice lead into our Acer ad that we'll go to right now, and we'll be back in 30 seconds with you. Well, folks, here we have it, the first matchup of the day that people are dubbing the Beast West Bowl, because it is Beast Coast versus West Garfield Park. Mr. B and the boys Cookies. Man, have these guys been exciting. This was a guy that we saw him come up through the ranks, a lot of these guys with RTV, and now they are here absolutely popping off for their respective team.
Absolutely, and I think it's kind of a respect bowl too here, if we just want to keep doing it. I would say, like, Bio in his interview, he said he really admired Mr. B. He called him the future. So, right, we've got the old head Biologic versus his, I guess his protege in Mr. B, because he literally, like, coached Mr. B not too long ago, like 3 or 4 months ago, and I think they both have, like, really similar views on how to play the game. So we're going to see just an absolute slap fest of people that have a similar idea how to play the game.
Yeah, after the Sixth Invitational qualifier, RTV ended in a phase where they were picked apart. Beast Coast, the organization, kind of came in. They scooped up the best players, right? They grabbed Mr. B, they grabbed Hat. They took these players away and they said, you're in NAL now, you're tier 1. And then there were a couple of stragglers. You know, Rice didn't get brought along. Bio still on that roster slot technically. So they said, screw it. You know what? We got a spot in the LCQ. Let's reform a good team. Let's put together West Garfield Park, a team that did exist previously, and they had a couple new members in there. And now they're playing really, really well. Their attacks, their pushes have been very well coordinated. So I'm excited to see them today.
The concern I have for both of these teams, though, is that level of consistency. We know why we're looking at teams fluttering between bottom of Pro League, you know, top of CL. And we know that they have the ability. We know, look at someone like Bio. We know he can IGL. We know he has the strats. But a lot of these players and then for their teams, the consistency is the big factor, and that's what we need to see today, Cookies.
Well, you know, consistency is aided by who's telling you what to do, right? I would say Bio, and I saw a graphic. I think his entry numbers weren't all that. But the thing is, Bio enables everyone, based on what he's calling and what he's telling them to do, they're put in positions where everyone's able to be more consistent, everyone's able to play better. Same thing with Mr. V. Like, I would say we kind of glossed over it when they played Karn and Co. But someone like Hat, right? He used to play with Karn, looked like half the player.
Yeah.
Now he gets with Mr. B, who's leading him, he's got him reined in, consistency level through the roof. So it's kind of like both teams have that. And I think they both have that to rely on. And we're going to see, I feel confident we're going to see the stars show up today because of who's leading them.
I hope you're right, but I am a little bit worried that you were talking up Bio, and as we said historically, that doesn't bode well for Bio. But let's have a look at the maps, Jesse. Let's figure out where the destinations we will head to are.
All right, we go back to Villa for Beast Coast, their first choice. 2-game win streak with this roster. You know, they dominated OXG back in the playoffs of Stage 1, and then 2 days ago, an 8-6 win over Karn and Co. This is a map they're very comfortable on. It's one that they've shown many times before, and it's one that actually West Garfield Park also played against Karn and Co. That was like we talked to Bio about it in the interview. It was their first game as a team. They lost 8-7 on Villa to Karn and Co. So they've obviously improved a lot since then. I'm sure that they're going to show up better than that here today against Beast Coast. And then an interesting pick coming out from West Garfield Park. They go to Oregon, not a map that I believe we've seen from them so far.
Yeah.
Cookies, what's interesting, I'm looking through my notes here, at least once, so we haven't seen Oregon yet, but at least once it was meant to be a decider. Obviously, we haven't gone to a decider map yet. So we are guaranteed now to see this Oregon. I think this is going to be a really good matchup between these two teams. And as Jesse said, this is an interesting question mark for WGP.
Definitely so. I will say, like I said earlier, with the fact their playstyles clash, both teams really like to be, how do I say it, very hectic. They like to mess things up for the attacking side especially. So I feel like this game is really just going to be really messy no matter what the map is. Both teams are going to try to explicitly play in a way that's going to disrupt the other team's ability to set up or do anything. And that's just, again, how both of the brains come together. So honestly, I think the map is moot. I think it's going to be just chaos.
I think it's going to bode well for possibly our interviews after, Jesse. No matter who ends up winning, I'm excited to ask them a few questions of how much did you take the other team into consideration?
Yeah, I mean, with that history, right, it's always going to be a big factor, right? How much do we remember from when we played with Mr. B? What do we think about Bio, who used to coach us? Obviously, there's a lot going into that. And I think maybe what will set these teams apart is not like the players that were on these squads previously, but the new guys who have come in. I'm really looking forward to seeing more play out of Snake. He's a player who I thought did very well with TSM last year. I was kind of surprised he didn't end up on a tier 1 team, but he comes in for West Garfield Park. Thought he played great yesterday, especially towards the end of Bank on that defensive half, in such good spots to have an impact, swinging at the right moments. I think he's one of the best fraggers inside of North America. I'm really shocked that he's not on a primary team. But we'll see how he goes. I guess low EPS at the moment, just under a 1.0 KD, but the impact that he was having yesterday, I still thought was very impressive.
I mean, Cookies, this is your chance right now. We've got Bio stats up on the board. This is your chance to balance things out.
I'm just not going to talk about it. Okay? Ignore the entry. Like, Bio is doing fine. In terms of, I will say, when I watch these guys play, they're more coordinated and logical than the bottom Pro League teams right now.
Yep.
I mean, to be completely honest, Bio should be on a team. Bio should be on. Yeah, I said it.
I thought you were saying neutral.
Bio literally would be an upgrade, IGL-wise, to what I'm seeing out of the bottom two. And I want to disagree with you, Jesse. I don't know.
Sure.
Snake yesterday kind of got on my nerves, jumping out, and at least on bank. I don't know. That was kind of.
Listen, he had his plays, right? He's making his impact. He's taking risks, and you've got to take risks. There was one round where he's like in tellers, like right by the front door, and that was like a terrible spot to be in, right?
He can't do that today, because I'm telling you, Beast Coast, don't play that.
Sure.
If he's standing like he's going to be a freebie round after round. If he has to be a lot more intelligent today. Now, I mean, I did see like I've seen Poja Man like hype him up. For example, coached him on TSM. Like a lot of people have good things to say about Snake.
Yeah.
Yesterday he could be a lot better than was yesterday.
I think it's fair to say like he is a player who's going to be a little bit, out there. He's going to be taking risks. He's sometimes going to do things that are going to look dumb. But I think that's what you have to do sometimes to be in positions where you're consistently going to be able to make plays.
Jesse, I want team play. You need team play to beat Beast Coast.
Sure, you can
Nobody
have
that's solo playing against Beast Coast has had any success. When Beast Coast gets shut down, it's team play, it's crossfires, people working together.
Sure.
DZ, for example, does that really well. Snaky Poo has to do it today as a team with his teammates. And also, you know what? This is a funny little story, guys. You know how Bremy said like Rice got left behind? Rice played really well, like in invite calls, at least on a couple maps against like SSG way back in Reality TV.
Yeah.
He got left behind. And now Reality TV's looking all nice and pretty, and he's still in the slums. So maybe if he turns up today, does he get a spot?
Well, let's find out. It's time. It's time to put pen to paper, make it happen. We're going to throw to the casters for game number 1.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be back for the final day, in fact, of games here at the end of the LCQ. And I've got someone, actually, I've not had the pleasure of casting with all that often. How's it going, Parker?
It's going really well, yeah. We've only ever casted once together. It's nice to see what us two can do.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be a great game that we'll be having for you folks to start things off here. Both these teams looking to get one step closer to qualifying for the major. And indeed, we'll just be one step away from doing so. Beast Coast up against WGP. So let's go ahead and see who end up taking the cake, as we'll start off things quite interestingly. In fact, WGP choosing to start on the attacking side of Villa. We should make for an interesting beginning of things to see if that's going to be a good choice or not, ultimately.
John, where were you earlier this week?
I was in Italy.
John, where are we right now in game?
We're in Italy.
Wow.
In fact, the same region as
That's
well.
incredible,
in Tuscany.
isn't it?
It's crazy how it works like that.
How was Italy, John?
Oh my God, it was amazing. But if I go too in depth, I'm going to be talking until the end of the game about it. So
That's fine.
also, I spent entirely too much money there.
Welcome to Italy.
Yeah.
You weren't there in Milan, were you?
No, I was
Oh, you
not.
did not work the Milan event?
Nope. I did get to go to Milan a few years ago, though. And that was also beautiful city, beautiful country.
Unbelievably fashionable people.
Insane.
Everybody there looks just so nice.
And friendly as well. Big shout out to Arturian, by the way. He's one of the Italian Rainbow Six casters. He gave me a beautiful late night walking tour of the city of Florence. So big thank you for that once again. But obviously we've got the game going on here. So the band's already rolling through. Not really a huge number of surprises when it comes to these bands. Everything making perfect sense, at least to me. We've been seeing a lot of prevalent Ying play, especially from Beast Coast specifically. So it makes sense that she's going to get banned out. And alongside that, these bands just align pretty well with the general meta. And specifically for this map here with the Flores band as well. He can be very useful for taking out the utility on a lot of those interior site positions. So you want to knock that out right from the get-go.
I mean, the bans are pretty commonplace in regards to the overall flow of the North American League. You've got Ying, Valk, and Solus as 3 of the 4 most banned operators, period. The only one that's missing is Azami. And it is a little bit interesting that Azami will be playable. Not surprising to see Beast Coast rock her right away. But what's the best Azami counter? One of the best Azami counters, Flores. There's no Flores, so not only do you have Azami on the board, who is going to be strong no matter what, but you've also got her greatest weakness taken out of action.
Taking a look away from that, though. No huge surprises, at least on the initial operator selects. Obviously, WGP have got a few seconds here to change things up. Heavy usage of the Brava has been something we've been seeing a lot here instead of Stage 1 for North America. That's going to obviously continue in today's games as well, especially with Flores being removed. That can be very, very useful, if not outright required in some situations now to take out some of the key pieces of utility, such as Mr. B's Banshees that are going to be buried a little bit deeper into the site. You definitely want to deal with those before trying to make a big play for the interior.
You can't clutch the Cupid barriers, though. Can't do it.
True.
Can't take them away. They're still always there. Plenty of soft destruction, though, available. You've got, of course, Ashe and Yana as your main 2. Hard destruction being brought in Ace. We've seen a couple teams in Villa over the last couple play days run a hard breacher-less composition.
Okay, again, as we see a very quick exchange between Rice and Vertical. Vertical obviously on point to make sure that he does not let that kill get away scot-free, but it's surprising we even see the first kill happen in the beginning of it, as he just walks right up the rappel and finds a very easy headshot to start this round off.
I don't know if you've been watching much of the LCQs, but this is actually something that's happened a few times on the Villa matches that we've seen, especially with the ACOGs inside a master bedroom, but looking over towards the ruin spawn. This time, instead, it's a very common peek. You just wait for someone to get on rappel onto the balcony by master's side and go for the kill.
So they're going to be able to find that out, quickly re-equalize things. You can already see Eddie as well making his way to the interior with those Clutch drones, already stealing away, specifically one of those Banshees. But WGP going to strike for a second kill here now, knocking out Mr. B and Hat so far from the Beast Coast roster, as the overall defensive prowess is brought down to only a 3v4. Only a minute into the round as well, so still plenty of time for Beast Coast to attempt to burn out here.
It's a common place for the Azami to be playing too. So sitting at the top of these main stairs, Doc's main focus is defang whatever push comes through that study doorway. Hyper's gonna watch towards the model door, and then if needed, you can have Vert hold main stairs, engage over towards statuary, and get back through 90. And that's exactly what Vertical's focus is right now. Problem is that they're down numbers. If Vert doesn't win his ones, which he just did, then he's in serious trouble.
Well, he's going to be able to equalize things out, but a tough situation for Bio. Even I don't know where the shots come from there, but as we see, another Toxic Babe is going to go off on the inside of the site, and that'll finish off Snake, because he was already far too low. Just really 1 to 2 ticks from the Toxic Babe is enough to take him out. Eddie falls, but is not fully taken out just yet, but an EDD is going to send him to the grave anyways. His teammate is knocked out afterwards. A very chaotic round 1 on the inside of AVG. Sends it over into the hands of Beast Coast as they take the first round.
All right, well, not a lot of strategic elements going on in that round one bit. I think almost every single kill, except for the Capkin trap, was just a direct 1v1 peak fest, which is nice to see, I guess. I mean, hey, you've got a big strategic map. Why not just decide no utility whatsoever? Didn't really focus too much on study one bit. Entirety of this push that we saw from TSM, or sorry, not TSM, I was looking at Snake's name, from West Garfield Park, came from over towards Trophy and Statuary side, inside a Master, over towards 90. Where were the Selma chargers? Did they open up Vault? No, they didn't. Did they go after Study at all to try and pull off an execute? No, they didn't. The smokes that we saw from the attackers went to isolate the Azami, who was playing on main stairs alongside the smoke as well. And that's when Hyper rotated back into bar inside of games, which allowed him to then hold that model position. And I think West Garfield Park assessed, if we can catch them off guard and simply win our duels, maybe that's our way forward. This is Beast Coast map. You think it's going to be a strategic map. Maybe you're not the most comfortable on it. Okay, fine. Catch them off guard, catch them flat-footed, burn that timeout early. That could be the focus here.
That first round does fall in line with what we should be expecting out of this series in terms of what Cookies was telling us, though, that it's going to be raw, absolute chaos throughout the course of these maps, and I'd say that that's pretty accurate for round number 1, but only the first round played out. Still plenty more to go. And we're going to see, once again, a little bit of a contest being made, once again, up top here, over towards the master bedroom area. No one going to be able to match that, however, just yet. Just a lot of pre-firing and posturing within the first few seconds of play. And now we'll start to see things calm down a bit as WGP trying to line up for their first actual entries. You can see Rice working his way into the depths of the basement right now, more than likely try to ascend himself up through pantry, group with the rest of his teammates as well, and begin to take some map control here. A possible quick push could follow this up, but as you're going to see, shots come through. Does end up taking down the Selma, and they don't really read into the fact the Selma is taken down by a defender. So there's no check on that top patch position, and Hyper just gets away with a free one here to start off the round.
Are you blind, son?
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Instead of throwing the Selma from outside, you follow up on it specifically so that when the breach goes off, you can distract them and get the follow-up pick. The thought process behind what Reese did was fine, but the tracers were very clearly coming from pantry right next to you. The call was coming from inside the house, John.
And they're still not going to be able to notice it for some reason there. More trades going to go down up top. Currently to the advantage of the defense is just a 1-for-1. Snake finally gets a trade going for WGP. But that'll be it. 1 kill made so far against Vertical. And he was the extended player anyway, so he was on a ticking time clock to go down at some point in this round. Not really a huge overall loss to the late sight defense of Beast Coast, which is still standing tall and proud downstairs.
I still can't get over that first engagement.
Yeah, that was...
You saw the tracers right next to you inside a pantry. Do you think they shot it through the hard wall? Like, where else do you think it's coming from? And instead, Rice just walks in, wants to take the fight inside of the bomb site instead of the person who's right next to you. I mean, Hyper's still alive.
Could the pressure be getting to Rice? That's a...
I mean, I don't know. Again, the one problem that we always have with these LCQs is that there are teams that are coming together that don't have any real history, that don't have a lot of VOD, so we can't watch back and say, okay, well, look at this WGP team. How many times have they played Villa, right?
Very true. We're going to continue to see a slow follow-through here for Valor now, but there has to have been no intel for that peek as he just walked right into the angle from Hyper. Another relatively easy pickup, and another one to follow that one up too. Hat a bit aggressive, but indeed a dash out from his angle quickly knocks down Eddie, leaving only Snake alive, who barely has laundry control next to the site. Will attempt to rotate over, but yet again, Beast Coast just reading into every element that they try to play aggressively at this point. It's just not lining up for WGP, and the round will end in similar fashion as Hat completes the set here by pushing outside of laundry to pick up the last kill.
If the thinking for West Garfield Park is, all right, we're going to be beaten in terms of strategy on this map because it's not our map at all, the best that we can do is just straight fight to fight. Take every engagement, take every gunfight that you can. It just certainly does not bode well for them through the fact that they tried that for 2 rounds, and both times, I would say, failed pretty hard in their only real idea of how to deal with this. Like I said, it's tough with some of these newer teams because even though you've got experienced players, former pro players on West Garfield Park, you're going up against more experienced teams with, frankly, more funding, more time on their hands, more experience, and more game day reps. Doesn't matter that Snake has been around for ages. Doesn't matter that Bio's been around for ages. You've got an entire team that have now been able to gel together and play countless amounts of pro play over the last month and a half. That experience is invaluable.
So we move into round number 3 here. Note the struggle for most members of WGP as well. As Parker was mentioning, just not a lot of impact being made on the individual kill department, and that extends to
4 kills over 2 rounds. Not very good.
That extends to all-star players that we were seeing perform. Haven't really in yesterday's games, like Rice, who currently only has that 1 kill on the board, and is now going to move over a hard breach as well for this round on the Hibana. We'll see how this works out for the rest of the squad as they try to take control of at least one of the first 3, after which point we can more than likely expect a pause to come through, since this will be the first full rotation from Beast Coast. So WGP will have gotten the full read in terms of the defensive strategy from BC and can kind of adjust on the fly to each and every one of those site takes. But it's going to be starting things out pretty similarly here on round number 3. No immediate advancement from any of the members of WGP directly into the building, but certainly setting up to try and find a quick kill if their timing lines up with any of the rotations from Beast Coast. Not going to happen, though, as yet again Beast Coast strikes first. This one's looking like a jump out from Mr. B. Still has the time to go all the way back downstairs into the tunnel as well. Does he have a way to open this up, though? That's the big issue. And it looks like, thankfully, he will on impact. So thankfully, we'll get himself back inside.
He's taking damage. I want to know from what, because
I think a teammate opened up the other side of the wall. So he was just a little bit too close, and that's how it ended up happening.
Doc has the bailiff, I imagine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how it happened, though.
Because there's no impacts from Mr. B. He's running the proximity instead. All right, well, I mean, again, I think this really just goes to show you the confidence that you have on the side of Beast Coast. They're taking these engagements. They want to play the way that West Garfield Park wants to play. That's fine. As the attackers, you're going to be setting the tone for this match, but you're being outbeaten, or you're being outfoxed by Beast Coast, and you're simply beaten by it. And look at that drive-by by Hat. Good Lord. It seems like West Garfield Park are just not aware of where Beast Coast is at almost any single point in most of these rounds. It's not a drone problem. John, there's a minute and a half left, and they still have half of their drones left on the field.
Yeah, so still plenty of that to be shown. It's just Beast Coast are kind of matching the energy, at least for me, that WGP are trying to throw out here. And like you were mentioning at the beginning of this round too, Beast Coast obviously are just a far more experienced team overall, not just obviously individually, but then we look at them as a team who, like you said again, who've had this whole season to gel together, to set up trade angles and play off of each other, so they're much more confident with their aggression when they do go for it, versus WGP, who are trying to swing into things, but ultimately just swinging directly into the setups from Beast Coast more times than not, and seemingly either without the intel or just without the forethought to try and react to some of these players' actions on Beast Coast side.
I mean, we're so focused as well on the engagement aspect that you've lost your line, you've lost your Hibana, you've got a Nook who's not going to be as pivotal mid to late round. What do you have? You have no nades on Snake. This is going to be so hard to crack into the bomb site because, again, you find yourself in the same position where you just have to take engagements, and it has not been working out for West Garfield Park so far.
Snake ready to defend things here on the attacking side as they attempt to hold some control over Trophy Connector, but once more, he's been left as the only player left standing. The two other teammates have already gone down, and Hat once more also finishes off the round. So that will be a timeout coming in as we predicted from WGP, as they need to figure out what the heck is going wrong here. And more importantly, how to slow things down in the early rounds so they can get some usage out of this utility before they begin to lose players. But that's a tough issue when Beast Coast is also constantly matching that same aggressive energy and oftentimes taking the fight directly to them in the first few moments of play.
You approach a team like West Garfield Park, understanding that they are not playing on the same footing as Beast Coast is historically, right? And I mean, this is actually the first time I've ever done proper color commentary work, so forgive me, those of you that are listening. This is for both you and I, and not only a new experience of casting, but also I've just never done color. So I was like, you know what? You're phenomenal play-by-play. I'll do some color work. So forgive me again, and I will try my best to dissect this. But either way, I mean, you have to approach a team like West Garfield Park kind of with kid gloves in this instance, because you know that they're not on the same level as Beast Coast. You know it. But the expectation is that they are, because they've gotten this deep. They're in the semifinals of Last Chance qualifiers. They are presumably a couple maps away from actually making it to the major. At the same time, what we are seeing through these 3 rounds is a team that has absolutely no business being even in contention to go to the major. These have been 3 of the worst rounds that we've seen from WGP in the entirety of the LCQs. They look completely lost. They're not using utility. Go back to the very first round. You've got an ace. You want to pressure study, but you also want to pinch through Trophy. That's fine. That's a very common thing to do. You swing into 90. You don't have any information. Bio gets shot from an angle he doesn't expect, gets taken out. Vault doesn't get opened up. Study. You have 1 player over by Study. You isolate the top stairs player. That's great. You isolate Classical. Also great. The Kiba barrier that's been set up by the defense at that point makes it much harder for you to get through Study, but you do the job to push them out of that position. Excellent. But then there's no focus from WGP on the Study wall whatsoever. Second round, the ace goes downstairs, throws the Selm onto the pantry wall for immediate follow-up to catch the defenders off guard. Again, a very good idea strategically. But then you see the bullet tracers from inside a pantry right next to them, and then you don't check there, and then you swing inside a kitchen. So I don't know what exactly is going wrong with WGP, but it seems like the ideas that they have are not terrible, but the execution just is not there anywhere near to the level it needs to be. And Beast Coast are deciding, you know what, if you're going to be aggressive alongside that, fine, we will too. And it's just been Beast Coast all the way down in terms of all of those engagements.
Yeah, the big issue now with GP, if they do want to try and slow things down, try to double, triple check things before executing on them, because as you're mentioning, the executes themselves have been a little bit sloppy here. Beast Coast has already kind of matched the aggressive energy. So it's going to be very difficult to achieve when you're still now going to have to constantly fight off 1 or 2 additional players from Beast Coast before you can really focus on that conjoined clear that you may want to attempt to go for. Now, it does look like, again, WGP are setting up for something very similar to what we have seen in the past rounds. So maybe once more, you're trying to take an aggressive stance on things. This will be one of their better chances. Obviously, Beast Coast are going to be pretty directly split up. You can already see this by statuary, where just really 1 player on their lonesome here, Hat playing it out, but 2 more ready to support that, not too far away on the inside of Solarium. So it's going to take a lot of the player presence from WGP to pinch this out. And they themselves may not be sure if they have it. So they've started to move a few players a bit closer to the actual site take. And I think Beast Coast has realized this very quickly too. It's props to Beast Coast for being so on top of the information game, as they pretty much immediately rotate back to site.
It's one of those situations where it's 50-50. Is it, hey, you know, it's not a take from Master side. All right, let's move back towards Study side. Or is it a, hey, you know, we've killed 1.5 minutes and we haven't broken a sweat yet. So we can easily go back and hold more important map control, which is 90, which is Model, which is Classical, which is Study. Now, if you are WGP, you very quickly drone out these players, and I mean, they've done some serious drone work. WGP are down to just 2 drones. So they know that there's a heavy offsite presence. A quick rotate, take Study fast, hold down that Model door, isolate the top stairs player yet again, and then swoop in. And I like what we're seeing out of Bio right now. He'll be able to get a single kill. Never mind, he's in the middle of the site, and he takes 2, no prisoner whatsoever.
A 3rd is certainly in his future as well. So we do have a few members of the team right around the corner, still trying to work their way up through main stair, but that could be a problem for WGP, as it's still really only Bio in the fight right now. He's not fully cleared out, but there we go. A 3rd kill found for Bio. He'll try to go for 4, but Vert does finally trade him out, and in the process successfully retakes bar control just as the remaining West Garfield Park players were about to push in through Death's Door, which has really killed the momentum almost entirely here from West Garfield Park. The detached nature of this push has unfortunately left a room for Beast Coast to be brought back into this round, but it may not accomplish it just yet. Another trade goes off, brings it down to a 1v2. Hyper versus the Worlds here. They'll attempt to stop the plant from going down, but as we're going to see that Toxic Bait a little too far off the mark, it makes it down onto the ground. Some damage is placed onto Valor, but at the same time, he's forced to rotate out of the site, and Hyper is already incredibly low, so he's limited in his aggressive options here. May finally be looking at the first successful round from West Garfield Park. Hold on, though, Hyper, he's not counted himself out of it just yet. The planter's been taken care of. Already knows that Valor is playing on the other side of Death's Door, so just has to figure out where specifically he'll play that from, and thankfully, he's got access to the case now, so it's a very easy method to bring him back. And there we go, the long-range pump from the M590 gets it done as Hyper gives us the 1v2 clutch for Beast Coast.
Oh my God. All right, oh my.
Not the way I thought that was going to go, to be honest with you.
Certainly not the outcome I had expected. And it's, you know, like when you're watching like a real sports ball game, and they'll have like the tracker of like likelihood of victory, and then it'll go up and down, and it's, you know, some like a baseball team is up like 8-1, and it's like, oh, they're doing great, and then the comeback starts and it drops again. And anyway, so that round, I'm watching. WGP has 2 drones left with a minute and a half to go. They haven't really expended a lot of utility, but they've wasted a lot of time. They have no intel. Beast Coast falls off, consolidates in and around the rest of the bomb site, foregoing half the top floor. I think good call by Beast Coast. West Garfield Park reads into that and decides, let's be a little bit quick. Bit of a small error from Beast Coast that nobody actively held Classical Hall or 90, which is a little perplexing. I think that Beast Coast thought that it was an entire Aviator take, which comes through study. Fine, fair enough. But that allows Bio to just sweep in with, again, no drones and get 2 kills. Bio's inside of the bomb site for about 14 minutes. And nobody from WGP is able to get in close. Bio has 3 kills, and Eddie is inside a study, gets picked off. You've got 2 other players from West Garfield Park that decide to take model, leaving Hyper in a 1v2. But it's just like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, WGP reads it well. They find an opening, they take Classical Hall, but then WGP plays it poorly. They're not able to get into position fast enough. They can't take advantage of...
And again, another opener from Beast Coast goes unresponded to by WGP and probably will stay that way for at least another 30 seconds here. So there'll be 4 rounds in a row, I believe.
Eddie, my boy. I was so impressed with Eddie's performance 2 days ago. And it's a bad time for him to be having a bad time. But I mean, how do you read that? You just don't. You know that Beast Coast are going to spawn peek you. They've tried it 3 rounds so far. They've been successful in 2 of them. I suppose the one saving grace is that the IQ's main nemesis being the Pulse is that maybe you can pull this off without an IQ, but now you've lost your sledge as well as Bio dies. 1 minute in, by the way, and I don't even think West Garfield Park has gotten in the building, John.
I was just about to mention that. West Garfield Park yet to even really try to insert themselves through Master or anywhere inside of the building. They're still drone checking for pantry from the looks of things, and even that is not going to be a safe take necessarily.
I wonder why they're checking pantry.
For multiple reasons as well. Obviously, you can see the frostbite down there. Doc, in the meanwhile, has an angle through garage, just drops Rice and the case along with it. Valor is going to try to move back over here to retrieve that for himself, but no. Doc is more than ready for the second fight.
What the hell is this?
Snake, again, is all that remains. No, he nearly loses it there to the frost mat. Gets 1 in the takeaway box, but he's not even going to be able to leave the restaurant. He's cut down in his prime before he can even get a second kill going.
Didn't even get to sign the check.
Yep, just knocked out immediately. 5-0 for Beast Coast here as a statement is being made by our resident NAL team.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot to talk about in that regard. In the way that we saw WGP approach Kitchen back in the second round, I thought strategically made a lot more sense, right? But how are you going to dissect a round strategically when 2 of your players have died 20 feet from getting into the building? Yeah, you lose your sledge, you lose your nades, you lose any soft destruction that might happen over top of Kitchen. When you are defending that Kitchen bomb site, you're going to fight tooth and nail to hold on to this part of the map in particular, right here, which is Statuary and Master. You need to hang on to that, because directly beneath you is where the Kitchen is going to be. Directly beneath you is where you're going to see the bomb site as well. So if you can establish a sledge or a buck up there, it puts the defenders in such an uncomfortable position. Not to mention the fact that if you don't want the sledge to go up there and watch in a post plant, which is ideally what your sledge is going to do, you've also got a set of nades as well that you can log down below. Losing your IQ, again, is really important when you're dealing with an intel or electronic-heavy defense, which obviously Beast Coast had, but I don't necessarily think an IQ was make or break on that round. I think it's more just that Eddie as a player has not been the most impactful and the most effective. I'm stunned as to what we're watching right now, because this is not the WGP that we saw 2 days ago.
WGP very quickly running out of energy to try and change their fate around. The even worse part about this, too, is the fact that they chose to start on this attacking side here. Could have potentially gone over to the defense, where maybe they would have had the capability to slow down all this momentum that Beast Coast is building in the early round, but unfortunately ended up not being the case. I'm sure if that's a misplaced sense of confidence in their own attacks or something else that prompted them to go for it. But either way, it is a choice that is certainly biting them in the back in a very big way right now, with a very realistic 6-0 half potentially about to be birthed by Beast Coast if they can shut down just one more round upstairs here in Trophy and Statuary. Because once again, we've got WGPs just sitting on the outskirts, taking a little bit more utility control this time, as we see the Habana pellets being used to open up a pathway into Master Bathroom. This should hopefully allow for at least some map control to start going over to them as they try to take Master side.
I don't mean this sarcastically, but is this only the second time that we've seen any hard breach be used by WGP
Pretty sure.
outside of the Salmon pantry wall? Because this has been a big disadvantage for the attackers if you're not getting that hard breach off to puncture little holes in the defense, whether it be on some of those auxiliary sites, whether it be in the actual bomb site itself. So kudos, I suppose, to WGP at this point for allowing your hard breacher to be in position, but goddamn, that barrel is, or that bar is so low. If that's what we're saying at this point, hey, good job.
WGP continuing to struggle, as once more they have not even yet really made that entry just yet, but here we go. Eddie's going to be able to strike first from a very interesting angle as well, down below through the flooring, take out one member of the squad. Doc has responded to that, but there's additional pressure specifically over here on the Astros side, as we're seeing Eddie attempt to push himself up, push out the player from the other end of it. The nade work from WGP now taking over, as we've seen quite a few of those deployed here, with Snake finally picking up a kill from it to be able to knock out Doc.
It had lost most of his HP as well. So not only do you lose the player Doc, but you also lost the Doc earlier on, which is huge because up until 5 seconds ago, both Doc and Hat were at such a low point of HP that a stim pistol really could have made this an even match. Now, your next focus is take care of Hat, and you're going to expend a lot of utility to do that. There goes an EE1D. But guess what you don't have access to? You don't have any of those nades anymore. So you have to take direct gunfights, which has been the Achilles heel of WGP up to this point.
Mr. B going to cause some problems too as he continues to lurk towards the inside. Very realistically is going to catch the top player moving up and immediately follows it through with a second one onto Rice. Vertical as well, dashing out the hall to take down the last remaining attacker here with one final pump from the shotty, and that'll do it. 6-0 half from Beast Coast.
All right, where do we start on that first half in its entirety? Because right now, Beast Coast is speed running these qualifiers and looking like they're going to be setting themselves up for the finals later today, John. I will say this, that was the single best round that I think we've seen from WGP, and I even say that when all the way back in, what was it, round 4, Hyper got that improbable clutch with the diffuser down. I still think that round we just saw was the best in terms of overall strategy.
It was really the only time we get to see, in my opinion, any true strategy unfold from WGP's side, because like you said, it had just been far too chaotic prior to that point if Beast Coast were not outright denying any attempt to build up strategy inside of the early round. So at least we were able to see a little bit of what they were deploying towards, but that's it. There was only one single round where any of that unfolded, and it still led to a pretty much a direct, immediate, near flawless loss for them. So it's a very rough spot that WGP is in. Normally I'd say, oh, they're just going to wipe this map away, look towards map 2, but that's not really a good spot to look to either here, because this is just the core essentials of Siege, where WGP are falling apart right now for me.
I mean, the desk even talked about it. We haven't really seen WGP play Oregon either. So, I mean, we're going into that one a little bit confused as to where, you know, WGP is going to be. I understand that this Beast Coast team is not the most experienced. They came together very quickly with Vertical being added to the roster like days before the NA League started. So they're not the most comfortable in comparison to some of these other teams. But you've seen their upside. You've seen the potential that Beast Coast has. They were a couple rounds away from just outright winning to the major. So You've got your hands full no matter who you are. A nice first pick, by the way, by WGP. This is only the second time that they've got an uncontested first blood this entire game.
We're going to see Hyper start to work his way in, though. Steal away some of this utility or just outright destroy, as we can see with the first Electric Claw going down. Should open up some hard breach access to the inside of Bar if Beast Coast, of course, wants to try and work towards that a little bit later on in this round. A few more of those still to be deployed, though, as you can see the right side, from our perspective, wall of the aviation room is still going to be double reinforced, so it'll take some more time for Beast Coast to knock that out if they want that POV open. Obviously, already the left wall open themselves, but oh, the timing for Doc is perfect. Can he make it too? And he will. Snake not getting the info in time, so will not be able to react. That'll fall to Rice, and apparently Valor elsewhere on the map to pick up the trades and still keep WGP ahead by one player here now, as the clutch falls to Vertical and Hyper to try and win this round on a perfect 7-0 for the map as well.
Vertical's in a great spot, though, given this defense right now, right? Because Valor can't do anything about this. Rice is far enough back, and then you've got the last player in Eddie watching over towards Master side. Eddie is going to play for a study take. He's going to look through the model door and hopefully catch somebody running in a bit too hastily. At least that's what the presumption is, but Eddie's also watching 90. The problem is that there might not be an opportunity for Eddie to be involved in the action if the focus is Classical Hall, which is exactly where Vertical is going to go. He's still got a minute on that last gas canister, so in about 15 seconds, he can strike from that angle if he wants. He's instead moved into he's moved into study with the focus being Aviator, and look at this. This is, well, they trade out. They don't even need him to be involved. But again,
they were ready for it. That's the important thing.
Exactly. They knew where he was, which is something that I think has been the big struggle for WGP. Beast Coast at least have some wherewithal here. And that single smoke has now put them at such a disadvantage, John, that it's all up to Valor, who has no utility left, and the diffuser's going down.
Valor with no sight lines, and he's not even going to need them as he's just taken down through the soft breach entirely. Beast Coast absolutely slapped WGP right down to the ground as they take a 7-0 flawless victory against them in map number 1 of this series. We still have more to go. For the looks of things, WGP are in trouble if they cannot immediately find a rebound heading over to Oregon. Ladies and gentlemen, the second map should be coming up right around the corner as well, so do stick with us as we're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll have your analysis desk breaking this one down and getting you ready for map number 2.
Well, folks, we may not have gotten that ace that we were looking for, but we did get a 7-0. And what I have is a cup of coffee currently getting cold in the back because I did not have enough time to drink it. What a match. Beast Coast taking out WGP 7-0. Jesse, hyper, vertical, and then some sprinkling in of the other players of Doc, Mr. B, Hat.
Yep.
That was domination.
Just a slaughter, really. Beast Coast seemed incapable of losing rounds. Even when they went down in numbers, even when the enemy team would plant against them, somehow, some way, they'd find a way to convert those rounds. Whether it was Hyper in the 1v2, Mr. B somehow living through bathroom, Rice not turning around in pantry there on that clip. There were some very strange moments, I've got to say, from West Garfield Park. But all in all, Beast Coast, yeah, they should be very happy with this map. They get it done pretty quick here. They can start looking forward to map number 2 because this one, you hardly knew it happened.
So the clip you're witnessing, Bio had a 3K, ran into sight. Bio was on Ash, guys, and he got a 3K.
Yeah.
Was in sight, and they still lost.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think it's poetic because, you know, one thing I hyped Bio up in the pregame. I said he should be on the team.
That's why.
Yeah, I know. But I said he should be on the team. But my main complaint with Bio, and this is historical, he will play like Ash. He's no business on Ash.
Yeah.
West Garfield's biggest issue, in my opinion, they started 06. They did not get any sort of entry game going during that attack half at all, except Bio's little moment. And I don't care that he had a nice moment. Rice should play Ash at this. Snake should do something. I don't know. You said Snake was like.
Snake literally played fine. I mean, the team played bad in general, but Snake was like 6-6. Snake was not the problem. Snake was Rice being dead 30 seconds into the game, 5 rounds in a row was the problem.
I'm not saying it's his fault, but I'm just saying Snake was not involved in the entry game, especially since he's top America, whatever you said, Jesse.
I think he's one of the best fraggers NA, and I'll stand by that. Right? When the team is like not able to put anything together, when any advantage means nothing because you're constantly throwing these rounds, it doesn't matter.
Point is, no matter whose fault it is, we can point fingers here, and I can point at you. But the point is, there's no entry game. They lost the half 06. I need action. I don't know what Eddie, we had MVP. What's Eddie doing?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I need an entry. That's the first part of every round is we have to enter the building. They are dying to the same spawn peak a couple rounds. I mean, they cracked the same master window and killed people repelling.
I appreciate your little The Office Jim looks to the camera. Just the.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Did they not die to the same spawn? They died to the same spawn peak.
They did.
Repel the roof and jump down. I don't know. Change your movement.
It's said and done. It's gone. But that was Beast Coast map. Here's my thought. Now we're moving on to Oregon, which is West Garfield Park's map. Is this a silver lining or is this light at the end of the tunnel because they are meeting their makers' cookies?
This is over. If they can't entry on Bill, I mean, I don't know. I don't see how Oregon's gonna be different unless they play like crazy, like full a blitz and a Monty with glass or something.
They have to wake
up. I don't.
The map's not going to save them from what we saw. They need to play better. They need to show up, be coordinated, get those opening picks, keep their hard breach alive so they can start, going for these executes. Maybe, I mean, I will say that sometimes on Oregon, it can be tough to get into really aggressive fights, right? Your roamers have to be kind of disconnected from the rest of the squad if they want to go for stuff like that. But I don't think Beast Coast are going to let their foot off the gas. I think Beast Coast are, again, going to try to take these fights early, take them quickly, and make things very, very difficult for WGP.
So, is the prediction then 2-0s? Are we getting another 2-0?
Yeah.
West Garfield Park has to win the tertiary sites, guys. Dorms and meeting. If they can pull some cast together, I can't even speak, bro. If they can put some attacks together, because I know they're not going to win an Oregon attack at this point on the basement, but if they can win the odd sites, they might have a chance.
So Cookies just said it's the scenic route. They are getting 2-0'd. We're going to flip the map right now. We're going to Oregon.
Gentlemen, well, welcome back, and let's get ourselves ready for map number 2 of this series now. Time to see if WGP is going to be able to rebound after a very unfortunate map number 1. Worst scoreline possible. An 0-7 start. Now time to see if they can improve that at all as we move over to our next map here on Oregon. Parker's with you once again. Parker,
hello.
What do you make of the odds? Not too good.
Not great. I mean, okay. you shake it off, you go into this with a new head, level head. Maybe you get a new head. I don't know. Maybe go to the head store, buy a new head. I have no idea. I don't know. I've never played at this level. But you're going to your map. That alone should instill some confidence. However, Beast Coast are going to be prepared for an Oregon map pick. Every single team in the North America League knows how to play Oregon. My gold teammates know how to play on Oregon. The question is, though, the gap that we saw on Villa wasn't just a gunfight gap, it wasn't just a mental gap, it wasn't just a strategic gap, it was an everything gap. If you look at that Villa game, there's very few nice things that I think you can say about the way that WGP approached it. When you look at a map like Oregon, you can frag out, but you are going to need to do the necessary steps. You're going to need to clear off denial, whether they be mute jammers, bandit batteries, or electric claws. You're going to need to open things up, especially on that top floor bomb site. If you're attacking down below, John, you gotta get utility into blue. You have to clear out the top floor. You have to get utility into meeting, or else you cannot drop into the bomb site. And then, of course, you get the tertiary bomb sites and how you're gonna go about approaching those. Strategy was the issue for WGP, but so were gunfights, so were mental. You need all three of those things for Oregon. Can they rebound? I don't know, but I am hopeful from a competitive sense that they can.
Let's see if that's going to end up being the case as we go live with the first round now. Beast Coast on the defense. WGP once again on the attacking side as well, which is also where they started things out back on Villa. So take that for what it's worth. We will be going to basement, obviously, for the first site here for Beast Coast. No surprise in terms of what they have brought to the table. There's going to be a little bit of a lack for delay too. We're not seeing the Goyo brought in, for example, here to hyper-extend the delay. Potential Beast Coast more likely to sign it. We don't really need that, especially with kind of our capability to just generally win any 1v1 that's come out so far, and I think that's a smart choice. They've gone for a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Going to be focusing a bit more on mitigating that utility, and more importantly than that, mitigating any additional openings. We're going to see the electric claw brought in there for Mr. B, which should hopefully block out access to areas like the hatch. Obviously, we still have Thatcher in place. WGP do have a direct and immediate counter to that, and they are going to use it. Valor will indeed bring that to play.
Well, downstairs is probably the safest site that you're going to go to. Wait and see where Beast Coast ends up moving all of their pieces before we dive in too far. The Flores ban is really going to complicate things when it comes to this bottom floor, because we've seen time and time again a Rotero drone will go in, will claim immense value on the single doorway that you see here, the single barricade. I always confuse barricade and reinforcement. The Brava drone is also going to get you value too, because if there's a Surya gate there, if there's a proximity alarm there, if there's a Banshee there, you can take care of those and they're not a hindrance any longer. But I'd still prefer a Flores in this particular instance. It's WGP who start on attack. They ban the Flores. They know how to go about this without using the Rotero drones. So I expect that they have some level of confidence, and confident enough actually to take out the very first player of Beast Coast.
Things will start a little bit brighter this time around for WGP as they take a dominant stance here, knocking out the Malusi by vertical at the beginning of the round. So plenty of time to make up for that, though, on WGP and Beast Coast's own end of things. But obviously, Beast Coast needs to be careful with their own aggression. If the cutoffs are established by WGP before Beast Coast can successfully rotate back down into the depths of the basement, then that'll be a very bad thing for their late round play. And we could be looking at, finally, a WGP victory as they look to pick up their very first round in the series here on the second map. Rice will carve in here, take full control of the bottom of the main tower. It will be T1. No one for Beast Coast will challenge that. They'll back away, assume the kind of bunker positions as they have a little square setup going for themselves. They're deeper into the site. No real need for any further aggression, as it's far too risky at this mid stage of the round with them already having lost the first player earlier on.
Well, already better strategic elements from WGP. But, I mean, a lot of this is routine, and it's kind of hard to play unpredictable. This is also the map that everybody refers to, John, as where the good teams go to die.
Yep.
So I do think in that sense it gives a leg up to the teams that might not be as prepared, which WGP, just based on their experience, definitely the least prepared of the two, the lesser of the two. Already better droning that we've seen, but there's only a single drone remaining for WGP with 40 seconds left. But now at this point, you should have a good idea as to where everybody is. Drones aren't going to be as integral as they would be in the first minute and a half, especially since there wasn't that much of an investment in Rome. But it looks like WGP, despite the fact that they don't have any drones, they're ready to go for the execute.
Biologic now in, trying to make that first entry, but the intel is just not where it needs to be. Beast Coast more than ready for every single challenge. And in the matter of just a few seconds, it goes from a promising execute to a disappointing finish as the defense ends up taking full control at the end of the day, wiping the floor with the attack from West Garfield Park and giving the first round still an uncontested streak so far of 8 rounds to Beast Coast here as they claim round number 1.
Well, I mean, it was a dead drop through Pill, which is where we saw Bio drop down. Nobody from Beast Coast was actively watching that area. That's fine. You'd also surrendered Freezer to WGP, which is where Snake was posted up, and he walked in quite heavily. And when I say you surrendered Freezer, I don't just mean that you didn't have a person playing in Freezer. I meant that you also didn't have one of the defenders actively engaged in it. And I understand that. You reinforce one of the panels, you leave the other panel shot through. That's a very common way of playing it so that the attackers are given a window in, but you can at least fire back. And it gives you a bit of pause. If you're a lower ranked player that might be wondering what that means, and you might feel a propensity to reinforce everything, barricade everything, leaving things open a lot of times will give a little bit of anxiety to players, being like, why is this wall shut open? Is there somebody playing around it? And it's very similar at pro play. Okay, we see the setup. Why is this wall that should be reinforced not reinforced? Let's drone it out. Oh, wait, we only have one drone, and we only have 20 seconds. We're not going to be able to pull that off, even if the defenders are sitting in common spots. In that small office, playing by the laundry rotate, you still need that information. Snake had it, he got a kill, got traded out right after that, and it was really that pillar hallway control that Beast Coast had that ended up being the most important. So they did not allow West Garfield Park to get through Blue, and then to get through Freezer to contest that really important angle that connects the 2 bomb sites.
You could see that hesitation really starting to build up for WGP as we got down to around that 30, 40-second mark as well. Not really sure themselves. Even though they had a relatively clean path into some of the initial rooms down in the basement, they just didn't want to take the risk, didn't want to try and carve through for fear of what may be boiling on the other side of it, considering how Beast Coast had generally played out their defensive side just on the last map there. That ultimately came back to bite them, as the reasons you had described there, leaving themselves far too little time and far too little room to execute there. But things are going to start promisingly on round number 2 here as well. So West Garfield Park putting up a much more confident fight already inside of the early round and continuing to do so. Not only do they claim that first kill, they get some damage on a vertical. However, Mr. B is going to be the one to pick up the actual next response kill. So we're back down to a 4v4. Mr. B caught in the midst of that air jab as well. He'll go down to it, but not before Hat also claims another corresponding kill for the Beast Coast roster. Neither team getting away with a serious advantage here, as we're just brought down to an even 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, obviously good to be within position to trade off those kills. If you're not going to be the one getting the first pick, best case scenario is you answer it back relatively quickly, right? There was no decisive advantage that was gained by either team. And when you look at the operators that are lost, you actually took out 2 of probably the strongest operators to take out early on. You took out the Wamai and the Azami, both of whom have gadgets that are going to continue to generate as the round goes on. So there will be fewer magnets available. Yeah, there will be some out there, but not as many as there could be. And more importantly, same with the Kiva barriers. So you don't need as much soft destruction from WGP. The issue is that you've lost your main hard breacher, but half of that closet wall was opened for you. So not all hope is lost. You have a way in, but that means that you can't focus on attic anymore. You can't do anything onto the dorms wall. You can't poke a hole at the top of armory stairs if you need to. It has to be a singular take up white stairs, or you can attempt to go through closet, but that's about all you're gonna get since you don't have a hard breacher.
A lack of attic pressure specifically is going to be hurting as of these last few seconds. We can see Hat trying to lean out aggressively into the master bedroom there to try and counteract the pressure coming in from West Garfield Park. Snake's ascent of white stairs is going to be very clearly revealed to Beast Coast as well, so he has to put some hesitance on that due to the unfortunate siren going off there. Wait for his teammates to form up and possibly for a distraction to come in from somewhere else. Good patience here from Eddie as he's able to pick up the Hat when he finally crosses back from Trophy over into the main portion of the site. That sets up at least a 1-player advantage for West Garfield Park. But again, they have this hesitance. 10 seconds. Where's the execute? They need to broil in here. They need to make sure they have room to plant. And thankfully, it's being managed quite nicely, but there's some unenhanced elements or unnoticed elements that they're getting away with. Vertical dropping not just 1, but 2 members of the opposing team, turning this into a 1v1. And Bio a little bit lost here, so he's going to give the clutch away yet again as Vertical comes out with the 1v3 for the 2-0 lead for Beast Coast.
I was speechless.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm stunned at that one. I'm absolutely stunned. So how did West Garfield Park go about that? Well, number one, they knew there was a player playing inside of games or closet somewhere in that area. You have that information. We know it's Vertical. They might not know who it is. There's mute jammers on the board, and again, issues with droning for West Garfield Park, but they know that there's somebody in that position. Okay, fine. Vertical is gambling entirely on the player on the balcony having the diffuser, which is usually where it is. You've got a player out there, hard breach goes off, go in through closet, you get diffuser, you run into games, you get the plant down. Vertical is fully in on that. Okay, I'll get diffuser in master bedroom, I'll sit on top of it, we'll be good. But no, there's actually a bit of a change of pace. West Garfield Park brings the diffuser into big window instead and gets the plant down by the bunk behind the Kiba barrier. That's a smart place for them to take it. And ultimately, it actually completely bypasses the last two players of Beast Coast. And then you've got two players who are doing ideal coverage, one of whom out on the balcony isn't really that important. But Hyper dies and it leaves Vertical in a position where, frankly, he should not have anywhere near remotely close to a chance of winning it. But what does he do? He gets the pick from Master before the comm can be made. He swings games, and again he gets a pick, which he maybe thinks is the other diffuser carrier, and it isn't. So Vertical's now taken two players down, but he hasn't got the objective. He hears it go off. There's only one other place it could be because he knows that there's nobody in dorms because of where Hyper died previously. He understands it has to be somewhere by big window. There's a Kiba barrier up. You think to yourself, you're probably planning it behind there. He's correct. And the sloppy gunplay with both him and Bio was ugly on both ends. But a shotgun is usually going to win in that close range engagement.
And so Beast Coast continue to excel here, once again uncontested against WGP, not just inside of this map, but inside of this series. Snake with the shotgun Finka, by the way, coming into this round. So now we're really pulling out something interesting, is indeed they are going to go directly into the site. One-to-one exchange. The Claymore is going to grab one for the attack, but the defense, aside from that kill from Eddie, so far is holding the line, but site control is very slowly falling over to the end of WGP. Now Vertical going to slightly reveal himself, more than likely noticed here. See that fire coming back through, and Eddie again striking true here before the hatch is even open, just knocks off the head of Hyper. Very well played from him, and Hat has also already been down, trying to make an aggressive play back onto the inside of meeting room. He'll get revived as we see Hat brought back there by his one of the remaining teammate Vertical, but they have been completely boxed out of a retake at this point. Should finally be, we hope, the first round being picked up by West Garfield Park. Vertical gets one, but we do see Rice holding the long hallway, trading out the other, bringing it down to a 1v2. Vertical is at full HP. We've already seen some very impressive clutches. Nearly gets away with the pick against Rice, but not going to be able to fully find it this early on inside of the clutch. And now he's guessing as to where Eddie may have gone. Knew he was playing around here, firing through the hatchwork earlier, and it's going to be all too easy of a kill for Eddie to close out. Finally, after 9 consecutive rounds from Beast Coast, West Garfield Park claim one of their own here, and a 2-1 overall scoreline for this map.
56 minutes into this series, West Garfield Park finally shows up. And I mean, it is a bit of an unorthodox strategy. What is there to talk about? Well, it's a meeting hold that focuses mostly on kitchen and offsite towards small tower. You've only got one player playing in meeting and one playing backstage by back meeting in the big tower. Okay, fine. You gone 6 the door, you run in, you take out the single player that you're hoping is playing near split, which isn't actually what ends up happening. That was the bandit who got the kill on the Snake, on the Finka. But at that point, you trade out immediately. Eddie trades him out, walks diffuser in, gets the plant down. Honestly, not a ton of strategy to discuss there. It's a pretty bread and butter rush strat where you isolate the kitchen players, you break into meeting, you hold meeting, you're in good shape. But you could tell that there was still setup going on. The hatch and attic was closed. Thorn was still playing upstairs of Hyper. They weren't anticipating a rush. They weren't anticipating a rotate through attic. They were expecting West Garfield Park to take upstairs, take attic, probably take dorms, and then go for an execute in kitchen. That's my guess as to what Beast Coast were expecting. So you realize, okay, they're all in on kitchen. We're going to go all in on meeting. It's well read by West Garfield Park, and it's, again, a chaotic round, but it's something that Cookie said would allow WGP to flourish, and in that round, they flourished indeed.
So West Garfield Park finds some success inside of the chaos. Obviously, we'll have difficulty repeating that on a future site play, even on that site, however, as Beast Coast will have their wits about them a little bit more, a little bit earlier into the round this time. So we'll have to see if WGP can find success in other forms here to keep them not only inside of this map, not even really inside of this series, but as well still inside of the hunt for a major slot, as they're on big makeup duty right now from the issues they had back in map number 1. But that is indeed a good platform to build off of from the get-go. So time to see how much further they can take it as we return for the first time to a previously played site down here in the basement, where we are going to see pretty much an exact copy of the strategy so far from Beast Coast at the beginning of it.
Well, you look at the way that this went about. Again, I complimented the fact that there was more strategy to open up the bomb sites, but then it was more of just a linear take. You drop pillbox, you drop freezer, you don't watch corridor, you don't get pillar control. That was the big issue. And it really becomes incumbent upon whoever you have playing blue. You need somebody who's playing blue to make sure that you flushed out pillar so that you can then control the hallway and control back tower. And I didn't see that from West Garfield Park last time. Now, if you look at the overhead view, there's nobody in blue right now for West Garfield Park. The only player in the back portion of the map is the Lion that seems to be playing outside, but could potentially go towards blue, and it seems like that's the idea. That's good. But again, you're gonna need some utility for blue. A hard breacher, maybe some soft breach, somebody to flush out elbow. Lion doesn't have smokes. Lion doesn't have hard breach. And while yes, you can use the EE1D and just go for straight up gunfights, I don't know how confident I would be right now in dispatching Rice to do that.
Rice did bring some good performances to the table in yesterday's games, but has been very hit or miss so far when it comes to today's activity. Might not be accounting for that too much, however, and maybe why you're seeing him put into such a forward position to just take command on his own, do what Parker was describing earlier, which is straight to take the gunfights after the EE1D is triggered. Two players, though, will be potentially fending it off, especially if we're going to continue to see the Toxic Babes deploy, but good news is the last one has gone out right now. Bad news, once again, for WGP, though, is they're going to be working with the bar minimum amount of time needed for an execute to make this happen. You can see as we approach the 20-second marker, only just now we're seeing the makings of their execute, and it is not starting out too promisingly. Vertical picks up the first response kill here. We're not seeing any trades go onto the defense just yet. Hyper finishes off an already damaged Valor. Rice falls afterwards as well. The play into construction fails, and the overall site take fails. Beast Coast retake the control they had lost on the previous round and go right back into controlling the overall pacing of this game.
Utility-less execute again. So let's focus back on what happened in round number one, right? You saw somebody go through freezer, that was Snake. He was able to do some serious damage, but mostly because amidst bios drop through pill, that's when BC decided to rotate. Snake caught them in that position. Snake was the first to die there. So bio drops pill, but maybe he's a bit too late to the execute. He walks in and he doesn't find anybody. The Lion decides to go through blue. Again, the only thing that he had, flashes. Not good enough. There's no utility. No smokes went off. There was no distraction. There was no soft destruction being done. No grenades going in to dislodge people. It was literally just, let's walk into the bomb site and take engagements, one-on-one on one-on-one. And, I mean, you're not going to beat a team that is entrenched at Pillar. You're not going to beat a team that's entrenched in small office doing that. And the strategy this time around for WGP was somehow worse than it was back in round number one. And it resulted in an incredibly lopsided round where they walk in. Bio in particular didn't look like he knew where anybody was through the execute, and they got picked off in isolated individual gunfights. Good first step, good first half of the round. You droned out the map pretty quickly, you get the hatches open up pretty quickly, but you don't tackle blue and you don't tackle pillar. And again, that pillar hallway control, that is the thorn in the side of WGP. Good news is you don't have to go there again because now the bomb site's been won twice by Beast Coast. So if you go there and you defend it, the hope is that WGP will be as good at holding on to pillar, and more importantly, Beast Coast will be as ineffective at flushing out those defenders on those positions.
We do still have to see WGP's execute here for the second time upstairs, and as well back more likely into meeting if Beast Coast chooses to replay that site instead of going over towards cafeteria. WGP having success, of course, on the meeting take, but due to a little bit of a cheese strat, so we'll have to see if they kind of calm that down a bit more and go over something more traditional. But it's a quick hop in from Rice. An opponent waiting around the corner doesn't catch it at first, but we're going to see them make up for it with the big window take. Valor as well as Eddie find two respective trades for the attack, but Doc going off with two more of his own. The closet had not been cleared out, and as you can see, this is the problem with these direct takes. If you don't take premature closet control, it turns itself into a bunker for the defense. So beautiful counteraction coming in from Doc, but Valor once again jumping out here. Keeps his team into the fight as well here by knocking out Mr. B. Doc's still going to be a problem deep in that bunker, of course, but Vertical even taking some heat deeper into the dorms themselves. A very chaotic finalizing situation here. Valor, though, finally taken down by Doc himself, and Vertical with one quick peek ends out the round. Beast Coast just continue to win these close gunfights. It is not a strategy that, unfortunately, West Garfield Park are going to be able to rely upon here, it seems, but they don't really have much else to fall back on, so they continue to go for it time after time again, and it continues to net more and more Beast Coast rounds.
So 2 rounds now where we've seen probably the most spirited involvement from WGP. They both come through rushes. break glass in case of emergency for Finca seems to be what they're going for here. And there's no denying that these rush strats can work. They overwhelm your opponents. If you think that your team is really good at getting in and winning their engagements, which I think, honestly, West Garfield Park's got some pretty good gunners on it, so why not take those engagements as they come? But if your opponents are not doing late site setup, which, by the way, was the case here on this previous defense. Beast Coast took a little bit longer on this site setup, I think, and they were mostly prepared for a kitchen take. Then your Finca rush strat will work. The previous round, the dorm site setup was mostly done. And while, yes, you're not expecting the attackers to be in the site that quickly, you still are prepared at least somewhat for that. And an Amaru into kids' dorms is a pretty common thing, more common than you'd actually expect. And unless there's chaos elsewhere, which is usually enabled by a Ying, who is banned by Beast Coast here, or some kind of smokes, an Amaru just flying on in is absolutely a 50-50 shot. In this case, it didn't work for WGP. And now you've got... What?
That's two separate engagements the WGP attempt to take in the early round. One leads to Snake's HP being diminished by about half, and the other one leads to the elimination of Bio, and on a very important operator here as well. He's been taken down on the Thatcher. More than likely, when WGP were going to be going for a more traditional execute to the inside, we have a Bandit in play for Doc as well, so it is going to be tough for WGP to get the full access they need to really attack this site now.
I don't know what happened to Eddie there, but he just took a bunch of damage as well. Could it have possibly been a Capkin trap as the culprit? A lot of information off of that. One drone. Understanding that there's one that's now playing inside a trophy, one that's going to be playing aggressively on the doorway from games as well. You'll have to re-drone this. That's the problem, because the moment that you shoot the drone, those defenders are going to get out of there. They'll sacrifice yet another. I mean, you've still got the hard breach, so I guess that's going well for WGP, but now you've lost Eddie to Vertical, who's just toying with his food down by the main door.
I didn't even realize that there was a rotate working its way back around towards the main stairs there. So that removes all of the pressure they may have had coming in from the Arsenal side of the building. Snake does win out another 1v1 versus Hat, but it's a very small gesture at this point in the round. He's still an incredibly low HP. More than likely one bullet will kill him from pretty much any gun at this point. So he has to be incredibly cautious. You can see him just holding a headshot angle, hoping for a face check or some form of a rotate out from security, but not likely to happen. Beast Coast have been very good at preserving themselves when they've been put even into slightly sketchy situations, and just kind of switching up their gameplay to this hyper-preservative mode. And are more than likely going to do the same thing here, since this is a little bit tense. WGP is trying to call a bit of an audible right now. They're not entirely sure in terms of where that's going, so that's when they've now taken a step back and playing for their own lives more than anything, as you can see specifically Doc doing just on top of the freezer hatch inside of security itself.
I think their best bet is kitchen. I mean, why not? Rice has walked in. Doc was a very important player in this defense because he's the only person actually in the kitchen. So Rice taking him out, that's a weight off the shoulders. But, I mean, you've still got players roaming. You're not droning at all. It allows Vertical, who has just used this entire map to his advantage, John, to now put his team in a position where Rice's controller batteries died effectively, and that's the round. Takes some damage, and it's a 5-1 first half for Beast Coast.
Just never a winning position for Rice to play that out inside of the 1vx as well. He knew there was players around the corner in security. If he went for the peek, knew he was slowly getting chipped down from someone either further down the main hallway or inside of meeting itself. So he just kind of sat there, took the damage for a few seconds, then said, all right, I'm just going to go for it. And we got pretty much the result we would have expected from that situation. So another very dominant half for Beast Coast. WGP still are able to sneak off at least one round that time, of course, from the Finca rush they went for on the initial hold inside of meeting room. But aside from that, once again, struggles across the board. And Beast Coast now only 2 rounds away from closing out this series and putting them one step away from qualifying for the major.
I think one of the most telling things here, John, is that WGP has just not called a timeout. You're down 5-1 on your own map. I mean, yeah, you're going to the better half of Oregon now, but what you got to be real damn confident that you're going to be able to pull off a 5-1 to send it to overtime. You lose this first round, you're calling a timeout when Beast Coast is at 6-1. That's the razor's edge.
I wouldn't even say that's a guarantee at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the kind of person who I'm almost always critical of teams when they go down to match point and that's when they call their timeout, because it's like you only have one shot. You might as well try to stop the bleeding a little bit before that point, because if you don't, then you'll lose the limb. That's really just what it ends up with. So WGP haven't called a timeout. They got Bio, who still hasn't gotten a kill yet. There's clearly some strategic deficiencies with this team on attack, but that's fine. I mean, take some solace in the fact that it's attacking on Oregon. It can be tough. You can find yourself at a disadvantage more often than not. But, I mean, that's just the first half. I really want to see how Beast Coast go about this. Do they bring additional tools? We already see the OSA. That's a big change over what was brought from WGP. Stick those OSA shields inside of blue, walk him up towards pillar, put him over in freezer, walk him up towards the hallway, put him down at the bottom of laundry stairs, walk him up to the laundry double doors, and you now find yourself in a position where the defenders need an impact to clear it out, or a nitro cell. There's no impacts, there's 2 nitros. So either Snake or Rice are going to have to use some explosives to clear this out. Beast Coast are deciding, hey, let's do this down freezer. They've lost Mr. B. Valor, here's the shield coming. He gets out of there. Right call for WGP.
Mr. B not going to be expecting that in any way, shape, or form. Some WTF in the chat from him, so we'll certainly catch them off guard a little bit there. Removes the hard breach, which means we're not going to see those hatches that really would have been nice to have open here for the attack open, but it's also not the end of the world just yet. So we'll have to see now as they attempt to make up for this in some other shape or form. Just rotates being opened up there if you wonder what the explosions are coming in from Doc, as he just uses his breaching charges. Hat, though, ready for the challenge on the outside of Freezer, but cannot make it too. Gets caught on an attempt to retreat further back. Valor will trade that back out, preserve the player advantage for WGP, and bring us down to a 4v3. We're going to see a moment of hesitation from Beast Coast, but more likely reactivated now that Doc has claimed yet another entry for this squad here. Equalizing it down to the 3v3, but also forcing a potential freeze, or rather laundry drop to have to come in here from a few of the members of Beast Coast at the moment, just using that to knock out the nade, or rather the shield that had been placed just on the laundry wrap itself. But still, WGP has a few cards up their sleeve they can use to fend this off.
Now you've basically opened up freezer for the attackers as well. So that was the main focus with those OSA shields. They felt they couldn't accomplish it. They needed to narrow the numbers down. They had to take care of that shield that Bio was playing behind. They've done that. So now you can walk down, you can take that hallway, which again was the big issue for WGP. Doc's gonna be the one to do it, and he starts off with a kill on the Valor.
Once again, the entry power has been a large part of what's been allowing Beast Coast to take control of these rounds of the attacking side, and we're seeing it yet again. WGP with the advantage, playing into every moment before this, but they are losing it now, as Rice is all that remains inside of the 1v3. Now, time is low. He can play that out to his advantage and still clutch this, but it's not gonna work. Unfortunately, does not end up happening, and we see our attackers take control of one of the 2 remaining rounds they need to claim this series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, a single round for West Garfield Park through a best of 2, not ideal. You've now played almost an hour and a half in this matchup. Just a little, I guess, actually closer to an hour. And they've only been able to muster a single round. They're, again, not using their timeout. I think they're aware of where this is going. I mean, you don't want to be that guy, but at the same time, like, I think you just...
The pragmatic one?
You gotta be aware of where this result is going at this point. You get 7-0 on Villa. It certainly looks like it's gonna be a 7-1 for Beast Coast, unless something insane happens. Let's go back to that last round. So you want to take the OSA down freezer. Okay, that's fine. Like, you can bring the OSA shields into blue, but blue really wasn't a focus at all for this Beast Coast team. Okay, so where you go? Well, you're gonna go down freezer. All right. But you can only get so far into freezer for 2 reasons. Number one, there's gonna be somebody playing freezer door with a nitro cell. You already know that. You don't have pillar control, don't have back tower control, and you can't get laundry control because you see the deployable shield in that way. Then you lose Mr. B early, and you lose a second player very quick after. So you've got 2 players inside of freezer. That was vertical, and that was the OSA of, I believe it was Hyper, both in the same position. So you got one other player somewhere else, not good enough. You have to peel off of that spot. So you go down main stairs, you get a pick, you burn the ADS, you get the nade down, you flush out laundry. You can go back to freezer now, and your most important point, again, is to take care of that hallway, take care of pillar. They get the hallway play, they get the player in laundry. The only one left at this point is pillar, which is Rice, but he's got 3 players to go against. Pillar's a strong spot, but you can very easily be pinched from backstairs, pill, blue, or freezer, and Rice didn't know where they were coming from.
So that causes yet another lost round for WGP. Beast Coast just the one singular play away from making this happen for themselves. Also, we can see again the Gar hook in play specifically for Hat, so some action could be brewing, but Beast Coast taking a much more careful path on this one, setting their players up for success before revealing the fact that Hat has been brought into the play, with more than likely what's going to be a kids' dorms hop if they do it in the same exact way we saw WGP use this operator just a few rounds prior. His position indicates indeed that is going to be the case, but there's still quite a few members of WGP downstairs continuing to roam and continuing to cause problems for Beast Coast. They can't really swing that in just yet. Hat does have secondary hard breach to worry about as well, so he's also needed to insert himself in order to account for that, and has been able to take care of the opening of Addicts. Opens up a pathway here. No direct Gara hook play, but is going to find the first entry of the round just about halfway through it. Almost a second one claimed there by Hyper too, but the timing just does not work out. That second member of WGP is barely able to escape up through the Arsenal stairway, but obviously the comm has gone out, and Hat now has Overwatch for that if the player continues to rotate that direction. Vertical also taking some heat here too, but we'll see Hat as well as Valor go 1-for-1 against each other, with, as we see, Eddie being the victim from WGP on that as well. Hyper picks up another kill against Bio, and it's brought down to a 3v2. Snake trades it back to try and make these numbers a bit more palatable, but once again, WGP just very quickly seeming to wear out their welcome here as Beast Coast gets more and more confident for the site take itself.
Valor dies to Attic, of course. Why not? Now it's all in Snake, John, and it's over.
A very, very quick series in the favor of Beast Coast. Dominant, you could say, indeed, for Beast Coast. Excellently played by them, but WGP, just so many issues and nowhere near enough time to account, more likely make up for those as well. Big victory indeed, though, for Beast Coast as they move on with that 2-0 victory, and they will continue to push forward. Just one more match separates them from a spot at the major. It's going to do it, I believe, for myself and Parker right now, but we've got a telestration segment ready over in the Victory Center with our analysis desk. Let's go ahead and send it directly over to them.
Well, we are keeping the pattern running. The 2 O's remain, and this was really a full 2 and a real 0 of an O for West Garfield Park. Cookies, this was not the West Garfield Park we saw yesterday. I know they were facing a different kind of opponent, but still, they had nothing left in the tank.
Let's just say, you know, I was just in the green room, right? I was enjoying me a nice rack of ribs that we had catered to us. I think I ate more ribs than West Garfield actually won rounds in this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, if you had ribs,
I mean, I was licking my fingers and like, I couldn't even enjoy it because the series is over so quick.
It's so annoying because yesterday or 2 days ago, West Garfield Park, I really liked their executes. I really liked their takes. I thought they were setting things up smart. I thought they were really coordinating their cover when they were going for plants. And now today, it just feels like there's so many little moments where you're questioning a player's position, you're questioning a decision. I think the bans were smart from Beast Coast on this map. I think the Ying ban really did help them hold down that basement bomb site. It's so tough to crack that nut of the basement if you're not roaming, you're not getting aggressive. Beast Coast, you know, yesterday they liked playing, or sorry, earlier today, they liked playing aggressive. They got in a lot of those early fights. Didn't do that so much in the basement because they knew they had the bans to support it. You flip sides, West Garfield Park going to defense, and they're giving up picks for free. They're going for swings that they just don't need to go for. They're giving up a lot of fights that they really just don't have to, and it's frustrating to see sometimes. Because again, I do think West Garfield Park, they're a younger team, right? They've got some players that really have never played at this level. They've got some experienced players as well. You know, Bio's been in the game for a very, very long time. But it's still clear that I think some nerves were coming through there, right? It's still clear that they were not playing to the level that we've seen them on in the past. So, yeah, unfortunate for them. Really good showing from Beast Coast, though. Vertical especially. Insane map today. You can't not talk about him.
Well, who we are going to talk to, at least, is Mr. B. We are ready with the interview with him right now. I can't wait. It's been so long since I've talked to Mr. B. They have now booked their ticket to the championship, or at least the grand final, as it were, for the last chance qualifiers. Mr. B, it's been too long.
How we doing?
We're doing good. I gotta say, the confidence with you guys right now must be through the roof. How is the group feeling? Because this iteration of your team, this 5-man, it is something else.
Well, I appreciate it. The team's feeling good, you know? Can't feel too bad after a 14-1, but yeah, no, the team's happy. We're all in good spirits. And yeah, Bio, you know, that's kind of, that's an easy one, so all good. Next one's gonna be a bit harder, hopefully.
Wait,
hopefully.
hold up.
We can hope.
Bio's an easy one. I was gonna ask you, like, How do you feel playing against Bio? He used to be your coach like 2 months ago. Like, did you just slander him live or what? What was that?
Okay. So listen, Bio kind of sort of whatever coached us for a little bit, all right? But at the end of the day, he was Fett's replacement, all right? Because Fett had to leave. Fett's the GOAT. So, yeah. Bio, he's a nice guy though. He's a good guy.
Oh,
so.
Wow.
Oh, that's a backhanded
he's-
compliment right there.
No. He's a good guy, all right?
All right. Well, Mr. B, you have done very well through the qualifiers. So, well, quarterfinals done a couple days ago. Now, a very quick semifinal for you. Grand finals coming up next. It's going to be either OXG or Sonics. You play them later today. What does it look like when they're playing their match? What are you guys doing? I assume you're watching the game in some capacity, but are you trying to get some practice in there? Are you trying to play some Siege in between your two games to stay hot? Or is it all just relax, let's cool down, let's make sure we're ready for this final game later today?
I'm gonna be laid back, wine shirt, sitting in a lawn chair, chilling on out. All right. I will not be playing Siege in these games. I might warm up beforehand, of course, but
Yeah.
No. This is relaxation time. I just got dubbed. Life is good.
Well, I know you, Mr. B, so I feel like maybe this question's a little bit pointless. Are you confident enough right now to say that your team is going to take it?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Well, you heard it here, folks. You do not need to watch the rest of the day. Mr. B and Beast Coast are going to be
I'm
the
letting you
winners of the
know.
grand final. Thank you, Mr. B. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Have a good one. Later, guys.
Well, there you have it, folks. Beast Coast move on to the grand final. We have our first team decided. When we come back, though, we have to decide the next matchup. We'll be there in just 30 seconds, and then we'll see you over on the desk at that point. Okay, Beast Coast punching their ticket to the final. I have to say, if they play in any capacity, Jesse, like they did in this matchup, they're the front runners. I gotta say it. If it's anything like that performance.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be certainly more resistance in the grand finals. There are some big names that are going to be going up against them no matter who ends up winning. But yeah, I mean, the confidence the Beast Coast have been playing with, the opening picks, the aggression that we saw that first map on Villa, then the restraint on certain sites at certain times when it made sense on Oregon. I mean, they're playing fantastic. You're not going to say anything bad about Beast Coast. It'll be a tough opponent, but I think undoubtedly they have what it takes to win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I guess getting 1 seed was worth it. They have not played a pro team yet.
Yeah.
So,
That's the advantage,
hardest
right?
test is going to be next.
Yeah.
Well, they will be playing a pro team soon enough. We'll look at the schedule right now. The next matchup that we'll be seeing is Sonics versus OXG. Obviously, the winner of that one will go on to face Beast Coast. I gotta say, unlike that, I don't think we're gonna see Cookies another 7-0, 7-1.
Well, hold up now, because they did beat OXG the same way. It was like 14 something. It wasn't close either. Last time Beast Coast played OXG,
Right.
And Beast Coast also beat Sonics pretty. They had a comeback, but that game was like honestly a lot more lopsided than it looked. I felt like Beast Coast kind of owned Sonics too last time they played in regular season. So like, they are looking primed.
Well, let's turn our attention right now then to Sonics and OXG. These two teams, they've obviously looked good as well. And we talked about the whole MVP talk earlier. You know, we put up Citizen, we put up Newers. Those two guys, Jesse, have to have good games, but I don't want it to end there. I want to see more from the other guys as well, even though they weren't necessarily relied upon to do well because those other guys took over.
Yeah.
You do want to see going into the grand final, whoever takes this needs a complete team effort.
Yeah, well, let's talk about some of the other guys. Let's talk about Sweater. I thought that yesterday, Newers was the star for auction, but Sweater had a great day as well. His entry frags were fantastic, very often working right behind a drone. They had very good intel attacking, especially onto Cafe. He was always right there with his team. Really smart play, I thought, coming out from Sweater. I think for the squad as well, you know, Yaga's been a player who has been very good for them throughout the stage. He's been maybe a little quieter, I think, towards the end in the playoffs when they struggled, and then yesterday as well when they had to play. But still, I think Yaga's integrated back into the squad very, very well. And there's a lot of stars on Auction Esports besides just Newers who can have a big impact for them.
Well, we do have the stats here to support your claims. Cookies, what are your thoughts?
If you have eyeballs, you can see Yaga, Newers, and Sweater's entry numbers. Yesterday against PB were
I didn't even notice.
absolutely absurd.
That's 17-0 on the entry.
PB was a bunch of T-Hunt bots yesterday.
Wow.
Now, the important thing is that Sonics is a lot more different than whatever OXG had these numbers against.
Yeah.
Sonics does a lot of lurking, a lot of confusing plays. And OXG, I will say, they kind of, it was a seeding match last time these two played. But last time they played Sonics, they read it really well. And there's a chance, I mean, they can replicate what they did against PB, against Sonics today. I mean, but that was also a seeding match. So I don't know what to take away from that.
Well, subsequently, we also have the stats for Sonics as well, which is helpful because we have something to compare it to compare it against.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's focus a new player on Sonics then. Somebody who I thought did really well. His numbers are never going to be that good, but it's Gio. I thought yesterday on Club, he's hard support. He's not supposed to have good numbers. But yesterday on Clubhouse, he did a really good job on attack, getting into the site, finding a pick, making that space for himself, and then putting that kit on the ground. Obviously, you know, it's something that every team's got to have somebody who does that. Somebody's got to have the planter. Somebody's got to get in and have the crappy job of like, I'm not going to be able to have my gun up for 7 seconds. But Gio was really good at the timing, really good at finding those picks before he was able to get in. Great with the utility as well. Hard breach was always on point. So I was really impressed by that from Gio. I think Sonics are starting to really work as a unit. A lot of our criticisms were kind of how they played individually sometimes throughout the regular season. But yesterday, it really felt like they were working together. And while Citizen was star of the show, everybody was coming together, having a good time. And it seems like they're starting to play more towards their peak.
My only concern when I look at Sonics is that their day yesterday was a 7-5 and a 7-4. OXG's day yesterday was a 7-5 and a 7-3. Sounds quite similar on the surface, but when you look at Sonics, they had to go through Aerial Arise, whereas OXG had to go through PB. Maybe a bit different of an experience, or am I maybe making too far of a leap here, Cookies?
I don't think there was much of a difference. I think Aerial, you could put Aerial in the NAL, and it wouldn't be. But that's neither here nor there. I'm tired of slandering people at this point.
Fair.
I gotta say, if we want to praise Sonics and kind of reference Grickster, what he said yesterday when he won, he was like, "We're looking for consistency. It's really difficult to be consistent the way they play." Now, Aerial Arise gave them a lot of openings. I mean, Citizen, for example, the round where he just walked into the side. And he had a great drone in sight. I couldn't show you that in Telestration. I had to actually dig in the replay for it. He had a great drone just in the middle of the site from the prep phase that he used, combined with the teamwork from Gunner. And it's like, all of that was like a perfect storm and also kind of some obliviousness from Aerial Rise. And when we're talking about consistency, that's really hard to consistently do. Like, that's a crazy perfect amount of opportunities that worked out for them for that play style to work, right? Because they just went around a whole roam. They basically broke the game for that round. And a bunch of other rounds where Grickster would kind of come from some crazy spot. They'd get a 2v4, whatever. That's going to be a lot harder against OHG. And if we're talking consistency, I wouldn't expect Citizen to be like 18-2 this game. I'm just being honest, that's that's an absurd expectation to set on. So consistency, that's going to be a big question today.
And to go back to your initial question, right, in terms of the difference of opponents that they played, I actually thought that Aerial Rise played pretty well. They had some really good ideas at the very beginning, too, especially like attacking onto Theme Park, right? Always choosing that map as a new young team. It's going to be kind of risky. But they came in with some cool strategies. They played the Monty that was like decently well on that top floor, right? Dropping the hatch into Armory Throne Room. But then Sonics did a great job of like adapting to that. They really started to change their playstyle. They roamed a little bit more top floor. They were able to fight that Monty before he could get very much grab around on that top floor. And so what we saw was Sonics did do a good job of seeing a good play, adapting to it, turning it around. I don't think that having like a much higher level opponent is going to be like something that's super worrying for them. Because they've shown that like, while there were fewer moments that were really strong from Aerial or Eyes, when they came, they did a really good job flipping it on its head the next time they saw it, adapting to it, and doing what good teams do.
I'll tell you about some consistency, though. One thing we can consistently rely on is somehow OXG getting teams to bring them to border. I am curious if that's going to be the case again, because it seems at this point like a free win for OXG. Cookies, do we have it?
I have to squint. Yeah, I do see that border was...
Banned by Sonics, first phase. Let's go.
It was close.
Yep.
But they did ban it. And, Cafe for OXG. We talk about how Sweater played really well. I mean, I think OXG's attacks on Cafe, at least against PB, now keep in mind PB's PB, whatever, but they were constrictive. They were punishing of anything Phoebe tried to do. Now, again, they're playing a little different of a team today, but I liked what I saw to them out of that Cafe. And if, Jesse, if we're looking at Oregon for Sonics.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, Oregon's a map that they did quite well on back at Stage 3. Stage 3, they had a 4-1 record on Oregon. They were really, really good. SI, they went 1-1, beating Wolves, losing to Astralis, and then nobody's really let them play it so far this stage. They haven't touched it. They haven't tried to bring it out. And so for Sonics, yeah, it's kind of a return to form. Again, it's a map that we see all teams play to a relatively high level. It is kind of cookie cutter. But I'm hoping to see Sonics return to their roots on that map.
What I'm most curious about as we get into it, the prediction I want, and feel free to throw in the team you think might win, but will we see our first match that goes to all 3 games?
Me?
I'm looking at you.
Sure, I think it'll go 3. Sure. I think OXG should take Cafe. I think that's the Sonics Cafe I watched. I'm gonna be honest, when they played Beast Coast, I referenced it a little bit earlier, but like that was booty. Okay, Citizen. I don't know if it's changed. It may have changed. It was early on, but there was explicitly, especially on Bakery, I watched Citizen hide on the 3rd floor while Beast Coast was executing
I remember
site,
this,
and he was just lost.
Yep.
Okay, and if they're still playing Cafe like that, there's a lot of things they did wrong. I could say a thesis on it. If they're still playing Cafe like that, they're 100% losing OXG, and that means they should win their map pick, of course, because that's how science works, right? Then we're going 3.
Yeah.
Right?
Simple as that, folks. We are going to 3 maps. You heard it here first. But before we go to all 3 maps, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Getting ready for the best of 3, number 2 on the day. We will find out between Sonics and OXG who will be moving on to face Beast Coast. Jesse, who do you think that will be?
Who do I think it's going to be?
Yeah.
I get the pick.
You do.
I think we're going all 3 maps because these 2 teams, they deserve it, right?
Yeah.
We should be getting 3.
Yeah.
And then I look at Clubhouse, the deciding map, and I look at what Citizen did on Clubhouse 24 hours ago, and I am a little worried for Oxygen. I think if Sonics are playing as confidently on that map 3, especially if they can kind of keep that momentum rolling, if they do pretty well on map 2, as that's their map pick, we think they might, then yeah, I'm feeling Sonics for the win overall. That said, it's always the kind of the conversation of, well, they just played it. There's going to be some footage on them. They're going to kind of know what to expect instead of OXG. At the same time, it's Club.
At the same time, I feel like it's, how many more differently can we play this?
Exactly.
Maps,
Exactly.
Even Fox yesterday was like, I ain't really focused on what they're doing. Like, he's just like,
Yeah.
we're gonna play.
I'm glad you brought that up because one of the things that I was curious about was the fact that when I asked Fox, a lot of X's in there. When I asked him about laxing, another X, there we go,
Yep.
keeping the alliteration going. If he was worried about Lax having the playbook on them, he said no, they had the playbook on Lax. Well, they don't have that anymore. So I wonder if that factors in. Is that something that maybe does?
Well, I think whilst they've not played on the same team together, Oxygen and Sonics are 2 cores that have gone back years and years and years, right? 2 rivals in Rainbow Six that have been playing together forever. And even the newer players onto the squad, right? Like, yeah, Yaga's coming back in, but like you've played against Yaga for years now as well, both on Oxygen and on XZ/M80, right? The only player that like might be unfamiliar, and even then it's kind of a stretch, is Citizen, who did have that pop-off game yesterday. Also the only player in the lobby. Sorry, we're just waiting on this guy. So who knows, right? Who knows?
There's no lie detected.
No, sir.
Well, Grixer's interview, he, on the flip side, we're gonna keep it even here. He was quite confident that between PB and OXG, it did not matter, Cookies, who they were gonna be facing off against. Grixer was confident that his team, including Citizen, as you saw on the screen there, that they were gonna be victorious.
Yeah, I mean, and if I can go back to the familiarity thing, they've already played like 4 maps against each other, and like,
That's true as well.
I feel like they've probably played each other more than like they've played like scrims against anybody. I mean, like they've literally played like 30, 40 rounds. I mean, I think they're very familiar with each other.
Yeah.
And it's really just gonna come down to who plays better Thomas Clancy Rainbow Six. I mean, and who actually adapts. Because again, if we're going to Cafe like any second now, whenever this dude joins, which I think he just did.
Yep.
Hey.
If Sonics have adapted since the last time they blew like a 5-3 lead against Beast, like, maybe they'll have a better shot than what I'm thinking. But that's on them. I can just only give you my observations, Brem, on what is absolute. It's in their hands.
It is indeed. Well, we've changed up both teams and we've changed up one caster. Let's throw to them to move it to Cafe.
Hello there once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get ready for our second series of the day and our second caster pair of the day as well. It's still me, of course, Blue here. I got Pengu with me. Pengu, how's it going? We have never casted together, have we?
Not once have we ever. This will be our first.
So it's going to be our very first time jumping on the mic together. It's a pleasure, of course, to be here with you. And for a pretty good match as well, Oxygen up against the Sonics, 2 legendary names as far as North American Siege is concerned.
Certainly.
And going over to Cafe for this duel. How do we make of the start of this series on Cafe?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Sonics because this is going to be one of those. I am curious how well they can play as a team on a map that kind of forces you into a very small surface area. Once you go into the roof and drop that red hatch, for example, you're going to be stuck in a very small field of area, or area field rather. So, and Sonics, we saw them yesterday when they played, they like the freedom to move around and do things, especially somebody like Citizen. And Sonics, they also start on the attacking side. So XG, I feel like this map number 1, it should heavily favor them, but of course, we'll have to wait and see.
Obviously, we have the very individualistic playstyle that can come from those Oxygen members too. That's really going to show out here, like Newers in the early round. Really going to be able to exercise a lot of that control. And now with this first ban, realistically going to be able to continue to do so too. Dokkaebi going to be hurting the intel game clear that Sonics would have more than likely liked to have brought to the table, but obviously no longer the case with her being banned out.
Yeah, I'm curious what Sonics said they're going to be cooking up now, because on their attack or bans, they kind of flex things around, right? They try and target their opponents. And right now, the question is, what do you want to remove from a side swap comes around that you don't need yourself on the attacking side? Sonics, they offer that utility counter. They say, we don't need the floors, we don't care about the floors, but OXG, they love playing those drone-oriented operators. But one thing to note, almost every single team so far in the NAL, they've been target banning the Brava against OXG, against Foxy, and Sonics, they let it go through for this first map of Cafe.
So Flores, like we saw in the earlier series as well, going to be removed from play, but then Azami now follows that up as our first defender ban to be knocked out there. That aligns pretty well with what we've been seeing in most of our matches, to be honest here. Azami, especially on a map like Cafe, where you have that individualistic playstyle that can really shine out, and obviously an operator like Azami can really boost that to another level. It makes perfect sense to knock her out here, but Mira as well going to be the final ban, as Mira has quite a bit of play capability, especially on sites like the third floor and the first floor hold, so it does make sense to want to remove her from play instead of one of the usual 3 that we've been seeing banned out more often than not in these games.
Absolutely. Now, the question really comes down to who gets to set the pace for this Cafe matchup. We have seen so many times the last couple of days here in the LCQ that the attacking team, they're always in full control. And we saw in particular yesterday, OXG, its Sweaters and Neurers on that super aggressive entry, really setting the pace in the first minute of the round. And it was something that Parabellum they could not deal with whatsoever at any moment in that series. Now Sonics, of course, they have very formidable players themselves. Garner, Grixer, Rexon, Geo, Citizen. Not a single member on this roster is something that we go, they can't really shoot back. No, they can absolutely, all 5 of them, shoot back. So it might be a case of OXG, when they go on their attacking side, that it's not going to be as easy for them today to get those entry kills as they did yesterday. But first, I want to see how OXG will defend against Sonics' attacking lineup.
All right. We're looking, like you said, going to see those aggressive extensions be deployed by the Oxygen roster, as is usually the case for these second floor holds. So areas like Cocktail, even Cigar as well, now going to be reinforced by the defense so they can extend their playtime and, more importantly, take that time away from the Sonics' overall attacking time bank to move down to the second floor and steal away mining for eventual control to get into the site. Speaking of which, Sonics now out onto the board, so let's see where they'll try to take that initial control. More likely just going for the usual set upstairs and working things down from there. So it'll be a little inactive across the map here for the first few seconds, but the action will begin in about a minute or 2 once the Sonics have taken that control and droned things out as usual.
I really like the fact that OXG are playing a heavy information game right now. They got both the Echo and the Valkyrie to really lock down this map, and Sonics maybe making a small mistake in this opening round, not going with the IQ, or maybe just not getting enough intel in the prep phase with their drones to locate those information operators, because it's very hard to actively move through the map while getting yellow ping constantly by 2 different camera operators. Citizen, great work so far, finds a ton of information, but that's going to be the Gemini clone, not the actual player getting a map presence, but it's actually forced Stream to leave that deployable shield position and go all the way back towards that corner near the hatch.
More than likely not wanting to contend against pressure from the bar itself upstairs, as well as someone more likely on rappel outside of the window behind him. Sees another drone work its way in from that rappelled position and just gives it up, as he knows he's not really going to be too long for this role, especially if the Sonics had been able to flood in through the hatches already. They had, to be fair, but again, this is just a bit more of a looking to the future move from Oxygen to try and not lose a player so early on, and ultimately ended up being the right thing as that pinch eventually does come through. A clean start to this round so far from the Sonics, as they've accomplished everything they wanted to go for in this first minute and a half.
And that's the thing about playing the mining and dining bomb site. You don't have to worry about holding that top floor for as long as possible, just for, the first minute or so. Or normally on the reading bomb site, well, if you lose top floor, you lose everything below it. So it's really good recognition by OXG strategically to say, you know what, we don't have to fight and dive this upstairs hole, just buy a little bit of time and then fall back, and we'll do just that. And now we have to keep our eyes on these Yokai drones and the Valkyrie cameras, because as I said, there's no IQ. We already saw Yokai below the skylight granting so much information to the members of OXG, but so far, nobody has been able to make an active play off of any of the intel, and there's no active C4s in the pockets of any of the members either.
Conversely, at the same time, Sonic's not able to isolate out a whole lot of intel from their perspective on the top downs that have been opened up primarily, of course, by the Sledge, but some other players helping out with that too. They're going to start to gain it. And wow, I correct myself very quickly. Now a very active kill here picked up by Gunnar, as he's going to be able to knock out Sweater for the first kill of the round. Only occurring here at about the 35-second mark, though, so still a long way to go, but at least it's a promising beginning. What more than likely is going to follow itself through to be the execute. The soft paneling here allows for a clean entry. I was going to remark on this earlier, but we can bring it up now. Pretty much no defensive prowess inside of Train whatsoever, so it's actually going to be a pretty active plant. As you mentioned, though, the Yokai utility going to try and prevent that one-to-one trades across the map, but the Yokai is not able to make it over to the plant spot because of that. Gunnar will get down, not totally out of the count just yet, but obviously the case now also down here as well. Yaga tries to wrap back into the inside of mining, but fails to realize that Geo is there with waiting arms, ready to shut him down. Dream, as well as Foxay, are all that remains here for the retake, and they do not have a whole lot of angle work to play off of, unfortunately, so one of those two already going to be smited, leaving it all on Foxay against a 1v4. Nowhere to even go for safe coverage here, so the Sonics give us a very clean round number 1.
One small concerning thing there for OXG is because, or is rather that they were playing very far off the bomb side, and then you're thinking, okay, they got Yokais, they got C4s, they got information, but they didn't. Both C4s spent very early in the round trying to look for those opening kills, and as you saw, the Yokai drone was in the pillar position so far away from the bomb side that even though he held W on that drone the entire time, trying to speed up towards the bomb side, it didn't even get close to it. And once Sonics get down that diffuser, it's almost a guaranteed round for them. They have great post-line positions, they have vertical control up above, and they simply had the man advantage because Gunnar got that opening kill way earlier in the round. We know OXG, they are a momentum-oriented team. When they get the opening kills, they convert that from one-man lead to two-man lead, etc., and they trade very effectively off one another. But when they start 4 versus 5, they lose that opening engagement. Usually, that is where they find their biggest struggles as a team. And when you're defending Cafe, you need these numbers to go in your favor because the more guns you can point in one direction, the entry point from the attacking team, the higher the chance is going to be for a round victory. Which sounds obvious, but it is sometimes just that simple.
The pacing was very rough for Aksha to contend against inside of that round 2. Sonic's very rarely ever taking a step back to kind of go pure intel for a few moments there, just kind of maintaining positions. That would have been when some of those more aggressive solo-leaning players from Aksha would have been able to set themselves up for flanks inside of the late round. We never really got to that point. Sonics were always moving forward, always taking map control, always setting up at a bar minimum for the next step, and that just never really left any room open for defensive shenanigans over the course of the round. Yeah, that Prophet drone looks like it nearly snuck by someone from Aksha at first, but just Yaga needing a second to correct his aim and prevent that theft of the drone for the other side.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch drone from Brava is a very fun addition to Rainbow Six Siege, I would say. I mean, we've already now seen a couple of interactions where you hack in a Runegate or a Banshee, even a Goo Mine sometimes, and attackers can kind of find themselves in the middle of the bomb site or creeping up or down a staircase for a potential flank. Rex, though, you'll try again, and this might be the reason why Sonics didn't opt for the Brava ban themselves, because they actually also are a team that happens to play this particular operator, and the first drone didn't find much success. Rexon playing smart, patiently, and he knows exactly what the Yokai is, so go for it again.
This time he'll successfully steal it away, so that'll be a very nice utility piece to use on the execute itself. All intel being stolen away here too. Bulletproof being taken, that'll be a very annoying duet for someone to walk into. But hold on a second. OXG is just shutting down all of the attack elsewhere on the map. Down to 2 attackers out of absolutely nowhere. Rexon, the one who was on drones up until a few seconds ago, and Geo, thankfully still with hard breach to utilize here, but from a 2v5 perspective, that's not gonna get you a whole lot, especially considering we have a bandit in play too. But Geo starts us strong with an instant headshot against Foxay as he moves over into Prep Kitchen to knock him out. Nearly got himself a second duel. In fact, he knows for certain this is because of all the intel that was stolen from the Clutch drones earlier, that he has another one waiting nearby, but he also has to be wary of that presence up top. So won't commit himself fully to this push just yet. We'll give some room for Rex, and I believe, to get into position as well here. And indeed, he'll counter out that top angle to hopefully allow for Geo to push directly through here.
And if there wasn't a bandit on the board, I think this could be a decent position for Geo and for Rexon, but because they cannot get through this wall whatsoever, they're now being forced into essentially a meat grind, all right? That prep single area, deployable shield, vertical angles, the crosshair from Yogg inside the closet as well. There's just no easy way in whatsoever. And unless, OXG are gonna swing mindlessly, it's just not gonna be looking very possible here.
Geo a little bit more confidence there. Might have just been able to line himself with a headshot angle, but does not take the shot. Missed opportunity. Rexon as well trying to sort of circumnavigate back over towards Whiskey to open up a new pathway for him to go in, but in the process of doing so, he has allowed for the Legion to retake the inside of Kochek. We'll go 1 for 1. There's a triangle set up by Sweater, and he'll follow it through with the final kill as well. 1-1 on rounds so far here as OXG gets their revenge for the first round downstairs in Kitchen.
It was awesome watching Rexon get so much value with the clutch drone, but then, as you said, while that's happening, everyone else basically died around the map, and it's one of those classic kind of Twitter discussion. People go, how great is our operators like Flores, like Twitch, like Brava? And you go, well, they can get you so much utility clear, but sometimes you'll spend a full minute like Rexon on a drone only for the game to be 2 versus 5. And you wonder, was it really worth it? Well, it's hard to gauge because, yes, Rexon could have droned elsewhere on the map, could have been a different operator, whatever, but that doesn't necessarily mean the outcome of the round goes differently. We didn't, unfortunately, really see exactly what happened, but it seemed like a classic case of OXG just winning their gunfights and swinging and getting into those opening engagements. That's exactly what players like Neuer, Sweater, and Yawk, they want to do as much as possible, and it's why they have all the kills on the board. Dream and Foxay so far, they're not even needed in these gunfights as of yet.
Yeah, a lot of potential built up for what could have happened with all those stolen tech from the clutch drones, but we never saw Sonic get to the point where they really could have abused that against Oxygen. Unfortunately, for the reasons you mentioned, the entry power just not there to clear out specifically Bakery and a few other key parts of the map too that prevented access for the Sonics here. So we'll see if they can clean it up a little bit more as we're returning out. This is a bit of a familiar spot for the Sonics. It's going to be another second floor hold here for Oxygen. This time though, it will be the reading site instead of mining, which was played back on round number 1. Fireplace obviously is still a similar site that'll come from that one. We just switch over the position of the second one here. And that goes back to what you were saying before, where now this upstairs hold has a lot more prevalence to the outcome of the round, so OXG is going to fight a bit harder to maintain control up here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dream is going to actually die in that upstairs position and use those toxic vapes early to stall down Sonics, because it really is do or die upstairs. Rex and also from Sonics picking up the IQ. They recognize that the information game from the defending team is just simply too much. It's too overwhelming. And the thing about Rex is that last round he was on drones very frequently. This round he is supposed to be on the scanner of IQ as much as possible, locate where those Valkyrie cameras are going to be from Neuros, and then kind of map it out for his team and keep up to date with how many have we killed, how many are left, because that is going to be his biggest focus as the IQ. In the meantime though, Garner doing great work with the drone, getting info on Piano, but no one's really following up by entrying. That's the downside of being both the entry player and the droner right now from Garner, because he needs assistance. The call is made though, in a 2v1 gunfight.
Entry coming in here from Rexon, but it's going to fail. Sweater ready for the challenge in the middle of Cigar as well. Just takes it outright, knocks down the challenger. Gunner's going to attempt to move forward and try to trade this back out, but even he's uncertain of his own future right now. Has no teammate support if he continues to follow this through, and someone presses through the primary bar to flank him. He's more than likely a dead player. Will make this a little bit more difficult, and unfortunately more difficult for himself as Sweater just takes on the mantle of that peak and knocks out Gunner as well. 2-0 start to this round for Sweater as he shuts out both Rexon and Gunner on the push through Cigar. Citizen's going to try to make up for this now with the main bar push, but it's already a rough take here for our attackers.
Yeah, and there's nobody from Sonics really, you know, covering any of the rotations. Nobody's wide hallway window, white stairs window, etc. Nobody on Piano Rappel. They're just dropping down that red hatch, opening up the soft wall, and taking those one-on-one engagements. And again, OXG, they always get out ahead in those individual gunfights. Minute left to go, and Citizen and Sonics, and now they gotta just scatter around and try and look for something.
I think they've learned the lesson of the previous round with kind of the crazy aggression that can suddenly burst out from Oxygen at a moment's notice, but certainly not. Finally, though, they do pick up that trade a few seconds ago against Yaga. And there's been a lot of pepper damage going on to multiple members. The team just saw it there again. Newers being hit from the top down here, but at the same time, Dream still holding his own. Back over by Cocktail. His fight will finally come to an end, and the case will be retrieved as well. So down to now a 2v2 as Grixer also makes his mark further downstairs. Newers and Foxy are heavily injured, but Citizen also about 50 HP, so he'll more likely be sticking himself on the top-down angle until the site is totally clear. But now that I look at the time, he's going to need to proceed a bit more quickly, and thankfully, we'll find a kill to prompt that access to the site. Newers, though, with a pinhole angle, trades it back onto Grixer. Now it's a 1v1. There's no time remaining as well. Grixer knows he needs to go for the kill. Doesn't even have the right position, unfortunately, so OXG win it on a null timer.
That is a moment where a Citizen is going to hate the fact that the Legion goo mines exist in that round, because that slows you down. You cannot sprint, You cannot be quick enough to get into a gunfight against Foxy and maybe have it, or Newest rather, to maybe have a chance to win out that round. So losing to utility essentially is what happened there for Sonics, but it looked like a very poor start, the constant 1 versus 1 gunfights, but then they find so many picks, especially from the vertical holes up above when they got top floor control, and Dream was completely abandoned by his team on that smoke, playing completely isolated with no duo, no frag, no C4, no nothing. And the moment he got killed, that's when things really got opened up for Sonics. But in 1v1, it's a close round, but it's enough for the defending team to win, because if that timer hits 0, you get the round unless the diffuser is planted or attempted to be put down. That wasn't the case.
So OXG with 2 rounds in a row now. The defensive side take control of the matchup, currently at 2-1. Sonics will look to make up for that as they return to the other second floor site here that OXG is going to try to go for a double hold on. Obviously just taking control of reading room. Now they're trying to take mining, but this is obviously where the Sonics was able to excel in their own regard. A lot of that success, though, came from mistakes from Oxygen's defensive setup, specifically where they had utility placed. There's a much less higher emphasis on the utility, just with the selections they've gone for this time. And we'll see as well if they caught on to the issues of their positioning that ultimately led to a lot of their deaths prematurely back on round number 1 to see if they can make it 3-1. Or Sonics, of course, are going to be able to take control again to make it a 2-2 game.
Of course, Dream and the Maestro, one of the more iconic operators for him. He tends to play this character on various maps, especially Border and Cafe. Maestro's presence in the meta has really shifted up and down a lot the last couple of years. And right now, a lot of teams just simply find the game to be too fast-paced and kill-oriented for Maestro to really fit into things, but Dream is one of those players that makes that work. Sure, he plays the Maestro and he's going to sit on cameras, etc. But when he's needed to go out and do some killing, he gets off the cam and enables that all that with the 80 bullets in the magazine. And we saw him multiple times in those 2 versus 4s, almost bring it back for his team. Yours, though. That young gunner, always early in the engagements, takes down Citizen, and Sweater takes down Geo. This duo from OXG doing all the heavy lifting right now.
That's also going to be an unintentional, but still very heavy time sink for the Sonics too, as now Grixer is going to have to navigate himself, interrupt what he was currently working on, go to pick up the case. Thankfully, he is on the platform. I thought they didn't actually have anyone up there with Citizen and Geo, but it looks like they do, so it'll be a little bit less of a time sink. However, overall, still a bit inconvenient for the Sonics, and so won't be fully confident on going over to pick it up with the presence we have already been seeing pop out these windows and already claiming kills with 0 damage responded to from the Sonic side so far as well. Both those players on OXG to pick up kills don't take a single bullet back, so very, very clean to this one. And indeed, making up for the mistakes that were made back in round number 1 here. Looking to try and kind of make a very large statement with a 3-1 lead here and a full 3-site rotation against the Sonics attack.
Yeah, and against Sonics, the left just kind of hope that OXG make a ton of mistakes in this round and give them just absolutely free kills. With a minute to go, Sonics, they have to be the ones to initiate, look for those openings themselves, and it makes sense that Grixer is so far off his team because someone's got to just try and pick something off when they rotate. Meanwhile, it's going to be Rexin and Gunner up above, trying to play together and try and get some map control at least, but look at this. All of OXG, they recognize they don't need upstairs anymore. Jump back down those hatches, play on the bomb site itself. Sure, they got, well, there it is. There's a C4. I was trying to say they have a sledge. Gunner is still alive, but now Rexin is gone as well. 2v4 for Sonics.
Gonna try and force the issue now down through the second floor. Has been able to reach the bottom of the staircase without too much of an issue, but as you have been mentioning before, OXG really peeling back their angles here. Could realistically go for a double peek against him if they have the intel that he's there, but it's more of a feeling, I believe, right now, more than any actual concrete information. That'll change, of course, with the pickup against Sweater, but there we go. The double peek from the players inside of Library as well as Fireplace Room quickly make up for that one. And Grixer just practicing his aim at the moment here as he wraps around that pillar. Not really much for himself to play into. Yeah, we'll waste out the remaining time. No, I'm not really sure what you're looking at there, Grix. There's no one there. There's no crowd to react to here either, so you can't really play off of that. But OXG still take it once again. Second round that they will win on the timer now.
Looking at Cafe statistics, not that these numbers are super solid, and Cafe only played 4 times so far in the LCQ, but Cafe, surprisingly enough, is actually a quote-unquote attacker-sided map so far, but it doesn't tell the full story, right? We've had non-professional teams in the LCQ, we've had one-sided matchups, and also some teams just match up very differently. Of course, if you start on the, I don't know, attacker side, as for example Sonics are right now, and you're just an incredible attacker team, you can fit those numbers. But right now, the defense win rate is 32% overall. which is not great. But OXG right now pumping up those numbers, going 3-1 so far. But it's also their map choice. They want to go to Cafe. They thrive on this map. The big question really comes down to the second map, which is going to Sonics on that Oregon, a map that every single team can play. So I would argue that OXG, if you take Cafe, see what happens on Sonic's map. Worst case, you got the third map of Clubhouse where both teams also can play a good game of Rainbow Six Siege. But so far, I would say that OXG has impressed me more than Sonics. I want to see more from them. Some more one-off operators, some one-off strats, try and go for something that can maybe catch OXG off guard, because Sonics, they've been approaching these rounds in a very common way. They spawn safely, approach the building, try and get up, drone it out, play kind of slow and safe, and then still die in those opening duels. I want to see them try and go for a quick play. Play some Blitz, play some Monty, play some Ying, play some Armor, try and catch OXG off guard, because right now, I don't think the default way of Siege is working against them.
OXG as well really going to extend their wings as far as the defensive setup is concerned, going to the fourth and final site they've yet to play into up on the third floor. Site which has fallen by the wayside for defenders quite a bit as of the last few months, and in some cases years as well here. A bad start to the round though, as we were waiting to see that run out from Newers. You guys had seen him prepping it by Heldor. Knew he was going to make a play for it eventually, and indeed, it goes off uncontestedly, knocks out Rexon, and removes a very important operator from the attack. Those are the Brava drones, the clutch drones, now completely knocked out before they ever see the light of day in this round.
Yeah, and you see this again, Sonics, they play a really good utility game, right? They got the IQ, they got the Brava, okay, Brava's dead, and they can map out all these different pieces of utility, but it doesn't really matter if you just keep losing members across the map so early in these rounds. Sure, you know where the ADSs are, the Valkyrie cameras, etc., but you're not inside the building. All members are still on the roof or outside. Gio not even on the roof himself right now with the diffuser. And the first step of the plan for an attack on Cafe is normally get to the roof, drop down the red hatch, and establish your presence on the map. So far, Sonics, they're struggling to get that first step done on all of these rounds. And unless these nades just, they find 2 kills or whatever, I don't know how they're gonna get in.
August saved, thankfully, by one of his ADSs, which goes unprompted up until that nade is thrown, so that should gobble it back up. Second one, obviously, going to be a little bit harder to deal with, as now it's Dream in this position as well. Dream was able to get out of the way, but thankfully playing between the two cocktail tables, so avoids the worst of that damage there. Whereas, of course, still heavily injured himself, but thankfully, we do have the dock in place. That'll boost him right back up to near full HP. Not really much of an issue for him to play out of now, so he'll continue to kind of swing aggressively if the moment presents itself. Speaking of which, Sonics only just now starting to consider that third floor control for themselves, as we can see it moving back in, but Gio just finds Foxe roaming around Pillar over here. Foxe none the wiser to it, apparently. When all else fails, the direct play is often the best solution, at least in this case for Gio.
Yeah,
Gio.
they get...
He's gonna walk right into the setup for Dream, still present on the dock inside of Cocktail, and he's given a second opportunity to frag. He'll take it as well. Doesn't get the full kill, unfortunately. Bricks are a little bit too focused on fragging himself, though, so he's not immediately available to wrap back over and revive Citizen. And as you can see, there's no one really else able to accomplish that. Nicely played as well from Newers, as it's abused on the res. Knew that someone was gonna make a bid for that, and that they had to regroup at the bottom of Red Hatch. So he collapses upon that and shuts down the remaining 2 players to win out the round and give them a very healthy 4-1 scoreline so far on this defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics, they might go on Cafe defense very soon, but if you lose this upcoming round, you're down 1-5 in round count, and that means that you gotta go absolutely perfect on the defense. Otherwise, you go OT, or you simply just lose in regulation. And again, Sonics with a very linear approach to the map, and sure, they keep losing somebody early. Last time there was Rexon, and that does make things more complicated because you have less manpower to move around the map and get to the right positions, but there's nobody on the piano repels. There's nobody stopping OXG from moving around without any care in the world. Even opening the windows without being on the rappel will make them think maybe someone is actually going to possibly be there. But if the windows are completely closed and a single piece of the barricade is broken, the glass, they know for a fact that no one is going to be there, and they can, just as we saw, sprint through piano and swing into Cigar and get those final 2 kills. And Citizen, who was injured, cannot be revived whatsoever. So, final round now. OXG, they have done it on all 4 bomb sites, and in the last 4 rounds, they've gotten all 4 opening kills uncontested. So it's a very similar story in all these rounds, which is Newers or Sweaters, early round success, gets a kill, and Sonics, they just fall apart from there. Let's see if Newers can get another spawn peek.
Oh, backs away just at the right moment, too. As a peek comes in from Citizen, just as the EE1D busts out. Good timing from the Sonics, but unable to capture it. Citizen misses an opportunity to finally claim the first frag here for the Sonics. OXG will respect that, though. Back away from that position and start to fall a little bit closer back to the site and the extensions that they have deployed naturally up onto the 3rd floor. Gunnar similarly starting to put a little bit more of that cigar pressure on the Sweater here. As we can see, Rexon taking a bit of heat from one of the windows. Citizen as well. The timing here could work out for him, but he's none the wiser. Noor just alt-stepping towards him, silent as the grave, and takes him down outright. First kill once again claimed by our defenders here.
I mean, there's something very satisfying about seeing the operator of Nurk getting kind of like flanked directly head on, because Nurk is normally the operator that does that to the defending team, right? You sneak out the map, you don't make any noise, and you get those quote-unquote easy kills. And Citizen, in a great position, was going to act when the gadget would recharge, but Newers just reads that or hears it perfectly, and again, he's 8-1 so far, just picking up these kills for free.
Oh, Gunnar.
That's a free one as well.
Nicely done. Just the drive-by on Repel to quickly take out Sweater. Equalizes us down into the 4v4. Keep in mind that the damage done to Rexon is limiting his own capability to kind of frag out in the middle of any direct gunfight. They will still have that disadvantage, but with Gunnar swinging the way he just did, that may not be an obstacle for too much longer here. Takes the full control of Cigar. It has been gifted over by Oxygen, given that trade that had occurred and the control they'd already found earlier in the round. They've held it back until, of course, we see the Sonics move further down White Hallway over towards areas like Cocktail. There's going to be a bit more of a fight deployed by our defenders.
There is one concerning thing right now for Sonics. They only have 2 drones left, so they have almost no active information to work upon. One drone left now,
yeah.
and it might even be a flying drone at this point. That means that right now, Gunnar and the rest of the entry cast from Sonics, they gotta walk in completely blind, playing off game sense and sound, because that's all they have to work with.
It is at least on an active, still alive player at this point, but Fox is going to steal back that kill against Rexon off of the impact here. Gunnar trades it back again to keep the numbers at a palatable point for the attackers. But at the same time, OXG are split up to a certain degree here, so Sonics move quickly enough. They could take advantage upon this, but that moment will quickly fade away. So OXG is beginning to center themselves back onto the site as well. Gunnar will try to open up as much top-down real estate as possible, especially here towards a library with only 20 seconds to go. He really does not have a whole lot of time to wait this around. Just setting up a safe plant from Heldor into the back library area so that they can get that going for themselves. And thankfully, I don't believe Oxygen will have too strong of a way to contest this. Obviously, Fox in the midst of this one. Dog as well going for a big flank. He takes down a player up on top, and that could be the end of it indeed, and they will. Nicely played by Oxygen as they seal it on a 5-1 scoreline, dropping round number 1, but a perfect 5-round streak after that.
Yeah, also in that 3 versus 3, beautifully played by OXG. They had 2 members flanking upstairs, Newers and York, and the last side player somehow managed to kill the planter, and the one drone that was indeed alive for Sonics, it wasn't that red stairs flank. That meant the white stairs was completely the black zone. Nobody had any idea of what was happening there. Newers just sprinted on up, and even if Sledge killed one of the 2 flankers, because they sent 2 people upstairs, they almost guaranteed that vertical control for the post plant, and it denies Sonics a stable position to play from, even if the diffuser were to go down, but it didn't. They never got that far. And now the side saw comes run. Sure, Cafe is easier to defend. It's where most teams they thrive. It's where they want to be. But you start 1 and 5. Your mental not doing so great. Your opening duels doing terribly. Yeah, Sonic, they got the first round victory. They got the opening kill, and they got the plant down. It was arguably perfect from a numbers perspective. But that's where the story ends, because in the following 5 rounds, all the opening kills, they go to OXG, no plans from Sonics, and all 5 rounds as well with that also goes to OXG. Now Sonics will start downstairs in kitchen bomb site, and they will actually bring out something relatively spicy. Geo's playing Clash. Not a very common side on this bomb site or cafe in general, and I'm curious to see how they're going to try and enable this operator. Normally, Clash will try and just seek out the engagement, if they go for bakery take, Clash will go bakery because you can just kind of walk around. If they go for backside, that's where Geo will go as well. So Geo likely going to be matching whatever OXG will choose to do.
Given the operator selects from Oxygen as well, and the kind of lack of any range soft breach potential that could stun out the Clash and give them that opportunity to take her down, such as obviously like an Ashe would be the most obvious one, Zofia would be a good one as well. We don't have any of that right now for Oxygen.
Nothing.
So there's not really a direct and easy way to deal with Geo. So assuming he's been set up properly wherever he's going to play with enough will mind. We'll talk more about it in a sec. Gunnar with a zinger of a shot to counter out Sweater, who was also playing a pretty tricky angle there to try and spot his opponent on the inside, but Rexon does him one better and knocks out the Jackal before he can even begin to sniff out the footsteps on the inside of this lurk.
Yeah, and maybe you could say a bit of lack of respect from OXG, maybe from Sweater, because if your entire team is going for an upstairs roam clear because it's as you said, you have no way to directly deal with the Clash. It makes sense to try and go above, destroy the floor vertically, because that's where Clash kind of gets nullified and doesn't get that full value factor. But Jackal, who is the literal best roam clearer in the game, basically, he's the one sitting outside the building holding Bakery, where like you would ideally want Sweater to come in with Yawk, for example, scan for all the roamers, save it to a bit of time and drone work, and then just lock down the 3 staircases that goes to the bump side, and then just let Yawk do his thing. Open up all of this floors you see. And now Clash, Geo will walk around, but he can't do much now.
So going to try to make up for that lack of the Jackal play that has come in here. Still plenty of nade work that can be deployed. That's really the only saving grace they have to deal with the Clash alongside the vertical pressure that we're seeing Yaga work a little bit now. But that goes back to what I was saying at the very beginning of the round. We've also got so much grenade mitigation on the defense that more than likely, as long as the Clash doesn't overstep her bounds, a lot of those nades just get gobbled right up and at a minimum be given enough time to back away from them in the case they end up running into magnets. So we're even starting to see some of those nades get used here. The first one from Yaga, more like it's dealing with some utility inside of Prep Kitchen. They need to be careful with those. Like I said before, that is the cleanest way by far to knock out this Clash, and she knows it. So Geo is going to continue to play very passively here while he waits for the pressure to boil through. Pressure with which Dream is already actively deploying into the site here as well. They're down to about 40 seconds. We do need to start seeing that, but just on his lonesome here, very little support for it. Naga striking true, though, does get the first kill. It's going to be against the Warden as well, bringing us down to that 4v4, and they're prepped for more of them, as we can see the pinch coming from Whiskey Stairs, but Rexon again, the saving grace here, the second angle on this Whiskey hold, catches Foxay off guard and puts the player count back in the favor of the Sonic Stream. Also cannot really continue to move forward here, and Noors as well, shot down from the backside. The flank is completed. Geo will begin to move in for the rest of this shutdown as he himself denies the plant, and Yaga nowhere near the case. We will not have enough time nor enough presence here to be able to bring the round back for Oxygen. It's a solid one from the Sonics to start things out as they win the kitchen defense.
All they needed was a bit of magic, and the Clash brought exactly that. OXG very visually did not know exactly what to do about that operator. They're trying to shoot it vertically, shoot it directly. I mean, they threw a Bravo drone at it, like, okay, that doesn't do anything. They even chucked 3 different grenades in the area of where the Clash was going to be playing at, and it only took away about half of the HP from Geo. So a great round from Sonics, and it was that kind of stuff they were missing on their attack inside, where they didn't really bring out any of those kind of surprise factoring operator. It's kind of brought the same couple of things every single round, and it's very easy for you to deal with those scenarios. They've done that so many times in the past, and that was even, of course, with Sweater dying early. So it was a 5 versus 4 in favor of Sonics, but again, that's what you need. You need to try and go for those kills when you can. You can't just play from behind every single round. I want to see Sonics keep playing proactively. I know it's hard when you get shut down so many times in a row, losing literally 5 rounds of the 6 on the first half, but you're not out of it just yet. It's not even match point. Sonics, they are in a position to make that comeback happen, and they still even have their tactical time available if they want to discuss things or change things around.
All right, plenty of time here for Oxygen to continue to rebound on this attack after things do not go where they would have liked here. But of course, the Sonics continue to move forward onto their next site of choice, which will be onto the second floor here, and mining as well. So going for the same exact choice that we saw Oxygen go for before they later on, of course, ended up still going for the library take also. But away from that, Oxygen on the board now, looking to go for their first initial clears. The IQ has also been brought into the fold this time. We'll have some limited effectiveness in terms of what's actually going to end up spotting out here, but it will be nice for being able to quickly take care of, more importantly, the Valkyrie cameras more than anything else here. Give them preemptive warning before they potentially chuck some nades in against some of the mitigation that's still going to be present here from the Sonics. Away from that, though, no huge surprises from either team on what's been brought, and we can already see the Clutch drones going to work here, stealing away that intel, as indeed nicely done here, and we'll knock out at least one of Maestro's cameras, and Gunnar will have to commit a little bit of self-suicide on his drones. He has to take that back for himself, but they'll continue to steal them away as the Valkyrie camp is next up as well before this one's finally dealt with.
And you can kind of see that OXG, they're trying to premeditate an attack on the mining bomb site, because that's where they're going to take away both the Valkyrie cameras and the Maestro cams as well. And that's because that if those cameras are left alive, you can get C4'd from below, and of course be pinged out and your position will be exposed. But OXG, they don't really have any execution operators. They have no smoke grenades, they have no Ying, for example. They do get the opening kill around the Citizen once again. That's going to give them a fair bit of control over Piano. And with that, they can go on in and start breaking the floor apart as well if y'all can get upstairs. OXG has multiple ways into this round. There's a little half the round to go.
of time here for Sonics to still find a way to battle this back into their own favor, especially with how slowly Oxygen is taking things. They know as well that there's quite a few players on the Sonics that will jump at an opportunity to play this out aggressively, just like we saw from Rexon at the beginning of round number 1. There was a very beautiful counter angle, but then things have gone a little bit more quiet. Rexon and the rest of the Sonics more so playing to preserve what they already maintain rather than venture out and try to steal more back from the attackers. Grixter very patiently waits for confirmation that he has Noors on the other side of that angle. When he sees that little tiny bit of movement, he's like, yep, he's there. Grabs the headshot, takes him down, and we're back down to a 4v4 because of that.
Yep. I mean, it's so hard to see Iana on a gray background wall like that. I mean, I was leaning forward being like, does Grixter actually see him? Because we have the outlines on, so we definitely do. But yeah, great shot from him. And again, the drones is coming on in. Some getting shot by Gunner. And OXG.
I'll kill 2 drones, why not?
Yeah, I mean, -1. Sweater just runs in.
It's gonna work though. Nice entry power from Sweater here as he takes command. Gunner is still hyper observant to the fact of that rotation for the drones that had flooded through a moment prior. Another kill also claimed, of course, by Fox and Rex, and so far the only one to battle back against this. And now he's gone down too. Sweater up to 3 on the round as he doubles back over to the train doorway to make up for that lost teammate. Grixter completely detached from all this action. Obviously he was holding back the tide upstairs until a few moments prior, but now he's completely out of his element here. 1v3 as he works himself down. He does have some teammate overwatch from that Valkyrie camera behind him, and a good snapshot to take down Foxy at least, but a long way to go. And he realistically only has about 10 seconds left to get onto the case here. Over to the usual rotate. Dream is more than ready for that. So OXG takes command of the first of 2 rounds they need to shut out this map.
And it's again all about this setup early on from Foxy and from OXG, shutting down the information on the bomb site, allowing Sweater to get that information with the 3rd drones just being tossed at Gunner and says, you know what, let's just go for it. Sprints in, takes full control, and the follow-up is immediate from OXG. The plant goes down instantaneously, the cover is there from Pillar, and they shut down any attempt from a retake from Sonics. And yes, this will indeed force out the tactical timeout from Sonics as it's kind of now or never. It's 2-6 in favor of OXG. It's match point.
You would have hoped to have seen this at an earlier point in the game, at least for me, during the first half, but I can understand why they wanted to delay it until the second half, obviously, with things kind of going the way they were. Maybe there wasn't a whole lot they would be able to change up to stop it there, and they felt it would have been better used here if they got off to the ground, or if they got their feet on the ground running at the beginning of this half. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. They've gone 1-1, and now they're in the same exact situation where they started things out. We've gone from a 1-5 to 2-6, and now they've got to be perfect for 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, and of course, we always have to make the argument that when you take your tactical timeout, you also allow the opponent to also speak with their coach amongst themselves. So while Sonics right now can figure out exactly how they want to defend this upcoming bomb set, that will be the reading bomb set so currently, it also gives OXG equal amount of time to be like, all right, guys, what do we want to change up? Because despite OXG being in the lead significantly with the 4-round lead currently, they also are not playing perfect Rainbow Six Siege. You have always can find things you can work upon, improve, etc. So it's gonna be a double-edged sword here. But you gotta do it. I mean, it's silly to go out in this round, for example, and Sonics don't call a tactical timeout. You might as well try it, see what you can make work from it. Maybe try and make that 4-round comeback, go into OT, and then take it from there. This is a best-of-3 series. If you can tire out your opponent and go the distance, that can work in your favor, instead of just kind of falling over, losing 7-2, for example, and then sure, you go to Sonic's map pick afterwards, but again, it's a long road ahead for Sonics if you lose the first map.
And of course, Oxygen will be going into that with a massive confidence boost.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they win out here, a potential 7-2 in their favor. That's not something that Sonics want to have potentially happen. Indeed, going for the pause certainly hopefully gives them a chance to rehash and reconfirm their strategy before going into what very well could be the final round of the game. In terms of operator selection, again, not anything huge is going to be changed up or shaken up for the Sonics. Moving back over to the reading room now for our second floor site defense, but of course we're going to still have the Solus in play from Geo to try and actively stop the drone presence or drone clear from being so effective here. And away from that, we have seen Sweater correspond with an IQ pick.
Yeah, the IQ has really been one of the big operators of both teams, but I will say it has really been the most impactful from either side. A mixture of when IQ is played, the intrigue is struggling, because again, when it's Sonics playing the IQ, it's going to be one of their inter players normally not being enabled to do so much. And now for Sweater, same story. You don't want to be the first to take, engagements if you're going to be the IQ. Want to stay alive, almost like a quote-unquote support operator. So maybe we'll see Yark and Newers doing up instead, with Sweater taking over backseat. Yark with an early grenade doesn't find any damage. And Citizen, he's gonna stay his ground inside of this piano bathroom, but it's gonna be a tough position because there is a member on that white window hallway as well. Or white stairs window rather. That's Yark. Gets away, full HP, but then he falls over. No! There's a hatch right next door he can use.
Just a patient back and forth process there as well for Yaga, just constantly checking the lower and upper sides of it, and he walks himself right into a kill because of that one. Citizen, unfortunate to fall down to it. Now that sets Oxygen up for their ultimate round if they can follow this through. Potential second entry could be found, of course. You can see Neuer setting up for the angle over against the Cocktail player, but at the same time doesn't really have a teammate to support that push and doesn't have the full clearance to areas like Cigar. So they're going to jump up, figure out a way to accomplish that. In the meanwhile, Gio will be very happy they've chosen to kind of delay things. He's going to walk right up, have himself a whole buffet of players ready to be taken down, but he misses Dream sitting in the pocket corner of Mining right here. Knocks out and trades Gio instead. This still keeps the player advantage up by 1. Here's as well with the bruh. As indeed, that'll still keep Oxygen in control of this situation. And that'll continue to be the case, just knocking these players on Sonics down one by one. They continue to try and inch out to try and find a way to battle back into this round, but they're only re-locking their fate even deeper into it, unfortunately. Grixer and Rexen are all that remains. Good shot from Rexen to quickly capitalize on Dream's aggression, but there we go. The trades are there, as they have been throughout this round. Yaga with his third overall for the round. All the pressure now shifts to Grixer to try and save this map, and once again, for the same position, different player, but the same position, Foxy claims the final kill, and that'll be the end of it. 7-2, a statement map being made here by Oxygen as they take command of map number 1 of the series. We have plenty more action coming up in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, and of course a chance of redemption for the Sonics roster. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes to get you guys ready for map number 2.
OXG take map number 1. Cafe, it was their own pick, but Jesse, they took it a little better than I think Sonics might have wanted. But man, I gotta tell you, Newers stepped up big time, and of course Sweater as well.
Yeah, I think Newers playing very confident this game. A lot of opening picks. Really loved getting aggressive on those windows. It felt like 4 or 5 rounds of the defense. We saw Newers with his head out a window, jumping out, getting aggressive. I love to see that from him because, again, I think it shows that Newers is confident even against the best teams. We saw it earlier on against Parabellum. We started to say how Newers is coming back into his true form, right? Coming back to what we saw at the 6th Invitational. And today, even against really tough opponents, against a squad that is by no means supposed to be an easy match for OXG, Newers is playing extremely well. I'm glad you mentioned Sweater too, because he was also playing very confidently. You could make the argument sometimes it's like overconfident, sometimes he's in a very aggressive position that maybe he gets punished for, but more often than not, he's landing those frags, he's getting that kill, he's being able to back off in time after he finds that opening pick. And so I just thought it was fantastic to see. These are the 2 young gunning core that we need to see showing up on Oxygen, and they were both absolutely on today.
Cookies, how worried are you about Sonics from that map number 1, if worried at all, or maybe some of the individual players?
I don't want to single out individuals. I want to talk big picture. I want to talk big mathematics right now, Brim. Okay, because I think Sonics, it was a bigger issue than anything. I think Sonics were struggling against the bigger intel game problem. Sonics, or rather, OXG was running a lot of double info ops on defense. Okay, so we see Valk Maestro, and okay, what that means is it creates intel by deduction. And what that means is if you know you have intel on this and that, then that means you can stare at that, okay? And what that means is if you're dealing with guys like Citizen, and who we know very well, he likes to crouch walk in random places. He multiple times tried to crouch walk up red or something, and OXG has intel everywhere else, so they can deduce, oh, he's gonna come up red. Oh, he's gonna come from here. Oh, he's gonna do that. Something Ariel did not do, Jesse.
No, they did not.
They failed epically at intel by deduction, and I think Oxygen did a great job of it, and it's something I actually wanted to see out of them. They did it really good against Mirage, if you guys recall. It's a very oblique game, but they were down 2-4 in that game. They ended up coming back on the defense half because they used intel really well. They didn't lose a single defense when they would run 2 intel ops on defense. So I think it can be the same story. What map are we going to?
Oregon.
It should be the same thing on Oregon. If they run intel, BPs are common on Oregon, right? If you have a good idea of what these guys are going to do, where they're going to alert from, it's really easy to kind of read into it. And obviously, they're confident. There's a reason Newers is peeking out like that. Because Sonics are very passive. And Newers is not passive, so he's going to peek.
Well, we are going, as you said, into their map of Oregon. Citizen himself, we'll just get some stats up for him. He needs to do better, bar none in this matchup. But I don't think it rests solely on him. There were some definite choices that we saw made by all Sonics players where there were some rounds. I honestly thought when they flipped over Jesse onto their defensive half and they won that first round, I thought, okay, here we're going to see a bit more of a balance come out, even if they don't come out and win the map. It's at least going to be a little more even, but it didn't play out that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just on him, but if you're going to rely on somebody, right, if you have to fall back on someone, it's nice to be able to fall back on somebody who got 32 kills yesterday. Citizen certainly was being shut down a lot more. He's playing those Nook, playing those lurk roles, right, trying to get in and cause some havoc, and he was being shut down quite a bit. Oregon can be one of those maps where if you're trying to come in for a pinch, it can work decently well, but again, like you kind of always know, there's going to be a few specific routes that these attackers are coming from, right? Down in the basement, they can come in through the main stairs, they can come through bunker, they can come down freezer.
Jesse, you have to push with passion. Crouch walking is not, you will never win an Oregon basement attack. Crouch walking, you need to brute force, run people over. Can the Sonics do that? Are they capable of having an aggressive bone in their body as a team? 3, 2, 1, boom. Because crouch walking ain't getting it done.
Yeah.
They're just not gonna, it's not, this isn't poison and Tra. Okay, you're playing Newers Sweater, and apparently they're on one today. So those opportunities, the crouch walk opportunities, I don't think are gonna be there. So they're gonna have to play as a team. None of this solo crouch walking on this map, I don't think it's gonna work.
Well, if the numbers are telling a story, we are seeing OXG taking their map. if it turns around and Sonics indeed are able to take theirs, we are set for our first 3-map best of 3, but we need to find out, are they gonna win their own map? We're going to Oregon right now.
All right, thank you very much. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for map number 2 of our second series of the day between the Sonics and Oxygen. Oregon is the battlefield where these two teams are going to duke it out. This is after, of course, Oxygen just took commanding control of their own map pick over on Cafe. Now, I'll have to see if they can do the same thing on the Sonics pick on Oregon, or if we'll get a bit of a closer match this time. Did not end up necessarily being the case for our previous series, so let's see if it'll happen for these two teams as well. Penguin, once again, is with me here on the cast, so
Yes, sir.
to your thoughts on things as we get started with the bands.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Cook is kind of bringing down, you know, the slant distance, so you gotta push with passion. I agree. I want to see more passion from Sonics, especially on their attacking side. I want to see some Ying if possible, some Capital, maybe bring out a Monty for a single round. I want to see them try and change things up, because if you match Sonics 1-to-1 up against OXG, I simply think OXG, they come out ahead way more often than not, and that's going to give them the victories in those crucial moments. Now, all the events are on the way. First, it was the Dogobi being removed from play, then Hibana, of course, with all those basement hatches on that particular bomb site, followed by Asami once more from Sonics, meaning that you can no longer kind of change around the bomb sites and those angles, which OXG, they love to do. It makes sense to ban out the Asami, and OXG, they will remove Mira again as the final operator. So nothing too different from Cafe, actually.
Yep, the Hibana ban really the only differentiating factor so far, and the Hibana makes perfect sense considering that it's Oregon specifically, where she has a lot of play potential here, especially for clearing out areas like in upstairs. We're going to those kind of pixel perfect holes into areas like the walk-in closets, as well as being able to more easily knock out the hatch work when it comes to basement clears and the like. Speaking of which, we're going to be starting out there as you might generally expect for a defensive team to go. Oxygen is on the defensive start this time around. We'll see if they can get themselves off to a booming start with that go-to site pick, or if Sonics have a little bit more proficient of an attack to try and take control of it themselves. They actually got an interesting showing of operators here for their initial show, but keep in mind, of course, attacker repick, it could shift itself up over the next 30 seconds or so.
I think it's a great start for both teams. I love that Yawk as well as OXG is playing the Ella. That's a very underrated operator on this basement defense. The Griswold mines can shut down pretty much any of the staircases. The thing is, there are 3 staircases, Big Tower, Freezer, and Laundry, and you get 3 Griswold mines. Of course, we saw Yawk slap one on the meeting hatch and E-box as well. Also a very common place for attackers to drop down from. The Warden, for flashbangs and smokes to not get denied those lines of sight. Makes perfect sense. And Sonics, they have actually not changed a single operator despite the attacker repick being available to them. They will stick the Flores, the Capital, and the Maverick. And you might be wondering, why would they ever play Maverick on this bomb site? It makes no sense. Well, the thing is, Kite is open. And instead of bringing out a Thatcher and having to play like a Heartbreach or with it, etc., you can just play the Maverick and the secondary Heartbreach canister in like the Capital or the Buck, for example, and do all of what needs to be done. But Yawk is both injured and now taken out of action by Gunner very early in the round. Normally, this would be a, oh no, that is terrible. But because it is an Ella with those pre-placed gadgets, at least all the utility will still live for Yawk and OXG in this 4v5 round.
As we saw specifically, the E-drop hatch is going to slow things down on the execute. A few other positions as well. Might have been more aggressively placed to let Yaga try and weigh things out a bit more aggressively, but only another fight brewing here. Sweater still in the hot seat as far as Oxygen is concerned, as they've actually gone out and about quite a bit at the start of this one. Sweater's gonna kind of double guess himself now that he sees his opponent backing away from that Arsenal corner lane. He wants to make sure that there isn't a pinch coming back against him from the other way, but he'll have to look for a way to route downstairs. In the meanwhile, obviously you guys are seeing it in front of you, but look at this from Gunnar. It goes directly to the bottom of Laundry here. Has capability to push into the site. Now, smartly, in my opinion, he's not gonna push it any further than this, because past this room is more than likely the depth of where the drones have been able to scout out so far. And on top of that, it's a very open room to go back into. But Foxe discovers what has suddenly happened as he goes for a face check down the hallway. It's going to get really messy here for both teams because of that, but ultimately, for the time being, to the advantage of the Sonics, as Rexon scores another kill on the nade. So both Dream with the smokes as well and Yaga have gone down at the beginning of this round. New Orleans wants some revenge. They know they need to pick up at least 1 or 2 kills to try and weigh things back into their favor a little bit. So he'll take up an aggressive position on the top of those Laundry stairs. Not finding anything from it just yet. Had he leaned a bit more aggressively over towards that connector going into meeting, may have been able to work something here and has another opportunity. The patience pays off for Noors. Gets one, knows he had another one near that connector, but is not going to immediately chase it. Goes even deeper over towards Garage now and is going to wait for the wrap to come out from an additional player of the Sonics.
I like this play. Oh, they actually check it. They're so smart. Now Nu's gonna fight it out.
Nicely done. Immediately countered by Gio here. He's been down. Another kill elsewhere has been claimed. Also, excuse me, that's just Citizen picking up the finishing job against him. So it's just Sweater and Fox8 left alone now for the defense. A little bit too aggressive, unfortunately, was the strategy here from the members of Oxygen, and they're gonna have to pay the price for it now. Although Sweater and Fox8 both claiming at least one. Fox8, of course, dead to rights. Sweater inside of the 1v2, not entirely an impossible fight, especially if he picks up this skill here. The pre-fire's there, but it's a little bit early, unfortunately, so doesn't get the first of the 2 remaining kills. Instead, the round goes over to the Sonics as they give us a good start to things here on Oregon.
Yeah, and OXG, surprisingly enough, they opted to go for a roam kind of presence on that basement defense, which is very uncommon to see. Normally, we see all 5 defenders kind of bunking up in the bomb site itself and just really getting comfortable down there. But with 2 roamers and a couple of softballs on the bomb site, opted for a different approach. Now, one thing that happened for OXG that kind of really swayed the outcome of that round, the really early death by York on the Ela meant that they played from a 4 versus 5 deficit, and essentially the roamers couldn't play as aggressive in front forward as they wanted to, perhaps because if another member were to fall, you're playing 3 versus 5 and the round is almost guaranteed over. And so I saw something like Newers play aggressive on the launcher stairs, knowing he had to try and make a hero play to even back those numbers, and he had a hard choice in front of him. He gets the puck inside of lobby, sure. Now he has 3 options: go into garage, go into meeting, or stay in lobby / those, main lobby staircases. And he chose the wrong option, Arco, because he got droned out by the Ana Gemini clone and then shut down immediately after. But imagine they didn't drone garage. Newers is good for another flank as well. Or maybe he goes up the armory stairs and flanks down my stairs later. So many split-second decisions to be made there, and it's just one of those 50-50 gambles that did not end up working out in the long term. But speaking of passion, speaking of catching your opponents off guard, we have a Finga, a Blitz, a Flores. This could be one of those really lovely to see blue rushes, but by the looks of it, it might take a second to come to action, as there's only 2 members here outside of blue.
A good way to follow things up on a very nice counter to the roam clear from Oxygen. And now Oxygen, if you'll notice upstairs those silhouettes, they double down on that roam clear. They are not in the sight to the degree they need to be at the moment here. So the Sonics are going to very quickly move in, try to crush this now. Good rotations from Oxygen. You can see they are very quickly trying to get themselves back into the site, preventing the deaths of not just 1, but 2 of their teammates here. Grixer, so far the only one that finds a trade, but now he is dead, along with a large majority of the Sonics roster. Citizen is all that remains in a 1v4, just 45 seconds into the round. They'll take a sizable amount of damage there from the impact. Will force him away from the elbow and right into the waiting arms of Newers, who ends this one of the quickest rounds so far in this series. Goes into the favor of Oxygen as they now get control over the basement on the rebound and lock it away for the next 2 rounds.
And that's just a natural outcome of those rounds. When you rush for like that, either you win the round in 10 seconds or you lose the round in 10 seconds as well. And it comes down to those individual gunfights and timings. For example, the Blitz rush just didn't really work out. He didn't catch that smoke mirrors out of elbow. Sure, he did a little bit of damage and you get a little map control with that, but you can't really push past that point, and that's where things get much more difficult for you. And those 5 seconds of stalling out from the attack inside, it was enough for the rest of OXG to get back to the bomb side and set up those crossfires and put themselves in the favorable position. It's a great attempt from Sonics. They change things up, and they're bringing more quote-unquote passion, as Cookie said, to this round. And then right off the bat, it's going to be upstairs defense from OXG, and from the get-go, which of course can change, Gunner is already hovering the Ying. So a much more structured kind of plan coming out from Sonics, thinking ahead, having a clear plan in mind in the prep phase of these rounds, just kind of showing how much more comfortable they are on Oregon compared to, for example, the Fate.
All right, so round 3 begins, and to see who can truly take command here. Now, Oxygen obviously on a new site. The Sonics already giving us quite a bit of variety in terms of the strategies they've deployed towards here. Gunner, once again, this is another time we're going to be moving ourselves upstairs. 3 teams today now that we're going to see use the hook on this particular site attack. So see what Gunnar can potentially cook up from it. He is, of course, once again taking on the mantle of that secondary hard breach if he needs to fulfill it. And indeed, looks like he's going to be going for that directly from the get-go here. But we'll be running into a few issues in that department, as you can see, it's been electric flooded.
Unfortunate, as we say. Now, Grixer's stature, he can rotate over and help him out that wall, but it's going to slow down, especially because, or slow down the attack rather, because he's in the main lobby side. Gunnar, of course, paying the armor to go as quickly as possible into the building, but he's going to be stopped immediately because, as you said, those kite claws on the attic wall, well, you can't breach them open. You are surely not.
He tries to go for the play. Nitro up on top too. Gunnar, it's an easy dodge for him, thankfully, as he was already rotating away from that spot anyway. And that'll prompt a very quick retreat. Now, we do have the Thatcher play, obviously, for Grixer, so they can eventually try to pop things open over there if they still have an extra EMP, because as you're going to see, they're using them quite actively to try to open things up here. The impact trick works on the bottom of the fan below. It's nicely done there. Indeed, that will melt out probably the one remaining EMP they do have if they want to use it here. They've got a choice to make now. Do they want to go for the attic opening, or do they want to get the arguably more important area open over here instead of walk-in? It looks like they've made their choice very quickly. Walk-in it is, and there's not going to be any resistance on it this time from the defense. And explosions going off in the favor of OXG as they stop a very aggressive Rexon battling his way in through Trophy. I believe as well they did get the second impact off successfully against the walk-in, so a complete failure of the hard breach from the Sonics this time around.
I mean, OXG, they played that so perfectly. They knew they were going to try and make a play with that second exothermic charge. They read it perfectly and got 2 kills off it, and they still impact trick denied. Now they can sit behind the portable shields. The breach is not open. They cannot get the attic wall either. There's no longer any hard breach available from the attackers, nor are there any EMPs. Gunnar, Grixer, and Geo, they're going to be one of the hardest rounds of their careers in this round, because you see, they just walked downstairs, just shut the Kite Claw. But guess what? There is only the secondary cannon openers available from Gunnar. That is a not ideal breach to get onto this wall, because you gotta vault on in. It's a tiny hole. Fox just sticks here as well. Looks for the kill.
They've already been thriving inside of these very close, aggressive situations earlier on in this round, but as you said there, Foxe pushing it just a little bit too far. Gunnar wins it out this time instead once the second can opener has been deployed. It's a good thing they didn't bring that for Gunnar, even though, of course, he was ultimately unable to open things up on the attic side, which is going to create a new issue here, and that Yaga has this sort of retake position to play from, which they really can't do much about, unfortunately, on the Sonics' own end of things. Time is starting to get worryingly low for the Sonics as well. Just 15 seconds remaining to make the play. A dual angle to stop the trophy push yet again, and another player had also gone down with that. Geo is all that remains. He tries to make the push work from the attic side, and it goes as you'd expect given where we were at in that round. OXG takes command and control of their second site here, locks it down and sends it down to their tertiary site for round number 4 as they also take the lead here at 2-1.
Just a great counter roll from OXG, right? They have everything covered. The Kite Claws with the impact trick, with the offensive play with the C4 and the swings to go. Only one small mistake. Fox a little bit too cute in the breach, and he got shut down by Gunnar, but that's a very small price to pay given how well that early stage of the round paid out for them. Now, the thing is, when you start racking up these defensive victories, things they get kind of dicey, because primary bombs out of basement, you're expected to win as a defender. Upstairs kid storms, it's like a 50-50 coin toss. But tertiary, this is where things they can get kind of difficult. If you have a good strategy in mind, and of course you execute well as a defending team, I would argue that this is also a 50-50 bomb side. However, if you don't have like a solid setup for this, it's usually pretty straightforward to attack it. Either, if you play, for example, the current bomb set of the big tower, meeting, and kitchen, you can simply go big tower, breach open the attic wall, breach open the tower wall, and approach the bomb site. But OXG, they have kept that possibility in mind. They're playing the Bandit. Again, playing around the wall deny. They also got Kite to match it up. So there's a very clear emphasis from OXG to play a strategic element of Oregon that used to be how you played it maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, whereas the more current meta, I would argue, is much more kind of aggressive, in-your-face, take gunfights, make rotationals, etc. And I think this is a great choice stylistically from OXG, because so far it's been working greatly for them. Now, there is a Thatch on the board from Sonics, but there's no Maverick. So if Bandit or Foxy can play this round correctly, it could be another round where they simply cannot get the breach open if they want to.
Slow play to start things out yet again from the Sonics. A good reason behind the slow play as well, considering how much OXG have been able to kind of match the challenge earlier on in the games today. But away from that, though, inactivity from both teams. Gunnar slowing down a bit. His teammate getting in the way of the rotation, but nothing too much to scoff at there. This is just the Sonics, like we said, opening up the angle work to try and clear out the extension, the natural one, here on the second floor inside of kids' dorms. We have at least not one, but 2 players, I believe, here from the auction side. It's certainly going to be 3 in a second as well. Newers, after successfully knocking out Grixer, rotates back up to top white because the Sonics have not established the counter angle for that yet. Rexon will ultimately be able to knock out Yaga, though, here. As I believe he was holding the attic, rotates, takes him down, gets revenge. Gunnar adds one more to that. Newers makes it all that much easier by revealing his head from the tracers. Now it's Sonics finally taking command of a situation here, as they instead get those trades, not the opening kill, but the 2 after that one, to bring it down to a 4v3, and that's going to prompt the fallback from Sweater.
I was gonna say, when you have this system in place, you have 2 roamers, 2 side players, and 1 in the middle. Well, when one of the deep roamers, they fall, the second person, that is Sweater in this case, is almost forced to fall back way earlier than he wants to, because you need back, you need support in these front 4 positions. But there's been a rotation made. Dream, top of white stairs, has re-established that cross and support towards Sweater. And if they can hold the top 4 for a bit longer or get a kill or 2, they can put OXG back in a favorable position.
Shots in from Dream, but it's hard to control on the TCSG. So he only gets away with the first one. Gunnar cleans it up on trade. So still keeps the Sonics in control, but a delicate situation now with a 2v3. A clutch can come out from any individual member. Still on the board here, as we have half the players remaining in this game here. But the upstairs clear has now been completed by the Sonics. They can focus entirely on their descent into the actual site. And more importantly than that, of course, one of the players that has managed to make it through is the Bucks. We can open up all that top-down work. A little bit of damage snuck off onto one of the 2 remaining players from OXG. They have a pretty free pinch if they want to work it as well. Fox kind of trapped here, but he takes the safe option, falls back down the long hall into kitchen, where he should be able to outlast things a bit deeper into the round. Will be spotted once again, but that spot prompts a kill as Rexon takes out Fox off of that intel. Just Sweater trying to lurk back from the roam position here. Saw that impact throw, and he's trying to take out the planter, but it just doesn't have a winning angle to find it. So much intel bleeding in from the cams, still on site, but not enough to bring the clutch out. A tying round comes back out now from the players on the Sonics as they finally rebound here on the first floor attack.
The Sonics did a great job in that round, just kind of taking the time they need to safely get through the motions of the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s. Step 1, of course, gain information and figure out how is the defender setting things up. Sure, OXG and Newers, they get the opening kill, but Sonics, they hold their ground and say, you know what, we can still fight this out 4 versus 5. And they get 2 for the cost of 1, eating things back down to that 3 versus 3. And that's where Dream came up the wide staircase, re-established upstairs control, but Sonics, with a successful attack, get the verticality, they draw that bomb set, they can drop that meeting hatch, and then start establishing down that plant. And Diffuser goes down, they get the final kill, and with that also the round. But that's a tertiary bomb site. That's what the attackers are expected more than ever to win out. And that's going to take us straight back to the most defender-favorite bomb site of that basement hold. We saw the first time, it's the 3rd attempt now from OXG, but the first time went for the roam. Second time was that blitz rush where OXG was playing a little bit more on the bomb side. And this 3rd time, it looks to be kind of like a medium between the 2. Got Capcan roaming around, got a few traps here and there. Goo mines, of course, are followers for a bit of information. But they also have the Warden, the mine, the smoke to kind of hold down the bomb set itself. The Sonics, he kind of went to the attack repick phase, figuring out how do they want to approach this? Well, a Maverick in case of Kai for the hatches, Bog with the secondary heart breach, as well as a Capital for the secondary heart breach as well. Fire and smoke balls from Geo is going to be the main driving force of the execute on the bomb set itself. And Citizen actually having his turn with the Bravo operator, try and get and deny some information from the defending team.
Well, some early cams to steal away from that drone makes it very easy to use that utility first off here, just to establish a bit more overwatch. Second one, I believe, that he rotated back down into construction. Could have been in the initial one too, because ended up getting shot back out as it attempts to go for elbow control there. We'll lose that first piece of utility, but should still have a second one indeed in the pocket. Away from that though, Rexon moves in, takes the small tower control, begins the process of pinching out the rest of Oxygen's own setup here. That, and we'll all go very, very quiet across the map. We still have those pretty aggressive extensions from Oxygen, which they tried to utilize back on round number 1 as well, but this time it's going to strike true. First kill of the round goes to Fox, and that's it. The extension doesn't need to live beyond that, although they're still keeping, it looks like, Sweater on top of white for the time being. Might just be a safety measure, as they knew that they had lost small tower a few seconds prior. So I think Sweater wants to be kind of cautious about how he potentially retreats back down, and maybe should be staying a little bit longer. But for the rest of them, that's it. They've got the player advantage. They don't need to push their luck any further. It's back down, just playing full bunker until Sonics are ready to execute.
I actually like the idea of leaving one member roaming up top stairs, because Sweater can waste so much time on this round because Sonics have to re-drone everything essentially. That double Capcan trap on this door. Grixer,
there he goes!
Kind of checked it, but kind of didn't, and it pays off massively for Yark and the rest of OXG. And again, why does that happen? Was because they lost Gunnar, and then Sweater is still active on the roam. They had to relocate on the map and move around, and that causes a little bit too much movement to happen. They don't really take the time to check out all the corners in that Capcan trap. Well, it finds a free kill onto Grixer. Geo turns it back. That's now the roamer gone from OXG, but look at that. Geo so low on HP, a minute to go, and they have very limited heart breach and 1 single can opener left, and there's still 2 hatches reinforced.
Can opener used to try and pop open the E-drop here for the rest of Sonics to attempt to utilize. Yes, they've traded out one, but they're still in a pretty rough position. They brought back down to a 3v4 before they've even made the descent, really, into the basement here. Not necessarily a workable position for the attackers to play off of when you already have to split up your attack so much to find success on this site take here. But Rexon, he doesn't mind that at all. Goes right through the Toxic Babe, takes 1 and 2 down. Fox and Dream to put Sonics in a favorable position here now for the 3v2. Nearly gets himself a third one out of this situation, but now it's Newers showing his own aggressive prowess, moving forward to knock back down Rexon. But as well, the plant coming in, they failed to check the laundry area itself. Iago wraps around the corner. They use it as a bait, but it's a bait that works in the favor of Oxygen, as Newers and the player inside of laundry pick up those last 2 kills, giving a second successful hold in a row over here to our defenders.
When you're in a position where you have to be the ones to swing back into the attacker's lines of sight, it's Newers trying to put on the case. He was playing that really far back pillar position, but he knew there's going to be Rexon inside of Freezer, and he has to overcome that obstacle first before he can help his teammates, and he wins out in that individual gunfight, and that frees up the angles from OXG. They swing together in that 2v2 and secure the round for them. They still got the lead, 3-2. It's a close series so far in Oregon, a close map at that. And upstairs, it's going to be the final defense from OXG, at least in regulation.
Time to see if OXG can seal the deal in a very healthy 4-2 scoreline, or if now Sonics will match that pace, 3-3, and keep this game truly alive heading into the second half. Either way, it's still going to be close for both teams and winnable by either one because of that one, so don't count either team out just yet. Regardless of the scoreline we end up with. A little bit of a repick here for Gunnar, as he is once again going to bring the Nook. That sneaky element into play, lurk himself up through white or another area later on in this round to try and surprise against the OXG roster. That's been the problem. Not a lot of surprises that have really, truly sprung themselves against OXG without an immediate reaction coming out from those defenders. They have to try and find a way to find that advantage early on and keep hold of it, because OXG have been a very proactive team in this game, and that's how they've been bringing themselves back from the brink more often than not to still keep, obviously, a very light but still lead nonetheless with 3-2.
In terms of numbers, Oregon played 8 times so far, and it has a 51% defensive win rate. So a 3-3 side half wouldn't really be bad from either team, statistically speaking. Of course, this is Sonics' map choice. They knew they were going to start attack. They knew it was going to be difficult to start things off. If they can get 3 rounds out of 6, they can be happy with that. But Newers, I think he's got the read on this. He's got the sound cue as well. That's Gunnar on the Nerk. Might be caught off guard.
Check, that's the question. Shots ring in a little bit early, so reveals the trick. Rexon, in the meanwhile, though, elsewhere on the map, did find initial success. He's been able to knock out Foxhead. That's a little mine going down, too. There's some late round grenade mitigation that would have normally been in play. Now removed from contention. Newers, though, a smooth operator as he works himself all the way towards white stairs, but maybe overstays a little bit here. As he tries to peek out against the school bus, saying a one final time. Makes it out, though, without a scratch against either player.
No.
And then finally gets that kill that he's been looking for as he peeks back out from the metal bunks at big window to knock out Gunnar. Very extended duel there between him and Gunnar as well. If you remember, those were the 2 players eyeing each other out in small tower about a minute prior.
I mean, the timing there for Gunnar, the second the on to change the angles, the moment that he gets swung by Newers, and again, evens back the score. That early advantage built by Sonics is now gone. And they also lose a set of grenades with that. Of course, they still have a second set with Rexon on the Iana, so that's good for them because those deployable shields would be a problem otherwise. They try and clear out the ADSs, but the thing is, they also have a mine on the board. In fact, there's no Jaeger at all. So, bit of an oversight there. Only 1 Nick left in pocket, and you gotta try and clear out those shields because there are 2 of them. If you don't, it's gonna make your life so much more difficult at that. 1 on the kid's door, 1 on the attic shield, and both grenades get caught by White Disc. Both shields will stay alive. Sonics, they will have their work cut out for them. It's not gonna be any easier than this.
Sonics still trying to make this work to the best of their own capability. Toxic Babe start to flood up, mainly by default with a timer at this point here. They just drain it right down to 20 seconds if nothing else interrupts the process for Dream. As he started throwing that first one out right around 50. No follow-up at all, so we just gotta wait this one out. Geo tries to shoot this Toxic Babe, and obviously the smoke throwing it in the process, but is unsuccessful in both pursuits. So another 20, or rather 10 seconds gonna be drained out here. Still 10 more to be potentially flushed away by Dream later on as well. But that execute is broiling forward. He may not necessarily have the opportunity. Newers as well, excelling right behind the Toxic Babe. Catches Rexon trying to work himself in. The rest of the Sonics falling down like dominoes at this point with no response coming in against the defensive setup whatsoever. And that'll continue to be the case all the way to the bitter end of the round. A statement made once again by Oxygen, as they do indeed lock in that 4-2 half for themselves. Quite advantageous when we consider the near 50-50 results that have been historically present on this map throughout the stage.
Yeah, I mean, again, a beautiful cross hold from OXG. Everyone is covering one another. Newers didn't have to worry about the big window because Yogg was holding a jump in. So if anybody tried to get a flank in from the big window area, they get shot down immediately. Bottomeister is covered as well. Newers just allowed enough freedom to take those long-range fights from back, like deep in the bomb site, and he wins them every single time, making Sonic's life so much more difficult. But I have to say, bit of criticism. Geo and Thermite had 3 smoke grenades. The Brava of Citizen did have 2 smoke grenades as well, and yet it's both of the grenades being caught by 2 separate One-Mitis with a 15-second interval in between. Where is the utility going? Why aren't they asking for help, saying, oh guys, there's a shield here, I want to clear it. All right, there might be a Jaeger radius or a Mitis gonna store, can you join it for me, or chuck in a flashbang? They don't. They double grenade and lose both of them despite having 5 other throwables at their disposal, and they lose the round after that. It's not the sole reason for it, but it's those small details that could put you in a better position that just did not happen from Sonics. Now, of course, that's what comes out, so things will change around. OXG in the opening attack will go with the Ying operator. That's a very stable choice for most attacking teams on this basement side because the Cadellas can do so much destruction. They can blind almost all the defenders in a single room because of Cadellas. They spread out relatively far. That basement bomb site doesn't have that many different playable areas for the defending team. But before they can get there, of course, they gotta go through the motion of roam clearing out all the defending people. But Sonics, they're not really having much of a roaming presence, unlike OXG when they're on the defense.
Sonics instead double down on the delay utility here, as we're going to see the Goyo canisters added into their arsenal, something that we did not see the Oxygen side try to use. They stuck it all in smoke for that duty. Sonics will have a little bit more delay capability because of that. Still a bit of aggression, of course, when they can justify it, as you're going to see Geo trying to work himself up, but very quickly turns tail and heads back down to the bottom of those back main stairs in order to avoid a premature death. I certainly do not want to be at a deficit of player count when OXG are ready for the execute, especially when you consider the lineup that OXG have brought to the table. Most importantly, that operator at the bottom, the Ying, finally in play here. She's been banned out quite a bit today, but not going to be happening inside of this matchup, so the Oxygen roster is going to unlock her, and they'll certainly be using her in a moment once they are ready to go for this assault downstairs. That's where all that delay utility is going to help out. If it affects the Sonics roster too greatly, just pop a few of those canisters, and that should buy them an adequate amount of time to get through the worst of that flash presence.
I mean, the pace right now for OXG is very quick. 1 minute 30 seconds, all hatches opened up, all that hard breach utility has been spent, and they can start hitting the bomb site walls. The thing is, there's a goal on the ball from Grixer, so those 20 seconds of stalling can come out. So does one Candela. That's not gonna signify the push just yet. It's gonna fake things up, but actually they go for a drop already.
As they work themselves in here, Sonic's more than ready for the initial challenges. Just one player attempting to work their way in through E. Very quickly smited here. Foxy trying to chuck in Candelas on multiple parts of the map. That was also the case that went down too. The Sonics realized that. They can just double down on this position and prevent a case pickup here. But with a minute remaining, that'll be a little bit dangerous to play into, especially considering the very open area that it's down on the inside of here. Foxy waiting for the moment to throw this Candela, but he's been held back by something. They don't have confidence in this drop right now, and I tend to agree with it. They need more presence through construction or another avenue to make this work. Overwatch is there from construction, but they have no safe way to move beyond that. 2 kills are found by Foxy and Sweater, though, inside of that avenue. The rack comes in, but Gunnar negotiates positioning around it and takes down Foxy instead. 2 remain for the attack. Scratch that, make it 1. As Newers is dropped, trying to descend the back main stairs. Yaga in the 1v3 will attempt to try and work this, but pretty much run out of options at this point here. The Sonics have held the line and limited the execute potential through the delay utility and through direct contention. And as a result, they will more than likely be picking up this opening round of the second half and immediately closing the gap between themselves and the Oxygen scoreline. There it is, one final peek from Rexon seals the deal at a 3-4 scoreline now.
I really think one of the big reasons why Sonics, they had a stable ground in that round because they did such a great job of using utility. They had the Goya Vulcan shields. They were popping one by one to stall out individual positions on Blue Bunker, Big Tower Staircase, and of course that hatch drop that armor went down early in the round. But also, Gunner on the smoke, actually tossing out those toxic babes to deny both the blue entry point from Bunker and again that Big Towers as well. So the moment that OXG want to go for an execute, they cannot have all 5 members or 4 members in that case work together. There's always one area of the push not being able to line up with the second, and this means there's a gap somewhere that can be exploited, and it allows him, like Gunner, in a very front 4 position on that we call the Shaiko spot in that blue pill position to take individual gunfights in one angle instead of being pushed by 2 separate players at the once, and it gives him the ability to stay there and stick around, win the gunfight, stay alive, and just make it difficult for OXG to push through on that initial push. Now, operators, of course, are important. The Ying was a great choice. It didn't work out. Amaro shotgun drop early. Didn't really find much value, but it's a different bomb site now. Kid Storms instead. Same operators can work out in a different way and find success regardless of what happened previously. Dream will once again. The Amaru with diffuser in hand. No shotgun this time, however. But Fox able to go from Ying onto the Ose instead, granting some protection and some cover with those Talon shields.
So hopefully allowing for that greater capability to push through, especially in areas like Attic. Once they're able to take that control for themselves, Dream very quickly taking the mantle, ready to move forward here on the inside of T3. Will immediately go for the hop in. We should see it pretty soon. They try and get in position to try and knock out the Attic barricade. So they want to make sure that no one's playing on the inside of T3 first, but that should be a pretty quick check and assurance. Looks like he does have some Overwatch to make sure that he holds on to here as well, with Newer swinging up to take control of Arsenal very early on inside of the round here. We'll go for a bit of a dirty peek over towards Attic, but there is a preset angle for that, so we'll second guess it. More than likely he's correct about that. So holds himself back. Happy with the control he's already gotten for himself. Really holding back as well in that cam. Do not have a Brava in place. There was no hold to steal that camera, but still wanting to make sure they took it out as late as possible to try and mask the fact, I believe, that Newers had taken such a forward position here.
I like to play Newers, just trying to play it sneaky and kind of respecting the fact that somebody might be checking T4 camera at the wrong time. Instead of taking that risk, he looks at the camera and shoots it when it gets viewed by the defending team. Now, actually, they know that Attic is a one big point for Sonics because they have a deployable shield and a smoke playing behind it, so that's going to be one of the first big obstacles for them. We see the Citadel of Dream and the big tower probably going to be breaching the Attic walls by now because both those can openers have been spent. He's going to jump out, actually. So applying the pressure by breaching open the wall. Actually, he flies straight back into tier 3. He's back in tower. That's going to be Diffuser alone on the tower side of things.
Actually strikes first this time around here. There's still a few things they have to account for. Mainly this big flank maneuver, which is being opened up at some point by the Sonics. Two members rotating their way to the classroom lobby. No one actually trying to work their way up to the stairway itself. Just yet one of those two has already navigated all the way back, of course, towards the white stairs. And that drone still in position, but it goes and executes itself a little bit out of position to try and fully take out Norris. Some decent damage he's still done, of course. Norris is still alive, more importantly than not.
Pre-play C4, that Valkyrie came out just above the breach cell generator, essentially, that they just had opened up. And Gio is downstairs with a second C4 and a great shot onto Yak as well, so good value here found from Gio.
Gio now needs to spring into action, and indeed he will. Kill number 2 is found. Another Nitro out. It will explode, but it is a free rotate for the attackers in this case. Doesn't really do any real damage. He'll be prompted to finally fall back as he's been revealed, and obviously his play past this point, if he tries to go for another peek, is going to be far too obvious. Does not extend himself beyond that one. He's already put his opponents in a disadvantageous position, so he's happy with the results of that. We'll just fall back. Oxygen trying to make up the difference here now as they look for their first entry in the actual site, but so far have been unable to find it. Sonic's members are dodging it. More importantly, Gio is back in the fight, having completed his rotation all the way over to Attic now, finding a third kill in this round. Rexon knocks out the fourth, leaves all the pressure onto Dream, who will not be able to get too far with it as he's quickly cut down by multiple angles as he attempts to swing into the site.
Sonic's doing just a great job at playing actively on the map now. We saw Gio with the flank. He had help early on in the round. The moment he finds the success that he wants, the 2 kills, he then falls back, knows he's got what he needs, stay alive now, don't give up any easy kills, and then just making it so hard for OXG to actually get into the bomb site. The utility game is there, the active player is there as well, and with that, OXG, they have chosen to take their tactical time to try and turn this boat around because it's not going in the right direction.
I feel like this is a great time to do it as well. We've had 2 very straightforward, at least in my opinion, rounds from the Sonics roster. So Oxygen need to find out, especially inside of this early round, where they are misstepping, where they are missing the cues from the Sonics roster, where they are missing these bouts of aggression. They're constantly getting in their way, and how they can quickly patch that up to avoid Sonics only taking the lead, and quickly swinging forward to take this map and thrusting us onto a third and final matchup. It's important to note, there's still a whole nother best of 3 that needs to be played by the winner of this series. We mentioned this not on broadcast, but right after we went to break. It's very important for either one of these teams to win this as quickly as possible so they preserve their energy for the actual finals coming up after this.
It's a good point, especially because, spoiler alert, in the previous game between West Garfield and Beast Coast, it was, let's just say, Beast Coast didn't have to exert that much energy in that game. It was over relatively quickly, so if this game goes the distance and you don't really get a big break into the follow-up, sure, you're warmed up, but if that final game that is for the major after this goes all the way third map, exhaustion is going to be a factor for the team between Sonics and OXG, whoever goes to win this. Now, Cafe was going to be one of those like, OXG are probably going to win it. They did 7-2, as we can tell, top right of the screen. Oregon's and Sonic's map choice, as we also can tell, and it's a 4-4 very close series, but Sonics just recently got onto the defensive side, and so far they're perfect. 2 defensive rounds attempts and 2 victories. This here will be the 3rd round for them. Clubhouse is a map where Sonics, they always go to, and things are looking dire for them. It would be a great 3rd map for them to go to, given that they would need to win out there to go to the finals, of course, later today. OXG with the tactical timeout, they can talk things through, but I'm not sure what Citizen Rex are doing here. There we go. Oh, he's lining it up. I see. Look at this.
He's like showing it.
Bing.
Yeah.
Bam. Oh yeah, he's actually showing him how to do it. Wow.
Hey, showing him the nitro angle.
The
Okay.
European showing the North American how to play the game? That's crazy.
Also, what a time to do it, you know? Like,
he's like, anybody knows the C4 lineup? And Citizen's like, yeah, I got you. Hold tight.
well, there you go, folks. If you needed that for yourself, you've hopefully seen it. Got a little mid-game tutorial for you, so teaching you guys at home some stuff too. Thanks to the Sonics for showing us that.
I do love those small things, to be fair. I mean, it's something that's very, I guess, underrated. It takes a lot of time in custom games to learn that, to line up, to remember it. So it just goes to show if you don't play that spot typically and commonly, you will forget.
She with the laser focus on the security player. Gunnar knows it now as his shoulder gets clipped with a couple bullets there when he tries to go for the initial peek. He needs to cross it at some point. Oh!
Okay,
Thinks he's way further back than he's actually positioned. Senor is basically for free, gets that opener there against Gunnar. No immediate chance for revenge to come forward with the Sonics just yet, but obviously, again, the presence is still there, just not in the immediate area, and they don't want to risk doubling down on that security position, so that will be gifted over to the Sonics on the opening kill.
I don't know about that swing. I mean, Gunnar had assistance from above with a shotgun from Citizen, so like they could watch the walk-in. Instead, because Gunnar walks out, he gives up the crossfire and pretty much surrenders that position on the map, which leads straight to the bomb site. And Sonics are in a worse position because of it, and they have no more toxic babes. Geo, the most active player on the squad, looking for something with that soulless gadget. He has the information, but the door's closed, and by opening it, he gives away his position and the possibility of a flank.
Has to be very careful with the timing here, and it's not going to work out as well with Muirs making a very well-timed entrance in through the big window, gets the free angle to take him down. That player from the Sonics none the wiser, but obviously a second element still in play here inside of the kids' dorms itself, and it's going to strike. Citizen finally picking up one trade. Oh! I don't even think he'd fully completed a reload at that point, but apparently he had. Knocks out Muirs in addition to the first target he takes down. Nicely done as he single-handedly brings his team back into the fold for this round here. OXG, though, still with a lot of control on the exterior of the site downstairs, but never mind. Geo takes it right back for the Sonics here. Grixer pushes it one step further. Foxe is all that remains with some subtle upstairs control. Keep in mind, of course, upstairs hasn't even fully cleared out yet because of Citizen. Nicely found by Foxe. Takes him out through those little footholes there at the bottom of the bunks. 2 more still to go, and he is at full HP. Masks his retreat to Attic a little bit here by throwing the Selma and immediately drops the hatch, but it's all too easy for Grixer. Well placed to respond to it. Shuts down the round, gives it over to the Sonics, and still keeps things within an arm's reach of their opponent's scoreline here as these teams want to go the full distance. And the Sonics, of course, want to take this to a map 3.
And sometimes all you need in these rounds is somebody to be the hero. And in that round in particular, it was Citizen upstairs on the Oryx. Getting that double kill onto both Sweater and Near essentially just really bought the round for Sonics. I mean, they hold upstairs control, they slow things down, and they get back to that 3 versus 3, being down from that 3 versus 5. And that's all they really needed. And after that, it's just, again, another lockout from Sonics. They don't allow XG any presence in the bomb side and nowhere near it. Geo doing a great job on the Solus to give information, act upon it himself, and just moving actively around the map, not sitting in corners waiting for things to happen, but instead being on to make them happen by moving around. Drone bonk being caught up on Foxe. That's unlucky. See what happens with that. In the meantime, though, we can see the operator line up from the defense at least, because the Tech can change things around. There's going to be another Warden and Kaid and Vulcan, what's the word? The Goya, rather. The Goya Vulcan canisters. Yep. This basement defense. And I believe that will confirm a Rios? Yes.
Yep, so we did get it confirmed. Apologies for the delay on that, folks, but yep, just had to make sure it was all good. But it looks like we have confirmed the Rios, so we will do that again in just a moment. Team operator picks and everything will be forced from our players, but overall, Good point for us to jump out of the game as it's finally switched perspectives here. The Sonics just recently taking control of the scoreline at 5-4, moving over, of course, that defensive side, and now looking to try and take control of the overall matchup. Just 2 rounds needed for them to accomplish that task. Their opponents needing 3. Pretty much all of the remaining rounds would be encompassed inside of that if they wanted to try and control this matchup. So no longer a certain 2-0 for Oxygen here. Gonna have to work a little bit harder for that one, and more than likely, given the current scoreline, may have to dip this map into overtime if they want to try and claim it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 3 in a row for Sonic so far, and they look very comfortable and confident on their Oregon defense. It's a very different look than Cafe, that's for sure. And as I kind of spoke softly on earlier, Clubhouse is the 3rd map, and if we were to go there, Sonics, they are in a very strong position to really fight back against OXG. So if you're Oxygen, I mean, you can go 3rd map and fight it out, but ideally, I think you want things to end right now here in Oregon. And OXG, they've now attacked through a full bombs-up rotation, right? It's been 3 victories in a row. Basement, upstairs, and Kid Storms, and then back to that meeting, meeting, and kitchen territory bomb side. Now, OXG, they kind of have a taste for how Sonics are going to be defending it. Now they have to adapt off that information and make it work in their favor. If they can't, obviously, we go 3rd map. That's very simple. But if they can adapt to those changes, if they can successfully peel apart the defensive layers from Sonics, there's a very real chance that we might see overtime or OXG making an attempt of a comeback.
She once again going to be able to try and look for that, but it needs to be the next 3 rounds being played perfectly by them. I really like what we've seen as well over the course of this map picks because it does lend a lot more strength, in my opinion, to the Sonics roster as they get deeper into it, like what you were saying before. So it's a good thing that OXG does take that commanding control over map number 1 because that's where we'd expect kind of their individualistic style that some of their top players can deploy towards to have the strongest effect. As we get deeper and deeper into this series, it's not necessarily going to diminish that power from Oxygen necessarily because we still have sites where I think those players can get away with that, but obviously it's more limited in the sites they can find that, so that lends more strength to the Sonics, who plays kind of as that team element together, and as a result of that one, it allows for them to be brought back in. Here's the effect of Citizen so far over the course of this series, though, which is obviously going to be missing a little bit here so far. Only a 65 rating, a 0.5 exactly KD ratio, 0-5 on entry, and a 41% cost. That's just map 1 for the record as well. That does not include the about 9 or so rounds we've played out here so far in map number 2.
If you're curious what that means, these numbers, it's pretty bad. That's like the really basic way of saying it.
If we color-coded these, they'd all be red.
They'd be very red, like dark red, And especially because you can attach this to maybe a support player and go, okay, injury stats not going to be great, KD maybe not going to be great, cost should be higher, but this is Citizen, one of the most lethal players in the world, going 0.5 KD and 0.5 on injury for Sonics. But the thing is, it's also Citizen up against some of the best injured players in North America in Sweater and Newer. So it is tough competition in this matchup. And as you said, this was just map number 1. Whereas we know Citizen has had a better map number 2 of Oregon so far, which hasn't even ended yet.
So still some chances for him to kind of improve his own personal statistics and, of course, the kind of impact he's having for the Sonics overall. And let's see if he's going to find that here as we move into round number 10. 3 rounds to go in regulation. Sonics claiming 2 out of 3 of those will win the map. The Oxygen claiming all 3 of them will take the series outright. And obviously, at 6-6, we go to that overtime. 3 additional rounds to find a true winner. Basement is the site that we're going to return to, as obviously we didn't really get to see a whole lot. We can talk about that a bit more now, as operator picks are also going to be locked in the same as they were previously.
Yep. You can technically change your reinforcements, but let's be completely honest. It's Oregon Basement. The only real scenario where you change that around drastically is with a mirror or without a mirror, but that's banned. You see Gunnar hiding in that small closet downstairs, not a stockroom, because they're trying to hide the fact that Kite is on the board. That's most likely going to be because Gunnar wants to trick the hatches actively instead of pre-placing them on there. It's also not going to allow OXG to drone out for that Kite operator and then maybe go into a Maverick or go into Thatcher or secondary MPs, and it's just going to give Sonics a different leverage tool to kind of try and mess up the attack inside. Because Gunnar has gone unnoticed, he can now either trick the hatch, pre-place them, and not have Maverick or Thatcher on the board, and just make it a little bit more difficult to deal with for Oxygen. You also, like last time, you have both the smoke of Geo and the Goyo of Grixer. That's gonna slow down the attack significantly once you start hitting that bomb site itself. It's Foxy once again on the Ying, which was semi-successful last time, but the follow-up wasn't really there. Instead, a Mara quick drop down the hatch with the shotgun that immediately got shut down. That did not really pay off whatsoever. These Flourish drones trying to get in. Got one Vulcan canister. Does it get the shield? Oh yeah, definitely.
Caught a mid-reload, looks like there for Gunners. No chance for him to resist that, unfortunately. Gets away with it scot-free. All the utility here in Elbow, and by extension of that, the earlier part of construction, now completely gone by the wayside. A very aggressive swing coming up here, potentially from Newars. This is not the drone from him. This is the outright player, but not enough confidence, it seems, for the direct swing. And another one of these as well. Flores drone still needs to take care of the barbed wire around the corner. That's what's holding him back more than anything right now. Just tries to go for a bit of an impromptu pre-fire. Won't be able to find it, so will hold himself back. And once more, those Flores drones will also continue to flood back on. This should be the final one from Sweater, though, as he's just completing the set nice and early in the round. So he's not to focus on it at a later point, as that is quite a time-consuming task. Placing it down, it's a very slow drone. It's got to blow up. You got to pull yourself off the cam. It's like a whole 20-second process, so it's better to do it now than take up your time later in the round.
Honestly, it's a very good point, because now, because we can get that utility off early in the round, he cannot be just a full-on gun for that side execute. We're likely going to see Sweater fly in first, you know, following those Candelas, because if he dies now, he's a running gun with 3 flashbangs. He spent all what he can bring to the table, and he got great value out of it. A barbed wire, a Goyo canister, and the deployable shield. You can almost not get much more than that in a single round from Flores on Oregon.
Indeed, we'll immediately see him take effect of that kind of armed gun that you were talking about before, although it's not necessarily going to land. Citizen, once more with the Warden smart glasses, resists the Candelas that are chucked back in and stems the tide of pressure that is working its way in through Freezer there. Shuts out the play from Foxe. That's very important as well, as that was the player armed with the Candelas, so 3 more have now died with him. That was pretty much all of the execute utility that Oxygen were bringing to the table, aside from normal flashes, 2 of which have already been used for Sweater. So aside from that one he has remaining in his pocket, that's pretty much it. It's just direct peaks that they have to take control of this site with beyond that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Citizen did like the first ratings, because in this second it's popping off. It's a second as well.
Nade books itself in, finally trades out on to Citizen. The Sonics are taking command beyond that point, though. For the reasons I stated before, there's nowhere near enough execute utility, so it's the defensive setup taking full command and putting his team 1 more round away from closing out this second map and sending us to Clubhouse for map number 3.
Yep, 0.5 in ratings, 0.5 in injured stats, but that is map number 1, Citizen. Map number 2 is a very different story, and OXG, they knew kind of what that bomb set was going to look like, because it was very similar to that of the last time they attacked it, but it doesn't really go any better. In fact, I think it went worse for them this time around. Foxe drops with the Candelas straight into Warden's line of sight. He dies immediately. Typically, why we see Ying being kind of like in the back, throwing Candelas and other people acting upon it first, is because if Ying doesn't get out all 4 Candelas and dies with the first and the second, you actually lose a lot of value in that scenario. Sure, Ying's teammates can't push exactly with the killer, because you will get blinded by your teammates, but at least Ying is allowed to throw out a second set for another rotation on the execute, whereas in that round, because Foxe dies, they only really get 1 go and they don't get very far with it. And now OXG, they're staring down match point. They have no technical timeout available, and Sonics, they can even lose this round and still be fine to go again in the next one.
10 seconds remaining.
Or actually, they gotta show up now more than ever on Oregon. It's been a really tough time for their attacks. They've tried 4 times, failed all 4. The closest they got was into a 1 versus 2.
Objective is to locate a
And
bomb
that was really it.
and defuse it.
So we'll see what they can do this time around. Sonics, to keep playing around the utility and information game, the deployable shields, and of course, the Valkyrie.
Do we finally see Oxygen find success on the round where they're pressured the most? That is the big question here now. As we said, 2 attempts are needed, or rather are available for the Sonics. People take command of this game here and now. Send us on to that 3rd map. But OXG knows they have the capability to end it if they can re-trigger overtime. So maybe that has awoken something inside of them. Potentially send it the other direction. Dream quickly moving in to clear out a little bit of utility here, as obviously takes command of T3. Beyond that, and as well knocks out multiple pieces of intel utility, both the default cam as well as that Valkyrie cam that was stuck in the corner. Interesting to note as well, the shotgun coming in at this point as well for the Amaros, so we'll see what Dream can potentially cook up with that a little bit later on, once he gets himself into a kind of a combat position.
Bomb has been located.
Yeah, it's always spicy when you see an Amaru shotgun, because that shotgun either will do, you know, just take someone out 100 to 0, or do no damage whatsoever. It's a very unreliable shotgun at that. That's kind of like the smoke and shotgun on defense. Nate goes out, the IQ Fox are doing great work at locating the utility, the Kai Claws, the Valkyrie cameras, etc. The Nades follow through, and they allows OXG to get the walls opened up with relative ease, and there goes 1 impact grenade. Shuts down a bit of the Harvest utility from Sweater, but he's got a 3rd Selma in his pocket. And we see again, IQ doing great work, but can't quite get the angle onto the camera. Now they know it's there, however, same as in the previous round when they attacked this bomb site. The last Selma actually goes towards that attic wall. OC trying to connect the resource of Big Tower and Trophy by creating a pathway to link them up together again.
We'll be able to succeed in that. No one available or really in the area to correspond to it. Sonics, as you can see, quite a bit of presence built up by small towers, as well as those showers in yellow hallways. Backs away from that one. Now, it's important to note that, yeah, none of these players have made the transition over to dorms yet, but at the same time, there's no way Yaga would expect 3 players going for that cross. So it's no fault of his own here that he doesn't double back onto the top white stairs door after seeing that first player go through here. Just not really something you would tend to catch. Ultimately, though, it's going to be a good start to the round for Oxygen, as Newers gets the opening kill at a pretty heavy cost to his own personal HP, so he's not really going to be that great of a position to take a second, let alone third duel later on. And he's very much on his lonesome in this position now, Trophy 2, so it's a very easy trade now for Grixer to rotate through Attic and acquire for himself. Back and forth all over the place at the moment here. Is this just 1-for-1 exchanges across the board, ultimately bringing us down to a 3v3 between either team. Frame has been hit quite heavily by some of the players on Repel, but it's now Citizen from the Sonics re-equalizes things, and Geo pushes it one step further. Citizen will be unable to outlast till the end of the round, but Foxy, as you can see, doesn't really have a workable position here. He'll have to hop himself onto the inside of Attic, try to play it from there, but they already have counters for him as soon as he hops down onto that lower level of Attic itself. Tries to go for the foot shots, but that just leaves a pathway open. The last members to shoot him out, and indeed, map number 3 is triggered because of that one. The Sonics rebound in the second half and pretty much perfectly run the gauntlet from 2-4 up to 7-4 in their favor. They get their own form of revenge here. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, that ties the series up at 1-1. We're going to go to map number 3 in just a few minutes. Stick with us as we'll be right back with another analysis test segment before we get ourselves into that.
Well, folks, Sonics pull out the victory. We are going to map number 3. It will be Clubhouse, but before we talk about Club specifically, let's talk about this match. Let's break it down. Sonics, much better showing in this matchup, especially when they went to their defensive half and took it 5 in a row to close it out, Cookies.
Yeah, you know, a good part of the reason they were able to do that was Geometrics and the Citizen. Okay, they had some great rounds. Citizen, especially that had a round. I mean, I talk about teamwork, I'm ranting and raving. Okay, and the way it worked is, I don't have a replay for you this exact moment, but I'll explain it. Basically, Rexon went up white, and he got baited, he died. And Citizen traded it, and then got a double kill, and won a round that was, you know, a 3v5, turned into a 3v3, Sonics closed it out. Geo had a round where he's just running around as Valk. That's the Geo I know and love. That's the Geo I grew up on, because Geo used to be a really good fragger. Of course, he's gotten really old and crusty now, but he turned back the clock in this game. He's flying around as Valk. That's something I haven't seen since Geo's on Excellence, bro. But you know what? It was here today. It was here and present, and that's a huge part of the reason they won the half. Of course, they also won their basement defenses, which I think Oxygen threw one away, which I think actually, obviously, in a game this tight makes big a difference.
Yeah, I think they had a couple big, real individual moments to win so decisively on that defensive half, but they really needed it too, because this is the Geo round, I believe, where he's just running around on Valk below. Was insane. But they needed it because their attacking half really didn't go their way. It was a 4-2 split favoring Oxygen. It felt like OXG were able to really manipulate the map in a lot of ways, use that intel. They had a lot of Valkyrie going on for themselves, obviously left up on this map. It is kind of an area where you expect the defense to maybe pop off on Laundry, pop off on Dorms, and Oxygen did just that. They played very well on those sites, you know? So, necessary for Sonics to bounce back, have their own strong defensive half. They did just that, didn't drop a single one. And it felt like the initial couple attacks from Oxygen weren't bad. They just lost a couple of little mistakes. They let a couple of players have pop-off moments. And then their last couple pushes, after the little break that we had, the little tech timeout, you know, there was the weird kind of Amaru strat on Dorms. The basement kind of didn't have everything coordinated. They were popping Golios, and I don't know. It felt like things did kind of fall apart for Oxygen at the very end there. So they got to turn that around if they get to that map 3.
Now, the positive being OXG, the differential still in their favor. They do have 2 more rounds up on Sonics, who lost, or who only won 2 in their defeat. OXG, you know, they got 4 out of this one.
They did.
But what I'll give you is just a bit of time to prep. We got a telestration coming up for Jesse. We're going to go to a quick Acer ad, and then we'll see this man over by the large screen in just a moment.
Welcome, class, to a teachable moment here in Rainbow Six Siege. Today, we're going to be looking at a round between Oxygen Esports versus Sonics. And while Sonics took this map very decisively in that second half, we're going to be focusing on a round through the first half where we saw a really impressive play from Newers. Now, today's lesson, what we're going to be focusing today is, of course, I'm out of room. Confidence. We're going to be talking about how you can really use your gunplay, use your movements, even the little shots that you're not getting kills, to manipulate your opponents into doing what you want them to do. To do this, we're going to, of course, highlight Newers, our main star of the round. We're also going to showcase how he's able to manipulate both Gunner and Citizen into doing what he wants, baiting them around the map, and having a successful round because of it. So, to start off, right before we play the clip, Newers is down in small tower. It's going to be a Dorms defense. He's made himself way out here on the roam, and he's just heard Gunner jump in the small tower window up above him. So he knows he's there. At this point in time, Gunner doesn't have the intel of where Newers is. Let's play the clip and see what Newers does. Initially, Newers is thinking, I'm in a good spot, but he realizes, wait, listen, I'm really far from my team. I don't have anybody with me. He's gonna pre-fire this angle, not because he thinks Gunner's gonna stupidly walk into it, but to keep himself safe while he rotates back into the shower hallway and make his escape. He's happy. Now he's back up with Sweater down towards the bottom of White Stairs. There's a problem though. He's being droned out. They know where he's retreating to. But Newers, the smart guy he is, says that's okay. Let me remind you one more time what I'm doing. I'm going back up to the stairs. If we pause here, what we'll see is that we know what Newers is thinking. Newers is thinking, all right, I just showed myself down in bottom of small tower. I show myself going up those White Stairs to Citizen on the drone. And he's thinking, well, if I know there was a guy top small tower, and that guy top small tower now knows that I'm gonna move upstairs and knows that I'm gonna be up there, where's the most likely place that that person from small tower is going to try to catch me out? Newers, let's answer that question. Play the clip, and you'll see that Newers knows Gunner's gonna be on the big window. Immediately slams him. A nasty shot to come forward, and it's all of that little play that's manipulating the opponents around, letting them know where you are strategically sometimes, so that you can bait yourself into a better position, bait the opponent into going where you want them to be, and win those fights, win the gunfights, and move around there. Beautiful little round from Newers. They will close this one out with 2 more frags for Newers to close it out as well. And we have to close out this series. There's 1 more map to go. Let's go back to the desk and break down Clubhouse.
I'll be honest, I felt like I was sitting in classroom in Oregon right there.
There will be a test.
That was some cope. That was some serious copium. I
You
feel
need
like. I feel like he just ran up
Was that
White and
stressing
fried.
a little?
I feel like he ran up White and fried him. And if he watched that back, he'd be like,
CJ?
"Yeah, I guess I
No,
did that."
CJ, it's deeper than that.
It is?
There's levels to this.
What? Okay, I didn't know you knew that song, but okay, yeah.
Okay, let's look forward now into club. As I said, the differential at the moment leans in the favor of OXG, but we're not done. We're going to Clubhouse. I want to know, Cookies, what are your thoughts between these 2 teams with this final map of club?
Oh man, OXG's screwed. They've lost all the momentum. It's over. GG. Sonics win.
I will back up CJ. I mean, when they played Clubhouse earlier in the regular season of Stage 1, it did go the way of Sonics. On the rematch in playoffs, they tried Clubhouse again. That time, OXG were able to take it, but that was a very close game. It's a map that Sonics have a lot of experience playing on, probably their best map through Stage 1 so far. So it's going to be tough for OXG. I agree, the map probably favors Sonics, the momentum favors Sonics, but, you know, these are top teams for a reason.
Also, did you say playoffs? Did you reference that club game where?
Yeah.
That game was pretty funny, I think. But
Why?
I don't know. Was that the game where they were like memeing, or was it a different game?
I mean, there wasn't a ton on the line, but they still played relatively
It was
serious.
like 2 SI points in the line. So like, I don't know what I can deduce from that. So
Fair enough.
wait, Jesse, answer me this.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's been a long day. I'm a little confused.
Okay.
So the club that was won by OXG, was that during your regular season or that seeding match?
Oxygen won it in the seeding match. Sonics won it in the regular season. So Sonics won it when there was a little more on the line.
Oh my God. I don't
think
know.
that's the point.
I think OXG's screwed, Jesse. I mean, when Sonics leans forward, when they're not like this, and
Yeah.
they're like, it seems that they know how to play club. So that might be very problematic. If you're an OXG fan, I mean, you must be farting right now and just out of stress.
What?
That's one way of dealing with your anxiety. But we're going to club right now in just a moment to decide who will be moving on to the grand final between Sonics and OXG.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, interesting conversation to get
I don't
thrown
know
into,
what
but
that
we're
was, I don't
here. So, moving past that, we'll get ourselves into this map now between the Sonics and Oxygen, the final map between these 2 teams as well. And what a map to end it on. Clubhouse is the battleground here. Once again, we talked about this before, starting things out on Cafe, moving over to Oregon, now going to Clubhouse. That individual power that Oxygen thrives upon has been slowly diminishing in the capability and the overall success it's more likely going to have throughout this series. series, and this is the map where the Sonics now as well, their team dynamic, their own capability to play together is going to shine through the hardest. So it is indeed the toughest map for me that Oxygen is going to have to try and win out here, but they still have a good chance to do it. So let's see if they can piece themselves back together, or if indeed the Sonics will take full command here and take the series along with it.
Yeah, I guess one good thing for Steelers is starting on the defensive side, which is where they found literally all of their success on Oregon. So that is where that lethal combo from Sweater News can do some work. But first, the operator bans. Nothing's really gonna change all that much. Asami probably, yeah, to follow things up. So Hibana, Dokkaebi, and Asami, they've been banned basically every single map so far. The only exception here is the Valkyrie, that information operator. That's gonna be removed from play from Clubhouse. It is hello, Rexon. Yep, that's gonna be removed from this matchup. I can't see him, he's gone.
He's just that good.
He plays without actually being visually there.
He's just Vigil.
Literally.
He'll pop up again in about 5 seconds. He's gonna be running out of his. See, look, there he is. There we go. Just ran out of ability. Yeah. Now he's got to recharge. So.
Meanwhile, you got. Have you seen Gio's camera by any chance?
No.
Can we see Gio's camera by any chance? It's very beautiful. There, that's Gio's camera. It's like super zoomed in always. I don't know why. It was the same yesterday, but like you see like a quarter of his forehead or something like that.
Future tip to pro players: if you're setting this camera up, set it up the way you would play, not the way. Don't like sit all the way back in the chair, leaning back, because you're not gonna play like that. So sit like you normally play. Then use that as a reference point to set up your camera. Yeah, I'm sure our production people will thank you very much.
Yeah, because what happens is that, you set it up and like, this is comfortable. Then you lean forward like way much more, and then like it doesn't work.
It's like trying to set your mirrors in your car, and you lean back. You're like not in your actual driving position, so that when you go into your driving position, it's like, oh wait, these are still wrong. So there you go. Okay. All right, let's get into round number 1 here. As we take a peek at the operator selections, nothing again too crazy from either team. These slight variations being added for the specific site. The Brava drones once again coming out immediately for the Sonics, of course, as there's plenty to be stolen away downstairs. They're going to go for that over something like a Flores, which could accomplish the same thing, but Flores probably a little bit more difficult to work in this specific site versus the Brava drones. So away from that, though, the only thing that the Sonics have to be careful of more than likely is going to be those Capcan traps. As we can see, those are going to be quite prevalent. No IQ coming in to counter out the Solus as well. So Foxy will have a lot of free room to play because of that.
Yeah, and the thing about Clubhouse is that it really forces you to play together as a team on the attacking side, because it's very hard to get anything done solo bolo. It's a very big map, a lot of rooms to cover, a lot of ground to cover. And you need to do both the drone work with the injury to follow up to the gain ground quickly. The first minute, for example, right now, already been burned, and Sonics have made limited progress so far, but by opening up the CCTV wall, they have forced one half of the roaming duo down, and the second half got shut down by Gunner immediately. That's gonna give Sonics pretty much full map control on the top and first floor, as all the 4 defenders can be down on the bomb site now. Those Capcan traps, of course, will still linger upstairs.
So the aggressive gamble, as it were, from Oxygen at the beginning of this round to try and extend themselves upwards, have that sort of sandwich to pinch in against the Sonics' initial clear. Does not work out with the August death. It gives Sonics, like you said, open control over not only the upstairs portion of the map, but the large majority of the first floor as well. Members of this Oxygen roster do still have a little bit of capability, potentially swing themselves back up through the main stairs to get aggressive. That's very unlikely to happen. What's more important now is the focus on this hatch work, which, as you can see, has been Electric called out. Dream playing directly over the Moto hatch because he can sort of trick it from that back corner position, so he's going to be playing there. They can't really do much about the kitchen hatch, though. He specifically can't. That'll fall to the players with impacts instead, which we do have at least one set of those on yours, which I think he actually might have just used it if I heard the explosion correct in the distance there.
Of course, Cursor has the Maverick, so you can open up those hatches, but it takes a lot of time, about 20 seconds usually, depending on how quick you can be with the gadgetry. The Sonics, they are a formidable attacking team on Clubhouse, I have to say. Usually when they struggle, this is where they end up, and it's where they find success time and time again. And Sonics' basement attack in particular is usually where they find a ton of success. So much so that last time Sonics played the basement, or sorry, last time they played Clubhouse rather,
and he just
got injured.
He just double impacted him.
Feels bad, man. Is it worth it?
It's not gonna get the kill. Yeah,
no, it's not. You're dying.
Meanwhile, Rexon is tearing it up in blue. 2 more kills for him. Yours will exchange that, bringing it back down to a 2v4. Damage pretty much already done. The trade needs very little, at least for me here. Nitro goes out. Oh, perfect timing on that one from Dream, though. So maybe now that double kill gonna find a little bit less effectiveness. The wrap as well coming back in, and it's a double kill from Dream. Beautifully played, triple on the round, and Newer surprises for one final pickup as well. What a way to win it, and what a way to start it for the players here.
That's not supposed to happen. I mean, beautiful C4. The timing was perfect from Dream. They didn't really have any active information. He just kind of gambled it, tossed it, immediately got the kill, and without any hesitation, walked through that church triple wall breach and got the flank into Moto with the double shotgun with the TCSG in hand. And there was only 10 seconds left. There's no time. Sonics, they fall apart in the last couple of seconds in the round, and a round that should have been theirs all of a sudden was given to Oxygen instead. And this is why it's so important that having supportive players on your roster that are able to take themselves into the round and say, you know what, I might be playing support, but I too can go make some hero plays, I can get some kills, I can go for that clutch factor. When we speak of the best supportive cast in the world, whether it's Shepard, Breeday, Souls, they all have the same thing in common. They can really show up and get the kills when it matters the most, and Dream on OXG is one of those players. He's not afraid to get into the fray of the battle and just say, you know what, boys, you've had your time, you failed on the roam, now it's my turn to show you how it's done, and in that round, it's exactly what he did. That's a successful basement victory, but things will change now. Bar bomb set up next, and it's going to be a very dynamic one of that because the bomb set is actually the last place you want to be as a defender. And that's why you see just one lonely sweater down here. It's all about what's above the bomb site. This master bedroom, gym, connector area, that's going to grant you all the access points, the verticality to deny any plant attempt, and it's why you need information operators to work for that as well. That's why we see Neros on the Solus, Foxy on the Echo as well. That's going to get you vision on the site. The Sonics, they know this. They know they have to pick it apart upstairs and try and find a foothold somewhere. They're going to start on the CCTV side of things, but actually, they're on both sides of this equation. And again, they get the opening kill on Sweater.
Rexon, the one that finds it here as well. So this will be an unfamiliar site take for the Sonics, but not one that they're completely unaware of how to handle here. Obviously, Bar is a very low played, and we only get like 1 to 2 plays on it per stage, I would say, here in North America. But it gets quite a bit of play internationally and overall in other regions. So given the fact that Sonic is a very well-run organization, they have plenty of support staff as well. They're going to be more than aware of the kind of tricks Oxygen will try to deploy here. So they will bring some influence in from those other regions. And now you can see this already, the immediate counters from the Sonics, not only picking up that first entry, but another one to follow it through. News on the Solus has already been dealt with, so that potential worry for the late round play has also been knocked out here.
So in the LCQ so far for NA specifically, Clubhouse has been played 3 times. We've seen a single Bar stage defense so far. This will be the second at that, so very accurate presentation there for you, John. And Defenders did win out in that particular round. Not a great start for OXG to kind of match that situation, but at least with York and the Bandit, they find a little bit of success upstairs by denying or slowing down the breach possibility at least. But while that's going on, Dream, who saved OXG in that previous round, he's taken so much damage. One bullet will take him out or injure him. No, OXG, they can't really play too passive. Sure, they got upstairs control, but they're going to be overpowered because it's 3 versus 5 currently in this round.
Timing here could be bad, but the good news is Citizen gets himself off the rappel, so he's not a threat here. Nitro potentially going to be chucked right through, goes way too short, thought it was there, counter a player on the rappel, so good move from Citizen to get himself off of that and avoid any potential damage that would have come through. Actually, you need to find some way to stop the bleeding here, but it's just not happening as Gunnar claims yet another kill against this defensive lineup. Foxy and Yag are all that remain. Time is starting to get a little bit low, but keep in mind, again, these are off-site holds coming from the 2 remaining players. They don't necessarily have an active way to stop this plant. Second yokai drone gonna need to be used to do it, but I think this is gonna be too slow. No, the wrong spot. So the bait smoke works out to draw the attention of the yokai. Plant goes down onto the ground. Finally, a kill is picked up from Yaga, but it's the first of 5 that still need to be found here. And as they drop down, immediately the cutoffs have been established. Yes, it's an easy trade for Yaga to get for himself, but he has no intel past that to play off of, so it's an easy shutdown for the Sonics to bring to bear and get their own personal first round on the map.
And despite Sonics not winning both those first attacking rounds, they did look like they were in the driver's seat in both of them. Of course, in that first round, it was a clutch from OXG, but Sonics' attacks definitely are something that's going to be difficult for OXG to deal with as we go through this bomb site. Basement, into Bar, now OXG harding that gym bedroom defense. The thing about Clubhouse that's kind of tricky, so the majority of the bomb sites play out in a very similar fashion. It's always going to be the same couple of areas that are going to be the biggest pain points for you. When you're attacking basement, well, it's the wrong clear. Taking gym, taking CCTV and walking down staircase. When you're defending gym, it's again CCTV, gym master bedroom. That's that big area again. When you're defending Bar, it's again that upstairs hold. So if Sonics are successful at picking apart that same area of the map that they've done so far, they can apply that success to every single bomb site attack, and it's down to OXG once again, just like an Oregon, to adapt around the problems and make it difficult for Sonics. I like the mirror in this position. Mirror's open, it was spent on that previous map, and they're utilizing it now on the Jacuzzi Breach to either impact trick through it, deny breaching capabilities, or slowing down the attacking force of Sonics. They got the meat jammers as well to force out those CMPs or force a Maverick pick to give them less utility to work with. What we know is that Sonics are opting for a double hard breach, ace and thermite situation, with Brickster on the line, bring those secondary MPs. That is how they're gonna work through these walls, but there are also 2 sets of impact grenades, one from Dream and one from Yogg. And that can of course shut down especially those Selma charges, as they're very prone to get an impact trick.
Calibrating air compression. All set.
So, a very quiet start to this round. No immediate opportunities for the Sonics to try and pick up that opening kill, but that may be because of the way Oxygen wants to play this one out here, given the fact that they've challenged the early clear from Sonics on multiple occasions so far, and have yet to come out as the winner from that exposure. So, it's back, maybe a better way for them to try and drain the time bank, make Sonics a little bit unsure of themselves as they get deeper and deeper into this execute. Nice counter coming back in for the defense there. They were attempting to steal away the mute jammer, which in this case would just kind of knock it out. And as a result of that one, they are going to be able to eliminate it beforehand. However, now they'll move back in and successfully steal away something that's arguably even more important, the big interior sight vision piece. They'll just try to steal away another mute jammer, and nicely done. The Bludgeoner snuck itself under that toolbox there, so it goes unnoticed, as now it works for the other team's advantage instead, meaning that this hard breach is going to go off without too much of an issue. Yogg will just shoot away the now moot point mute jammer sitting on the other side there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the most incredible things when you are playing a hot breach at SG with some thermite. When you go to a wall, there's a jammer banner on it, but the moment you get there, it's been dealt with by your teammates already, and it makes his attack so effortless once again. Sonic's making great pace, he's kind of walking through it, not finding any problems really. They can kind of problem solve around this perfectly. And again, there's a soft wall mirror window. Well, one Flourish is nearby, takes out that problem. Again, every single obstacle that's put in their way, they just pave right through it. And again, 3rd time in a row, Rixen finds the opening kill once again for the 2nd time onto Yogg.
Sonic continue to showcase so far a flawless entry statistic here at 3-0 as of the rounds that have been played out so far here. North with so much intel from that scan right there as well. Caught 2 of the members of Sonics on cam, so they knows they're sitting right up on top there, waiting to try and do something. It's not really actionable just as of yet here, but we could see it come out a bit later on in the round. And Sweater, more than importantly, can position himself here below the hatch for any rotates we may see go through that. E1D will be the attacker's form of this intel as they try to sweep through Logi and start to take interior site control. Gunnar takes on the charge right now. He's going to be the first one into the site. No immediate resistance, but he will find it as he ventures just a little bit further, and apparently Foxe just not ready to fend that back off. The Sonics will now attempt to flood back in, but Dream once again coming out in the clutch here. 3 kills in a row for him, saving his remaining teammates and still leaving room for them to retake, but they are completely detached from this scenario, trying to play it on utility from down below. As you can see, Sweater still with the Nitro in pocket, trying to utilize it, but will not find a target, and Gunnar now has the hard counter angle here on the main stairs. Immediately will smite anyone that tries to work their way up. There we go. Sweater becomes his first victim. There's Nora's challenge in kind. It looks like he wants to. And thankfully, his opponent has given him some room to play this one back out, but for good reason too, to rotate back away, get himself on repel, and then re-pinch this at a later point. Nora's a little bit of a loss for words in terms of where to take this retake. Just has to jump onto the counter defuse immediately to try and force out a rotate from one of these players. He'll get it, but he won't be ready for the duel. And Citizen will shut down the round for the Sonics.
And again, Sonic's a perfect post-on position, playing very passively, not taking the initial gunfights, not giving Neuros anywhere to clutch it out. And because that Bravo drone early in the round from Rixen hacked the cam from Maestro inside of Master Bedroom, they actually had intel the entire time of the bomb site, both before, during, and after the planet went down. Sonics also recognized perfectly that the last 2 members might be downstairs, might be a Solus, maybe a C4. There is one position in the entirety of that bomb site where you can plan without dying to the verticality of a C4, and it's that concrete area next to the office rotate. That's exactly where they planted. And so the whole mute C4 Solus downstairs with the information, they can't do anything with it. And there's only 9 seconds left. If Sonics planted in the wrong spot and they get C4, that's almost a guaranteed round to OXG. Sonics with arguably perfect execute so far in the first, in the beginning of the round, the middle of the round, and the end of the round as well, all throughout. The one round OXG did win was a clutch from Dream, that 3K to end the round, and it was on this basement defense. It's where OXG will go once more, And because that bomb site being chosen, we see Sonics using their attacker
5
repicks
seconds left.
from Ace to Buck, Flores to Ash, and then from Thermite to Ace as well. So a lot of juggling out the Heartbeat destruction of the attacker lineup. And Grixer always gonna bring out the Maverick just because the Kaid is on the board. It was used by OHG on the last map of Oregon. They don't want to get Kite Claw tricked at any point in this game because, again, they want to have solutions to any possible problem that might be thrown at them.
So immediately, Sonics start to work their way back in. See the way that map controls. Citizen will take up the first charge as he works his way through Strip. Not going to find any targets here in the immediate area, obviously. Later on in the round, now that he's primed to move forward, still could line up for something once he gets Gunnar or another one of his teammates in position to pinch from the other side. Oxygen have cooled off their own aggression quite a bit. We do have a Yaga out in the open, but the patience pays off yet again here for our attackers as once more they catch a rotator trying to work their way back downstairs. This time it's going to be Sweater on the Jaeger going down first off here. 0-4 start for Sweater as well, so not necessarily a great sign for Oxygen here, as he's definitely one of the players you want to see stepping out and finding success in the early round. Quite obviously not able to pick it up as it's all that has gone to Dream in the late round for the most part. Look at the kill department.
Yeah, I mean, Neuros and Sweater, they have been very efficient on the defensive side, especially on that last map of Oregon, but they've been defanged so far. Neuros on 2 kills, Sweater on 0 and 4 currently, and every single opening duel 4 rounds in a row goes in favor of Sonics on the attacking side. They are in full control. And once again, let's look at the map. It's like, what's a big problem right now for Sonics? Well, they can breach any of the hatches for free. Sure, there are 6 impact grenades inside of OHG, but realistically, they shouldn't be able to be impact trade much because you can just destroy the foreign kitchen, and you can't do it on the motor hatch or the blue hatch. So that means the bomb site is going to be next up for Sonics, and again, there is no C4. There's 3 toxic babes from Dream to stop the plant, and that's it. If Sonics, they execute this round cleanly, I don't see any easy way or any real way, honestly, for OHG to kind of swing it back into their favor. They have to go for broke, they have to go for kills and isolate members if they can from the side of Sonics.
Already down to the final minute of play as well. The round evolving very, very quickly. Sonics not necessarily able to gain a lot of control. They don't necessarily need it just yet here, as you can see with all the hatchwork having been opened up and their drones trying to sneak their way in. A very nice one inserted at the very top corner of blue, by the way, here. Still trying to get the kitchen hatch open. It should finally be a successful one in just a second. Rexon just barely missing an opportunity to knock out one of the defenders here. Just clipping off some damage against Newers instead. Aside from that, though, 30 seconds to go, and we've yet to see anyone from the Sonics work their way down into the basement. So that lack of a second kill may actually be the saving grace here for Oxygen, but we'll have to see once they get into the site execute itself. Geo pops open the top-down angle, so he has a safe path to fall back here and can prevent retakes from his opponent. Will be able to work himself through the rotate into the site and try to negotiate a plan here, but this is a dangerous one at that. Toxic Babe right on top of him. He'll have to cancel it. 6 seconds remaining. They do not have time to wait this one out. They have to force the issue somewhere, and it's just not going to happen. The timer falls apart, and so does the attack from the Sonics, as Oxygen get a second round on the board.
On paper, Sonics, they have no way to lose that round, but the one thing they did right from OHG, they have studied the side of Sonics because they are known to go for that pillar plant position that Geo attempted. They had one way to shut it down, the Toxic Babes from Dream, and he happened to play inside of Dirt, so he could actually toss them out in the correct position and shut down that plant immediately. And it's a bit of an oversight from Sonics, but also they're not really playing the clock there correctly, arguably, right? There is so little time left that one mistake from them is enough for OHG to swing upon and then shut it down. And if there was just a couple more seconds on the clock, they might get a second attempt and try at getting down that diffuser, but that's not going to be the case whatsoever. And because of that, OHG, they can swing for those gunfights. They know there's no objective play, and that's where they find those kills in the further battle. But also, look who's currently carrying Oxygen on the kill department. It's their support player of Dream. When he plays the Maestro, when he plays the Kai, when he plays the Smoke, he's always doing his job and his role successfully, but also doing more than he needs to, because they're also finding all these victories in the gunfight engagements. OHG will go to CCTV instead. Difficult bomb site to defend at that. We'll see how they do it, as there is currently no Asami available, as it's been banned up by OHG themselves.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
And so we go into yet another round here. The Sonics having the tie point against Oxygen. At the same time, Oxygen just re-equalizing things. Now we finally go to another site. The final site they get to play into is one thing you can respect here from Oxygen, of course. As we saw it played out back on map number 1, 2. They are willing to stretch the extent of their site play to all 4. While that's not entirely uncommon here on Clubhouse specifically, especially from a global perspective, as we looked at it, has it happened as well on Cafe. It is nice to see it happening on multiple maps, and seemingly we'll continue to see that deploy itself in more and more advanced tournaments too, if Oxygen do end up claiming that spot for the major. I would imagine we'd see it more and more at the event itself. But as you can see here, Sonics getting themselves off to a good start, nearly able to take care of Sweater outright, but he just barely escapes into the depths of that red hallway there.
Now, bandit tricking in professional play of Siege is arguably like impossible. You typically play the bandit to slow down the attackers, make it more difficult to breach, but not with the intent of stopping it entirely. Sweater, he does just that. He plays down those bandit batteries, and he sticks around in case of an EMP and thermite attempt or a Selma charge. But the thing is, Sonics, they keep playing the Maverick, and the open line can do a bunch of damage. And they also, again, 5th round in a row, they get the opening kill. But not just on any player. It's on Newers, and it's on the Catwalk Raft player of the OMI. This now means Garage is entirely clear and free for the taking of Sonics. That's gonna speed up their attack, and I mean, this is the hardest part of the entire attack in part. That is a clear Garage. But it was the easiest job from them so far. They have half the round to work with, the breach is open, they can walk up the catwalk stairs, they have a ton of utility, 9 flashbangs, 2 grenades. This is looking great for Sonic in this round.
So Rexon now going to try and start to move forward here with the Garage presence dealt with. Oh, it always misses that one Midas. It's like right under you here, so that's unfortunate. But he has more in his pocket, thankfully, and is only using it to clear soft breach anyway, so was able to eat that up very quickly. Geo starts the process of planting, but looks like a Toxic Babe gets in his way. Can't escape it for some reason. So he's going to end up going down outright because of that. Either was not able to make the transition back out to Garage or did not have a safe path to do so and just ended up eating the damage from the Toxic Babe. Unfortunate. That's not the way you want to go down in a round like this. Things are going to get, fortunately, even worse now for Oxygen's sake, as Grixer is able to land a nice nade from down below to take down a second member of that defensive squad. Sonic still definitely taking command of the player count here. We're down to a 4v3, but it's also a very awkward setup. Currently on the first floor here, Grixer ready to pinch out at least one member of the team, but he gets caught looking in a different direction. At probably the worst possible timing. Probably some serious damage to him, but Grixer eventually restabilizes, only to have Dream descend against him, though, and knock him down outright. And now, Dream with the bottom top angle is just unleashing himself. The entire magazine he has here. Young gets away with one more. They can't follow his silhouette through the soft breach, so they directly peek him. He gets a second one. Citizen finally trades that, but now it's a 1v1. Dream, does he have the counter from below? It doesn't necessarily look like it. The plant is going to work itself through, and there's no way to interrupt it. Citizen knows that the rotate was made through top red, so he plays it cautiously, backs up here. It's going to create as much distance as possible between himself and Dream. So very smartly played so far by Citizen, who wants to prevent that M590 pump from clutching it out and giving Dream yet another round. It won't happen. Citizen will take command instead, and the Sonics take the round along with it.
Oh my god, Dream almost once again was the hero, but Yogg earlier in the round, prone, flashbang on the ground, getting, shot to the floor, through the wall. He still manages to get a kill somehow and put Dream into that 1v1 position, but Citizen, without any hesitation, goes to the plant deep inside the CCTV. He basically creates a safe spot for him by having that big green box between him and his opponent of Dream, gets the diffuser down, goes that primary weapon reload, and then again can play far back, not making the shotgun efficient enough at that range. Dream on 11 kills, almost won the round for his team once again, but it wasn't enough. Geo really having a hard time right now getting down that diffuser. That's the second time in a row that he's dying to the Toxic Babes, basically. Not something we see very commonly, and that was also Geo being full HP, taken down all the way to injured and then dead. He wasn't even shot by any bullets, I don't believe. Sonics, they had so much time to work with, but it wasn't enough.
All right, the Sonics yet again take that control, though. Once more, it'll only be by a single round, so Oxygen with one more opportunity to potentially tie things up. They do make the return to the bar site, try and lock in a 3-3 scoreline. Outright even game for themselves, but Sonics going to take that command at 4-2 instead of only the remaining half of the rounds after that. Would need to be required for them to move themselves forward and get one step closer to the major. Keep in mind, folks, once again, we remind you in the last set, we're going to remind you here one more time, we still have one additional best of 3 to go to end out the bracket. It will be the winner of this game up against Beast Coast. And one of those two teams, whoever wins that matchup, will be moving on to the major.
Copenhagen major, which starts only in a few weeks from now, actually. The end of the month.
A little under, I want to say a little under 2 weeks now.
Is it a little under 2 weeks? 24th, I believe?
For the group stage, anyway.
For the group stage, anyway.
Yeah. For the part you guys are going to be able to view. It's still a couple weeks out, but we got a couple phases to get to before then.
Absolutely.
So, unfortunately, quite a few teams to eliminate before then as well. So,
yeah, you know how it goes. It is what it is. A wall gets opened up again with ease. The Maverick is being brought as a precaution, but it's been paying off so well so far. Again, opening kills very one-sided in favor of Sonics. And OXG, they're not finding any early round success so far. And you said about John, they're not afraid of stretching themselves across these bomb sites, all four being played out at. But how these rounds are going, OXG, they can pretty much choose freely between them, but they go for bar instead as their second choice. Haven't found success there yet, but looking for it this time around. Sonics, they're bringing the same kind of operators, right? It's pretty standard for them. Citizen going from either a early entry operator of like the Ashe, the Ayana, onto the more utility oriented Flores. Rexen always on the Brava pretty much, and then Gunnar and Grixer can take turns on the Maverick. But what doesn't ever change is again the opening kills. That's 6 in a row for Sonics.
It's truly taking command of the early game because of that. And this is something that I think Oxygen wanted to avoid in returning to this site. They did a good job of a time-wasting mechanism. They nearly caused the Sonics to mess things up. Just the fact that they were not really able to get that plant down until the very bitter end of the timer. But once again, they've lost too many players prior to that point, and that's a large part of it. So if we're going to fall into the same pattern here and Sonics clear out 2, 3, maybe even 4 members of Oxygen before they even attempt the plant, Oxygen, unfortunately, will not really be in a good position to make an improvement to their play previously here. But so far, once again, wasting out a good amount of the time, but the entry power still so strong for the Sonic. A second kill now claimed here by Gunnar. It's going to look for number 3 in a second. Realistically, might make it number 4, as Newers, of course, already been down, and there's the plant. Once again, OXG is not able to resist it in the same strength that they were able to find on the previous attempt here, so the return to bar might be coming back to haunt them to a pretty serious degree. Another kill is now claimed. Newers having been finished off from a few seconds prior. Fox and Yogg so detached from the action, 0 damage done to any of these still 5 players up from the Sonics. This should be a safe 4-2 scoreline when everything is said and done. And there we go, just pushing us further to that destiny now, as Foxe is left as the only player remaining. Wow. And there we go, not too much additional effort for Geo to mop up that remaining player.
See Gunnar's player game, he's very happy about that run, he should be. It's a flawless one. They get that 4-2 side half and a beautiful attack inside from Sonics. Now, I'm curious to see where will the Sonics go to defend first, because there's a couple of things to break this down. For example, actually, okay, a little bit uncommon, but OXG will actually call a tactical timeout the moment the side swap happens to talk game plan theories. How are we going to be attacking? What are the operators going to be? And of course, I'm sure their coach will also have a thing or two to say about how those first couple of rounds went, especially with those opening kills going and how defanged Sweater and Newers looked, at least on the defending side.
Needs to be a quick change of pace here from Oxygen as well, so making sure the plan is solid for the first time, which will more than likely be a basement defense from Sonics, unless they really want to throw us for a loop on the first hold here. Most teams, I would say, are going immediately to the basement site nowadays and are not trying to mess around. Occasionally, you'll see a gym or potentially a cash hold if teams want to kind of stretch themselves out a bit on the defensive side, but even so, that is more than likely the big focus from Oxygen inside of this one. But it looks like that we have resumed the game after the pause. We do indeed go back to that basement hold now from the Sonics. So OXG coming up with a big plan to work it, and we'll see how that will end up being the case.
I was going to say, it makes a lot of sense because Hibana is banned, which means that you don't have those X-Kairos to open up all the hatches, and that is one of the biggest pain points for the defending team. It also allows you sometimes to maybe impact trigger, slow down the hop reach from the attack and lineup. Not going to be the case for Sonics, rather, because they don't have any impacts at all. They have a C4, 2 shields, and 2 sets of barbed wires. This is going to be a heavy bomb site oriented hold, especially because Citizen is on the Bandit. They want to lock down that church triple wall. They don't want to let that get opened up whatsoever. I assume that's where Citizen will play it, because it what makes the most sense. It's the only real triggerable wall by Bandit on this bomb site as well. The one thing that they don't have to work with, there's no Asami. Asami will be a perfect operator for this kind of defense, very turtle-focused style, but it's been banned away from OXG, so not in play.
We'll get ourselves into the round here and see what exactly OXG are going to be trying to center themselves towards. See them go out onto the map here. Not really too surprising of an operator lineup as well. Pretty much your basic siege composition for the attackers here over on the Sonic side. It's very much the same thing for a basement hold here. The Maestro even being out in there for Geo to kind of create that bunker. We were talking about the Maestro earlier back in map number 1. He's still very good for the sites where he can play himself into a corner and then bust out from it to go huge, as we saw from Dream more than once, in fact, over the course of that previous half. But aside from that, he has lost a lot of his luster beyond it, so we're only seeing him inside of those very niche situations. Aside from that, though, very light early round as Dewar is just kind of carving his way through the first floor. Not much getting into his way, so he is able to work all the way to the bottom of blue. A little bit of pre-fire here to see if he can get lucky deeper on the inside and create an angle to be used later on in the round, but quite obviously nothing on the other side of that from the Sonics end. So no one claimed just yet from either team. Sonics are looking to keep potentially their entry record flawless, though, as indeed they did have a perfect 6-0 on the previous half. So that's an important factor that we're going to be paying attention to here as well now on Sonics take on the attacker's perspective.
Well, certainly it's very impressive. It doesn't happen very commonly at all, especially on Clubhouse where there are so many ways to die as an attacker. C4s, cap charge, verticality, etc. But Sonics, they didn't fall to any of those problems in those rounds. OXG now on the attack, they're making pretty good pace so far. 1:30 still on the clock, starting to work that kitchen floor. Already in bar, hatch opened up. They do have the Thatcher from Sweater, so they could still attempt a church attack, but there's only a single Selma charge left in the pocket of Dreams, so very limited hard destruction left from OXG's side here. Not sure they can get all the things open up that they would like to have. Curious what the opening will be. Last Selma in pocket, EMP goes out, gets tossed. Where is the Bandit? He's not on the wall. Geo is there. But again, he doesn't have impact. He's playing barbed wire on the Maestro, so there will be an external breach on that triple wall that will give you a pressure point and a way into the bomb site as well.
Very quiet here as Oxygen, not necessarily confident with their push early on here, but this is in part because of the way the Sonics have set up their own defensive matrix on the inside of the site too. They're just not giving anything over to Oxygen for them to realistically shoot at on the outskirts of the site. It needs to be a full commitment from Oxygen in order for them to start potentially bagging a few bodies. But again, now that they try to set themselves up for that, there's immediate fire back coming in from that setup. Newar's bad timing on the angle. Got a peek at Rexon's head, was off the marker when it came out, so was unable to capitalize on it. The pinch now coming through as Oil's gonna get involved in this too, and it's a 1-to-1 to start things out, but it continues to devolve. In fact, 5 players die in a matter of a second or two, but enough room is open for Oxygen to go for a plant, and they're supporting angles on top of that one. As we can see, Foxy with the cutoff for 1, and now 2 kills to claim the round just as the plant goes down onto the ground.
Oh my god. I mean, it looked like OXG had no way in, but they just say, you know what, guys? We have to make it work. Believe in ourselves, the confidence, drop the blue hatch, walk down that blue hallway from garage pit drop, and they make it work. Sure, they trade 1-for-1 in 3 separate occasions, but it allows OXG to get into a position where they can start working down that diffuser. Then Foxy, a great decision from him to go down bottom main stairs, cut the cross, and support his teammate. Gunner on the smoke, tried to toss out that toxic bait, but didn't hit the right mark, and therefore that plant went down successfully, and he had to go for a deep swing to try and deny it.
I don't know if you saw the chat there, but Sweater said, "Oh my god, I got one," as he is indeed finally off the donut here. He's got his first kill at 1-6-1. Didn't hit the secret agent status at least, so avoided that, but
yeah,
was able to prevent outright disaster here on round number 7. But
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think Foxy was also sitting on donut as well when that round started, so I mean, it's a 4-3 scoreline, a 4-2 before that previous round, and there's 2 separate donuts from OXG's side, and they lost every single opening duel until that previous round. So, despite how close the game actually is, numbers-wise, I mean, there's a lot more to be wanted from OXG.
the Dream's got the big backpack on right now.
I mean,
basically what you're saying.
Huge.
It's got the 60-liter right now.
Yeah. Poor man. The thing is, when Dream goes on attack with OXG, he is going to be a little bit less unleashed, if you will, right? He's going to have this duty of the hard support of Ace. And the thing about Clubhouse is that on half the bomb side, you're going to have to stay alive and have that hard breach at your disposal because you need it late in the round. And then sometimes, like a CCTV attack, for example, the first step is to use all your hard breach utility and then the round begins. So Dream is not always allowed to go in and find those aggressive plays like he did on the defensive side, and that could be problematic if Sweater doesn't show up. So it's great for him in OXG that he finally got his first kill, but he has to get 5 additional kills without dying to go 1-for-1 with that 6-6 scoreline.
So we'll see if the other members of Oxygen are able to bring a bit more confidence to bear. Now they move over to that attacking side, take some of the pressure off of Dream, as he was once again the player that was looked to more often than not, especially inside of late round scenarios, to stave off the most of the Sonics attack, and was able to do it on at least one occasion to outright win a round. So now seeing the other players come into effect here, at least that first baseman attack is a good sign, but obviously it's a very different hold here from the Sonics now as they go over towards their bar hole for round number 2. Let's get a lot of bar play in this game specifically here. Way more than I've ever seen in just a purely North American match. Obviously, other regions tend to pop it out quite often, but this is quite rare to see it played, I think, 3 times so far in just a single match.
Well, you're correct. Mixed results, of course, so far, mostly favoring the attacking side, but that was when Sonics was the attacking team. Now those roles have swapped, and OXG, they're almost there. They got connector, they're on the windows of pressure, they're waiting for the setup, and here comes Goomine, gives away the location of one member of Yaga instead of Office. Neurers might need to be the first to strike.
So we're going to see now Neurers set up for that play. But a lot of potential contention to come back into this from the Sonics as well. And Grix are sneaky, just creeps right through. Sweater, though, on the window. He's able to trade it right back, but there's additional pressure here from both teams, so it's going to continue to be a chaotic affair. Fox is the next to drop. However, he's down on the outside, so make it retrieved by another teammate later on in it. Immediately, we have to see a snapshot from Yaga here as he finds the trade onto one of his teammates. Sweater finishes off Citizen, who had gone down as well. Gunnar and Gio are the last 2 remaining here from the defense to a more than likely 4-player strong Oxygen, assuming someone is able to route back outside to retrieve Foxe. Away from that, though, it does seem like things are going to go calm for a moment. Like I said before, more than likely to retrieve the fallen teammate, but never mind. Dream reactivates here for his 12th personal kill, knocking out Gio and leaving all the pressure here onto Gunnar, who had gone undiscovered. Gets away with one for free. However, he's not able to stop the planter, and he's not able to go further than Billiards, where now, having revived his teammate, we see one of the last members of Oxygen go forward to pick up the final kill as well.
So whenever we talk about statistics of maps of like attacker side, defender side, etc., I truly believe that Clubhouse does not fall within that category at all. I've always believed that Clubhouse is about the attacking team. If you attack on Clubhouse perfectly because of how structured this map is and how much like ABC 1, 2, 3 kind of step of siege it is, if you attack it flawlessly, you will always win the attacking side. Sure, there can be some crazy, hero plays, clutches, gunfights going certain ways, but if you can walk through the map without making massive errors, you have an incredible amount of value to be had on the attacking side. And so far, it is definitely looking like an attacker-sided Clubhouse because both teams are so efficient at the attacking side of things. Sonics, despite being tied up 4-4, will also call their tactical timeout because things are not going the way that they want either, not finding a single round so far on their defensive side. And the thing about the opening kills is that OXG have yet to get an uncontested opening kill. In the last 2 rounds, it's been a 1-for-1 trade in both of those occasions, which means still Sonics with a significant lead there, but not able to convert that into a round victory as of yet on the defensive side at least.
I still think it's a good point to potentially call that pause, though, considering we've seen 2 very different defenses get played out there by the Sonics. One that's pretty much as passive as you can play, and one that's relatively as aggressive as you could look to play it. We do have quite a bit of significant lag to the Oxygen roster right now, by the way, guys. You guys probably just spotted there on the right side, and they're complaining about it in the chat. I am personally unaware of rules with regards to rehosts regarding this, so we will kind of wait and see what happens there. But until we see something in the chat or until we pull ourselves out of game, this is a live round. I think it's settling itself now, so it should just be a live round more than likely here.
Looks like it's stabilizing somewhat. We'll see what the setup here is going to be. We saw Citizen on Bandit previously, now it's Gunner's turn instead. Now, as I mentioned when OXG was defending, the Bandit trick is not necessarily something that you're doing personal play to, be like, okay, guys, guarantee the thermal charge or you failed. It's more of like you're slowing down the attackers and forcing those grenades, flashbangs, and EMPs, etc., making it more difficult to achieve your goal of opening up those walls. Gunner is going to expect them to go for that roam to the master bedroom side. That's why he's tricking the jacuzzi wall. But, well, there it is. The Foxe Thermite will actually be halfway across the map on the opposite side with those EMPs instead. Citizen saying, shoot the cam, come on.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
Outside default cam alive or something. That's just rude.
At least he's helping him out,
Yeah. He's like, make it a fair
To be fair, they are a bit distracted probably with the lag
ping
issue going on, so.
Yeah.
Oh, it's this one too.
So Gunner should know that there's nobody on that side, but maybe that has not been communicated to him, I'm not sure. He's still waiting around. Of course, if you go on the CCTV side, it's so easy to get naded from below or from that outside window, so he's not gonna risk it. He's gonna just surrender that breach to Foxe and OXG. That's gonna get opened up. We have Rexon on the OMI on that catwalk rafters position, and that is going to be very difficult to clear for the attack inside, and it's why we see 2 or 3 people from Sonics roaming on the master bedroom side of things, because they still expect OXG to go for that rotation and go for both sides at once.
Uneventful first minute or so here. Oxygen holding themselves back for multiple reasons at this point. The Lag probably being one of them, as they don't have full confidence in their capability to work it, but hey, that ends up working out.
There it
End
is.
of the day, Sweater finds the first kill when everything is said and done. Grixer is the victim of that. So we'll lose the Legion. Good spot as well in terms of an operator to knock out here. Obviously, the Legion kind of one of those stacking operators is what I like to call them here. They get stronger the deeper they go into the round. Well, Mai would have been another good pickup as well if he was able to also isolate him. But Grixer, another one as well that was going to be playing things quite confidently, so it's a good thing they removed him, as he would have been the first to potentially jump out in any sort of late round fight situation.
It's also OXG's first uncontested opening kill, so this is the best they have looked so far in the first 9 rounds. Now, they tried to go for that master bedroom, recognized it's too much work, too difficult, go back to garage, open the softball, and now Rexen is their new focus target. He's pretty alone in this position, but if Rexen can waste just 20 seconds, that leaves us 25 seconds left on the clock, and that's hard to work with as an attacking team, despite the numbers advantage.
Nice play from Gunnar as well as Rexen, who re-aggress at the same time. And Rexen goes for 2, stopping a player trying to pierce the inside of the breach outside on balcony as well. Beautifully done by the Sonics to jump back into the face of Oxygen just when they were starting to build up some confidence over Yaga. He's got a free one right on the top of red stairs here. Citizen none the wiser to his position, so walks right up on it for free and takes a very powerful position away from the defenders now. That's pretty much full vision into Cash as well, but here's the problem. It's just him and Foxe. Foxe needs to find a way to link up with him somehow. Otherwise, Yaga is making this play all on his lonesome. And Foxe also the one with case control here, so he needs to join this fight. Assuming he's playing things out from behind him here, and indeed he is going for the plant on the inside of Cash. A little more secure that, but the Nitro comes in from below, shuts things down, and will secure the round yet again for the Sonics.
A little bit too close for comfort, however, because the call that came that they were planting was actually purely based off sound. A bulletproof camera inside of that radio position, inside the CCTV bomb site, couldn't see the exact whereabouts of the plant, but he said it's somewhere around Green Box. Just kind of wing it. Garner did that. C4 took him out, and with that, Sonics they take the round and they lead once again 5-4. But before we get back into this next round, we will have a quick rehost to kind of make sure the ping is back where the players want them to be, as OXG were having a little bit of a ping problem in that round.
Yep, we'll solve any lingering issues there with the players' connection, specifically over an Oxygen side of things, to make sure that obviously keeps us as competitively viable as possible, and then we'll get ourselves back into it. Same score and everything. We did not start the round yet, so operator picks are still going to be open to be changed up here, but a little bit of a spoiler. Sonics were just about to head back into a basement defense, where they were looking to lock down potentially round number 6 for themselves here, if they could go for it. So stick with us here, folks, and once again, we're just going to be chatting up for a few minutes while we wait for this rehost to come through, where we'll then follow through with the conclusion of the rest of this game. Very close one at the moment here between the Sonics and Oxygen. Sonics definitely leading the charge as far as I'm concerned right now on this defensive side, but at the same time, Oxygen already with a few rounds claimed to begin it, starting to look like they may have the prowess to still bring themselves back as well. Both teams can still potentially win it inside of regulation as well, so it's anyone's game right now.
No, it certainly is. And it doesn't really look like from the numbers that there are any particular bomb sites that are heavily, much more attacker or defender sided, etc. It has been a toss-up back and forth. The one thing that has been pretty consistent, however, is that bar is won by the attackers every single time. Besides that, it's completely up to, what happens in the round at any given moment. Between these two teams, it's been very close so far, back and forth. There is one thing that's slowly starting to build up, which is OXG is finally on the board with opening kills, finding those early duos. But the first time they do just that, it takes about 10 seconds. And then Rexen, he gets 2 kills in quick succession on the catwalk rafters, and then the round is just taken away from them once again. Bit of a heartbreaking moment to see in the round. But OXG looking alive on the attacking side, much more than the defensive side.
It does make you question as well if Oxygen really are able to get a handle on things when it comes to this first kill department, as they've been struggling to do it up until the previous round, which ironically enough, as you take a look at our round share there between the first and second half, the rounds they didn't get the opening kill, they won the round, and the round where they did get it, they lost. So it's a little weird in that department right now, but talking from a general sense, if they are able to continue to maintain that sort of pacing and continue to maintain that early kill department, and we see the late round execute prowess that had been shown in the first 2 rounds, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with here and still could realistically come back to take this map away, where I think a lot of us, both here on the casting desk and over there on the analysis desk as well, expected this one to go a little bit more heavily into the Sonics' favor, given the kind of style of this map before we jumped into it.
There is kind of one thing that I've been surprised about, which is that neither team is really bringing out like a lot of flexibility in terms of operators, right? They both play Brava, they both play like the Thatcher, the Maverick, etc. No one is going crazy with the Yings, the Glass, the Monty, the Blitz, etc. It's a stylistic choice, of course. We know teams like Beast Coast, those, they will, if you give them any of those operators, they will jump at that, just play them as much as possible. Neither team really going for those in this scenario. They're going with stable, comfortable operators, time and time again, and focusing on the micro things, so the bigger macro things in the round.
Even across like the overall series, it's been the case. Say for one round back on Cafe, where we saw a clash get brought out by Sonics. That's like the only round now where we've seen like kind of a
the Geo clash.
Yeah. He called it like a cheese operator, if you want, for that terminology. But that's pretty much been it. It's been very like classic, very straightforward style Siege so far from both of these teams here, which again shows the respect they are giving each other at this point here. They're not necessarily needing to resort to that type of strategy in order to win rounds. Obviously, we had the nope, that was the previous series. But say we had that like one rush round too at the Finca, but that was back on our first series on Oregon. So apologies for that one. It's all blurring together here now as we get into the later hours.
We did have
of
the one rush in Oregon in this series, but it was very short-lived, right?
Yeah,
It was like 10 seconds and it's over. Attackers, they all died.
Just
so
didn't really work.
Doesn't really count, does it?
Yeah.
But yeah, also, I mean, Clubhouse, it is a more structured map. We do tend to see teams say, okay, we have to get the breach, we have to get the second step, and then the execute, of course. So there is just less room to play those kinds of crazy operators. Also why we see Valkyrie being target banned. You don't have space for IQ in your lineup, frankly. You need these soft breachers, the hard breachers, the EMPs, etc. instead. So there just are more limitations on Clubhouse in general.
We mentioned the bar pick now as well. This happened 3 times, but all 3 times have been won by the attackers. I am curious to see if the defensive team tries to go back to that at any point here. Just so we consider the fact that, like you said, it's been 3 attackers so far. So I think it'd be a bold choice for the current defensive team to try to go for it on attempt number 4. But we've seen crazier things happening. Teams just may have confidence in their play for it. It might be jumping onto it one final time. Like you said here, folks, or like we're seeing here, folks, just loading back into the map now. So just another moment or two. We are in the midst of a rehost. OXG, I believe, was having some routing issues to the currently selected server, so I'm pretty sure we're going to change that and rehost the game here just to make sure that everything is as smooth as possible, since we are back to online play now as at the start of this year. No
That's
longer,
right.
unfortunately, on our LAN client like we were last year.
Big changes. I mean, if you have been a North American player for the last year and a half, you have not played any regional, domestic, seasonal games online. It's all been LAN. Of course, then you go to an international tournament, also on LAN. So there might even be some pro players who have actually never really played on ping outside of scrims.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
I do wonder, it's kind of hard to tell. It's something that I'd have to kind of go back and look at the stats to get more of an idea. I do wonder if it's shifted the dichotomy for any individual players at all.
Well, I'm
it's
sure
kind
it
of
has.
fallen off compared to their performance last year because now they're struggling with the online aspect of it. And again, the reverse could very much be true as well. There's players that this applies to really all FPSs that I've worked on at least. And there are some players that just do better when they have ping. They know how to like work those mechanics a little bit more proficiently. And I wonder that as well, if there's players that have kind of had a resurgence now that we've returned online. There's some other factors into that too, like more comfortable playing conditions. They're playing from their own personal bedroom, their own personal setup, things like that, versus obviously just a LAN center in the middle of Las Vegas. But it looks like we are good to go, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get ourselves back into the game and find a winner from this series. We still have another one to go later on as well. This is just the semifinals now to move forward to face off against Beast Coast in the grand final of this qualifier.
Yeah, and remind you, whoever wins this game between Sonics and OXG, they're gonna have a very short, limited break, and this has gone the third map. It's 5-4 currently, and it's looking very likely that we might go into overtime, and how back and forth these rounds have been. Whoever wins this series, it's all about maintaining your stamina for the long game. This is definitely a marathon and not a sprint, but with that being said, you also cannot really hold back because you want to be the victor of Clubhouse, not the loser. So pacing yourself correctly is very, very important and very smart, and it's not like typically a skill you have to worry about as a professional player in Siege, because it's very rare to play back-to-back in this kind of scenario, especially in the regular league. But that's because our format has changed this year, so new things for both casters and players alike.
All right, so we're back into it now, and it is that return to the basement from the Sonics here. Doing some bandit play as well for Citizen to directly contend against the triple wall down in the basement alongside
10 seconds left.
the usual assortment. Geo as well going onto the Vigil here.
Vigil.
So actually a little bit more of an aggressively lean
5
setup for
seconds to
him.
go.
Unsure if we're going to see the full commitment to the upstairs room or not, but we can check that out in a moment
Attackers
once
are
these
moving
players
out
set
to
themselves
locate
up
a
a
bomb
bit
and
more.
defuse it.
A bit more finality.
So back when Gio was in TSM, he was always on Clubhouse, put like halfway across the map all alone, just kind of wasting time and maybe trying to look for a kill. It is something that Sonics also have been implementing with Gio on the roster, so this could be Gio saying that he likes playing in that position or playing those kinds of roles, and it's been a stable part of their playbook. Now the Vigil is interesting because even if you're not actually on the roam, because Gio's on main stairs right now, falling back and barricading, by popping his gadget, he will still kind of make that question mark arise. Where is Vigil? Because when you're in the basement, that cloaking ability will get spotted by drones up above from the primary floor as well. So it's pretty much a guessing game unless you bring an IQ, which you're pretty much never going to be doing. And therefore, you never truly know where that Vigil is going to be.
See a very slow windup, as we've usually been getting here from Oxygen, although very quick to knock out at least some of the hatch work here. Blue potentially opened by the defenders as well. Already has been popped. This is very rarely one that you have too much contention over. Away from that, we've also still got the 2 primary ones by Moto and Kitchen, which are going to be the main objective here from Oxygen once they take assertive enough of control of these areas here. We do see that bit of resistance coming in from Rexon, though, and in fact quite a bit of damage thrown onto him because of that one. Attempts to fire back, I believe, against Newers' peak here from the top of the blue hatch. He pays the price for it, brought down to a single bullet's worth of damage here. Still looking for ways, it looks like, to try and get some vision against Newers, but it's very bold considering his current predicament now at such low HP.
That's a tough position. I mean, you wish you had a dog on the board, right? And sometimes you do, but in this game, you do not, in this round in particular as well. Now, Geo, one important note, he is bringing those impact grenades to help Citizen on the triple wall. So the bandit charges are pre-placed. Citizen has a spare in pocket, but in case he dies or can't get there in time or whatever might happen, Geo is a backup factor while constantly popping open that gadget for where am I going to be. And Sonics, again, so good on the opening kills, but this time it's a C4 from downtown taking on Dream on that window vault prompt. That's not going to be good for the side of OXG, but at least those Selmas were used before he died to get open that hatch.
The job was at least done for Dream. It's not necessarily going to be needed for anything deeper into this round, although it would have been nice to have those Selmas because of the fact specifically they still have the Thatcher in play too, to open up the triple with that, as Citizen is more than likely reinforce that of his own regard here. So no ability to easily open that back up now. Also, both of the can openers have already been used from Fox to deal with the hatches, so they're out. We'll only have this kitchen angle to play for, meaning they're pretty much forced to go for a main stairs execute. Sonics more than likely realizing this too, but the action unfolding, some blue pressure developing alongside Moto, and this is the most successful pinch so far, but they need to find a plant. Only 7 seconds left to play it back out. Citizen resists it from behind the half desk here, and Noor spraying in, finally gets him a 3rd kill on the round, but he's out of time. No case in hand to throw it down, so the Sonics pick up this round instead.
And it's such an important one for Sonics because now we're looking at that match point scenario. The pressure is on for OXG. Newers finding a triple in that round. A huge attempt from him, but no one else is there to capitalize with him in the round. It's just him with 4 seconds left, and sure, he even gets Citizen, but he doesn't know that last member is, and there's only a second on the clock, therefore it hits 0. And now OXG, now the pressure is at its highest. If they lose this upcoming round, that's the shot at the major gone. They gotta win the next 2 rounds in a row to go into overtime and then try and take the map away from Sonics. We all kind of assumed here at both the casting desk and the analyst desk that this map of Clubhouse was going to favor Sonics. And it started off very much so. But then OXG, when the side swap came around, they won their first 2 attacking rounds looking very dominant. But ever since that tactical timeout taken from Sonics in round number 8 after they lost, it's been all theirs. They're finding opening kills again, they won 2 rounds in a row, and now they're at match point. Whatever was discussed in that tactical timeout definitely turned things around in favor of them, and they're looking very good so far.
Sonics as well going to a site now where the team elements of their squad can play the strongest, the trade angles they work off of each other, just the general utility positioning where they're going to be able to deploy towards to try to trap in members of Oxygen, slowly knocking them down one by one. This is the site where they will arguably have the strongest effect on that as they return to gym and bedroom, what very well could be the last round of this series if Oxygen does not find a way to control it.
See, of course, they were also playing that utility game. The mirror windows, the Meister cameras, the Aruni gates, the Banshees, and again the opening.
Too.
He just swings the window. I mean, Citizen, come on, Sonics, you're doing so good in these early active plays. Something that we were really missing from them in map number 1 off Cafe. That's completely been turned around simply because that Sonics as a team much more comfortable on both Oregon and now on Clubhouse. Things have really shifted, and Switter, he's gonna be mad about that one. It's match point. You die early in the round, you're Thatcher. Thank God there's no mute abandoned on the board, but still, now your team is playing with 1 man less available, 1 less gun, and a lower chance of winning this round.
As you can see, these Selmas are going to be a little messy too, so it's not the perfect opening for Oxygen to utilize. Thankfully, they're not really favoring this angle all that heavily, at least not at the current moment. Definitely trying to put a bit more emphasis on the construction clear. That means we may see some action over towards Cash as well. They're trying to take it from there, but they're going to want another angle to work their way into this site somehow, whether it's the windows on the outside of the site or by working, of course, the opening they've already been able to deploy for themselves back over on the main jacuzzi wall. One of those will need to be deployed towards here, as they cannot rely entirely on a construction push for reasons that should be obvious when you look at that tiny little doorway that marks the transition point between construction and the actual site. Obviously, you can rotate through Logi and take command there too, but then things get a bit more complicated. So, as you can see, still quite a bit of defensive prowess set up in that doorway and in the Logi as well. But make no mistake, Oxygen heavily favoring the construction push, and there's another element of this that has yet to have been dealt with. You can see it downstairs there as our observer highlighted it. Geo with the potential for a real shutdown flank if he goes unnoticed here.
Yeah, there's no harbage available for Oxygen either, so those mirror windows will stay alive for the rest of this round. The bomb site, very comfortable for the defenders, and Citizen
Walks into
finds a double to open things up.
Newers becomes the victim of that as well. We picked up 3 kills just on the last round here, because keep in mind, folks, these scorelines are only as of the last round. This is a good card from Yoga, though, as Sonic's timing just is not working out here at this phase of the round. They stack up right in the back of Logi, and that gives both of them over to Yoga. A double entry from him reignites the Oxygen roster's chances of staying alive for at least this first round. A Dream finds one as well, gets the back of Citizen, tries to take down Gunner, but he wins that fight. A very important one to stop the bleeding in this situation, but still heavy damage onto the 2 remaining members. The Sonics doesn't matter. Yaga and Geo go 1-for-1 against each other, and now it's Gunner with a sliver of HP up against Yaga here. Time is low, though. The plant needs to be gone for. Yaga's on the edge of the bed. Gunner's reascended right to the top. He's going to take the long route, though. May have an opportunity, but no! Gunner gets it instead for the Sonics. They're moving on to the finals and going on against Beast Coast for a spot at the major.
Yog was fighting so hard in that round. The Gunner, he knows he did it. He won the round. Grabbing the camera. Woo! Take us for a spin. Let's go. Gunner, he ran up the staircase. He had the evil eye on the side, spotting out the planter, but instead he said, you know what, I want to get that kill myself with the gun.
I love the energy there from Gunnar as well. Beautifully done there in the final moments of the matchup there, and beautifully clutched out. We knew it was going to come down to a very close affair, especially in that very claustrophobic site, but ultimately it does go by the way of the Sonics as they rebound it for the reverse sweep, dropping map number 1, but taking maps 2 and 3. Any final thoughts, Pengu, before we throw it back over to the desk?
I love that ending. That's all I gotta say. Fantastic way to end things off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for the 2 of us here this evening. We're going to send it back over to the analysis desk to break down that very excellent series.
There you have it, folks. Sonics moving on to the grand finals where they will take on Beast Coast. Unbelievable matchup. Gunner, a star. Citizen, a star. It just, everything, they just seem to ramp up, Jesse, as time went on, which just makes me even all the more excited for them in the grand final.
Oh yeah, that second half on map number 2 and then map number 3, Sonics dominating the matches here. It didn't feel like they were like completely, the rounds weren't one-sided necessarily. We had a lot of really close rounds. It felt like a lot of them could have gone OXG's way, could have gone Sonic's way. But I think that last round maybe encapsulates all of it, right? It's that last second decision making. It's the intel coming through from the cam. It's dropping the hatch and then running up the staircase to find that final frag. Brilliant play from Gunner and the rest of Sonics as well. Lots of big plays like that today.
Yep, Intel wins games. I feel like on OXG's defense half, they weren't able to, remember I was ranting and raving. On, at least on Cafe, they did that really well. To be honest, the extent of their intel usage on this map was soulless. And Sonics did a really good job of playing around it and countering it and dealing with Fox especially. Fox didn't really find a whole lot of opportunities, especially in the clutch, to perhaps use the scanner to win rounds that were winnable. I mean, we saw where, you know, it was last second plants where maybe the guy was still alive. That's the other thing, whole lot of opening deaths early on. OXG's roamers means if your roamers aren't preserved, they're not going to be able to clutch up late in the round. That opportunity is completely off the table for you. You're relying a whole lot on Dream. We talked about that earlier, rather the Cash talked about that a whole lot. Dream had a great game, but that's because the roamers just weren't there for OHG in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think like the cameras and the way that they were able to use intel was so massive. There was obviously that final round, but you think back to that cash round as well, where it's a 2v2. Fox, I believe it was, getting the plant down inside a cache. There's a bulletproof camera, but the bulletproof is in the other bomb site. The bulletproof is in the CCTV. Just based on knowing we're not planting in this site, he must be planting in the other site. The C4 comes up from below, denies the kit anyways.
Oh my God! Bye! Go home!
Well, there you have
Gunner.
it. Here's the good news. Gunner did get his camera back in place just in time for an interview. So we'll ask him a few questions. Hopefully it'll be a bit more PG this time. Gunner, congratulations on the victory. We know that both teams were quite confident going into this matchup. Did you expect it to go all the distance?
I mean, we knew Cafe was going to be a bit tough. They're a good Cafe team, but maybe not a 7-2. But we were confident. Right, we reset immediately after losing that, and we were confident that we were going to win the other 2 maps.
Yeah, Gunner, I just have to ask about that final round, because ignoring the pop-off and what you're screaming towards him at the end, I mean, you choose to drop the hatch, you've got the evil eye for info, you're running back up those stairs. Can you talk to me about what you were thinking at each phase of that clutch and kind of maybe the emotions that were going on through that?
Dude. Bro. When I dropped the hatch and I got lit up to 1 HP, I've never, clinched harder in my life. Everything in my body clinched, and I knew the moment I survived, it was game over. I had all the info in the world, but oh my God. I did not think I was going to get shot dropping down the hatch. I can't even explain the feeling, dude. I was so scared.
So knowing that, you still look very emotional. I could tell the passion is still surging through you. You have to play a grand final right now. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Why aren't you screaming now? I want you to scream.
No, my little sister's asleep. I woke her up, so I gotta be nice.
Oh, no.
We love a courteous king.
I'm sure she'll
just for
understand.
that, you have to win her a grand final. We'll let you get to your
Yep.
prep work right now. I'm sure you've got a lot to do in a short amount of time. Good luck, Gunner.
All right, see you guys.
Have a good one. Now, we're going to leave you a short time, Jesse, to get prepped with your screen right here for Telestration. We'll join you back at the desk in a few minutes.
Sonics have won another map, and I am highlighting another round where they lose. I promise it's not intentional. We'll try to get some good rounds for them in the future. But I thought there was a lot of really cool stuff going on. It was very easy to miss. It happened very fast, all the way back in round number 1. So I want to start highlighting some things and focusing up. So it's a bottom floor attack. You're attacking onto the basement, and your main hard breacher here, of course, is going to be Geo. And the main thing that he's done is he's managed to put the Selma charges onto the floor right next to the hatch. You can see it here. His whole job here is to open up this hatch, but there's an electroclaw on it. The unfortunate thing here is he's already used one of his Selma charges up on the top floor. It was used to get into cache because that was reinforced off. So now he's only got 2 left. But because he's thrown one now onto the soft floor to try to deal with that electroclaw, and for the record, this will get the electroclaw based on where the claw is placed, he actually doesn't have any more Selma charges in his pocket to break open the hatch. Now, Gunner, of course, has 2 can openers for himself. He's got them, of course, in the pocket. But as we play the clip, we'll see that sometimes this may not go exactly how they want it to. So there goes the claw, and Gunner, very low HP, just gets downed. And as he does get downed, another Selma is thrown. So this Selma, again, you need 2 Selmas to open a hatch. This is the last Selma in Geo's pocket. I don't know if he forgot that it was the last Selma. He threw it basically at the same moment that Gunner went down, so he wouldn't have known that Gunner was down when he's first throwing this. In either case, they'll get an angle open on this hatch, but they're not gonna be able to pop the whole thing. This is a disaster zone for Sonics. And you'll see, as we play the clip once again, that while they will get the man advantage, things will start to go their way. Rexon actually farms a few kids down in blue. What this does is it funnels them. They now have to go moto. They have to go main stairs. They drone it out. They see that Dream is stuck back here in church, but he's not really stuck. He's tossing the C4, and take a look at Citizen's utility on the left. 2 Ash charges, a C4 coming his way, and milliseconds before he gets blown up, he tosses an Ash charge, sending Dream one last gift before he himself gets sent to the afterlife, and it sets Dream up perfectly to punish what went down inside of Kitchen. We'll see the magic from Dream. We'll see what he's able to do in this final round. Let's roll the clip and see how this goes, because it really is a beauty as we play this last clip. C4 goes off, that's 1. Then the Ash charge from the grave opens the rotation from Dream, and he gets the double flank. Again, it is a frame that he is able to shoot that Ash charge, and the fact that the C4 comes out at the perfect time just gives him time to open that rotation up. And again, coming in from the hatch drop. Beautiful little round. Unfortunately, not enough. Sonics heading to the grand finals, and we are heading back to the desk to get ourselves ready for this final game of the season.
It is now decided. Beast Coast versus Sonics. One of these two teams will book their ticket to the major. Cookies, at this point, both of these two teams I feel like have taken different routes to get here, and I'm at a loss. I don't know how this is all gonna play out.
Yeah, I mean, I almost wonder if Beast Coast is like going to be up to speed after. I mean, because one, Sonic. I mean, you saw Gunner's ready to go. Yeah. Okay. Sonic's just played that series, and they're going to come ready, hot, like a hot and ready from Little Caesars into this game and into this final hot. And Beast Coast hasn't played for I feel like 6 years at this point. It's been a couple hours.
It's been a while.
Oh, Mr. Beast said, I'm just going to watch and I'm going to have my shirt unbuttoned and whatever. And on top of that, on top of this little lull that they've had to sit through, Beast Coast has not played a team that is quite as good as Sonics is. I'm just going to be honest.
I will say this, though, Jesse. From our experience of Mr. B, when he's having a day and he's getting his team to have a day, I do buy into his confidence when you see him sitting back saying he's going to relax. There's something to his energy when he's on one.
There is, but I think, if I'm looking at Mr. B relaxing for the last, 3 hours while that very long final map drew out, and I'm looking at Gunner waking his whole family up, screaming at OXG to go home, I'm putting my money on Gunner. I'm putting my money on that energy to carry a team in a really high-stake grand finals, and especially when you talk about these two rosters, you can look at this stage and say, listen, Beast Coast played the better stage overall. I think most people would agree Sonics didn't have as good of a stage as Beast Coast. But Sonics are also an incredibly accomplished and experienced roster. They've been in games far more important than this. They've had really, really tense, major LAN appearances. Beast Coast, they are still a new roster. This is still their first stage together, and they're full of players who have never really competed at this level until, a couple weeks ago when the season started. So when the pressure is on, when you're in the grand finals, and when you're finally playing a pro team for the first time in this bracket, the question is going to be, do Beast Coast hold up? Because they're good enough to beat Sonics this game, but it's really just a question of, do they play that level?
I'm going to stop you right there, Jesse J.
Please do.
Did you not remember that they played pro teams? We got to give them credit, I guess. Maybe not today, maybe not this qual.
Okay.
But about a week ago, they did play SSG and DZ, okay? And they came close. Maybe not against SSG. Maybe they got a little nervous against SSG. But against DZ, they were right there. And let me tell you, the heart was bumping out their chest in that game. Maybe after all that, and after, like you said, I don't know, but the expectations weren't that high for them this stage, let's be real. And they have overachieved vigorously.
Yeah.
They've already had that, we almost made the major moment where their heart almost exploded out of their chests. Today, maybe they're not going to be as, maybe they're kind of be at ease. Maybe that'll be a difference. I don't know. I'm not in their minds. Unfortunately, I cannot teleport into the mind of Mr. B, even though I can presume he's confident.
Of course.
I think there's one thing that is not in doubt, and it's that both of these teams are rearing to go. But here's the fact of the matter. Sonics just played, as we said, a very long best of 3. They are going to need a bit of a break right now, so we're going to throw to a break, just a bit of an extended one, give them a bit of a breather, maybe let Gunner cool off a bit, and when we come back, we'll get you guys set up for the grand final matchup. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. This is the grand final now of the last chance qualifiers. This is the last opportunity these two teams have to make it into the major in just a couple of weeks. Jesse, Beast Coast, Sonics, two teams with very green circles, okay? It's all down to this. Both teams have shown that they are quite formidable, but they're not perfect. Neither of these two teams are perfect. What are they each gonna have to clean up in your eyes to secure the victory and move on to the major?
Well, I think the Beast Coast are going to have to not trip up is the biggest thing for them. I think they're playing really good Siege. I think they're working well together with their executes. I think we're seeing the veterans of Hyper and Vert actually do a lot in terms of the fragging department. I think Hat's been good. I think that Mr. B has been reining himself in a little bit. I was critical of him in the early stage of maybe being out there a little too often, dying a little bit too early in the round, but I didn't see that earlier today. I don't know if that was a huge problem for them in the quarterfinals. So Beast Coast, I think, just need to maintain themselves. They've been playing a really aggressive early style of Siege that has been working pretty well for them. On the side of Sonics, on the other hand, I I think it's just going to be containing that. I think it's going to be making sure that you slow things down enough that you punish that early aggression like they did against Auction on that third map of Clubhouse, and making sure they can out-duel the really good gunners of Hat, Vert, Hyper that are there on Beast Coast.
CJ, we're going to throw the brackets up here. Let's have a look, get everyone caught up in case for whatever reason they were crazy enough not to tune in at all these past few days. A lot has gone down, and now, as you see on the right side of the screen, we are where we are.
Well, yeah, let's just talk about the teams that are here. I'm not going to touch on everybody, but Beast Coast, they had the #1 seed going in. They were the highest seeded team, and as a result, they got the easiest games. Karn and Co. and they got Bio and Karn on the way to a final. All right, and the Sonics had to go through I wouldn't say Sonics had to have, like, on paper, it wasn't necessary. I mean, they had Aerial Arise, Challenger League team, and Oxygen, who they've played a bunch. And I guess those two have just traded a bunch of maps against each other. They come out on top of that absolute war. And here they are against Beast Coast, who's been resting for the past little bit because they played West Garfield earlier today. And they've had a little break.
Yeah. I think the bracket has gone pretty well as people expected, right? I mean, the top half was supposed to be Beast Coast cruising through a bunch of tier 2 teams, and the bottom half was supposed to be, come to a head with Sonics and OXG. They'll battle out a close game, and the winner of that will play Beast Coast in the finals, and maybe you think Beast Coast wins, maybe you think Auction/Sonics wins, right? Whatever, you could debate that. But I don't think there's been any massive surprises so far. I think we're pretty well where we thought we'd be heading into this grand final.
I just remember an interview. Mr. B was like, after they beat, I think, OXG the first time, way back in the main playoff for the main league, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, I don't know.
First round of playoffs.
Yeah, the first round of playoffs. They beat them, and Mr. B was like, you know what? I know OXG is just going to slam their way through the bracket or whatever. And turns out it's Sonics. Turns out it's a team that they were down. I mean, when they played regular season, they were down pretty early. It was when Beast Coast was still kind of youthful and didn't know what they were doing. And the thing is, Beast Coast still came back and won that game in a pretty convincing fashion, even though Sonic started out strong. It seems Citizen has saved his entry numbers. At one point, he was 0-5. Correct me, Jesse.
Yeah.
What does it say now? How many does he have now?
That is 6-6, CJ.
He was 0-5.
I
so
have to get you some glasses.
Bro, so believe me, I'm blind. Like, I can't help it.
I'm just trying to help.
But yeah, I mean, he's obviously fixed his issues.
Yeah.
Or look, I hope he does. And also I would say just in terms of the matchup, Sonics has to deal with some crazy fraggers on the side of Beast Coast. Hyper. Vertical.
Would you not say, though, looking at those numbers, and we'll have Beast Coast as well shortly, in a tournament format where you've pretty much only been winning, that's how you get to the point where you're at, the numbers aren't terrible, but they're not necessarily as good as I might think that a team's stats would be if you're winning and winning and winning.
They're winning and winning and winning, but again, they're tough games, They just played OXG in a brutal best of 3. They played Aerial Arise, which was a little bit more one-sided, but if you think back to that game, it was really the Citizen show. They popped off. Whereas you look at Beast Coast, and yeah, their numbers are crazy, right? 4 out of 5 players above 110 EPS. Their KD ratios are absurd. The lowest is 1.28. That's ridiculous. Almost every single one of them, except for Doc, is positive in terms of the entry. I mean, it's bonkers. So, yeah, they've obviously had more dominant games on the side of Beast Coast. They've been racking up their numbers. They've been racking up their stats. But this will be a close contest, right? These two squads are still on very similar levels to one another, and I don't anticipate, just because the stats are so much higher on the side of Beast Coast, that they're going to be the massive favorites heading into this, although maybe they are still at least the favorites.
Well, we've got an exciting matchup. The only thing an exciting matchup needs is exciting destinations to play that matchup on. I really want some good maps, Jesse.
Ooh, and I think we got him. Chalet Villa into Theme Park. Chalet for Sonics, a long-time favorite map. Historically, very, very good for them. Their only play this year was actually a 7-4 loss to M80 in the group stage. But I still think that historical result, it's gonna come strong for Sonics, right? They do love this map. And so I don't think it's gonna be too big of a worry for them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Oh, really?
That is my opinion, CJ. What's your opinion?
Let me give you a tactical analysis as why they should be worried.
All right.
Because on Chalet, typically, there's a lot of roamers on the sites. On Bar, you've got one guy sitting there. What's the other ones? My brain's exploding.
Kitchen, wine, master.
Point is, there's gonna be people off-site. Beast Coast likes to just kind of waltz in and do it, especially on bar. So the site players for Sonics are gonna have a hell of a time. They're also just really good at direct takes in general, even if it's like people anchoring. So like, for example, basement's not gonna be easy for Sonics to defend. It's Beast Coast is really solid mechanically when it comes to their teamwork and clearing and throwing grenades, and they're also good at just bot walking into site. Well, not bot walking in a bad way. I want to say crouch walking. They're good at crouch walking into site. They're good at clearing out hard points. So this isn't going to be easy for Sonics, Jesse. I think they're going to have a hell of a time, at least on defense.
I mean, Chalet for Beast Coast has not been the greatest of maps this stage. They're 1-2 so far. They had an early loss to Mirage, and that was when they just kind of formed as a team. So maybe you don't want to take that into consideration too hard.
I sure don't.
They beat Oxygen, which, you know, was a good game. It was a good game. But then they lost to SSG, 15 rounds, very tense game for the major spot, or for the chance to go to Copenhagen. So it's been a bit of a shaky time, and when the pressure was on, they did end up losing it. And I'm reading my notes from that game, the Chalet match on SSG, or for Beast Coast on their attacking half. I wrote, quote, Mr. B, stay alive as primary hard beach challenge, difficulty level impossible. He was dying a lot. And that's something that I've been critical of him in past, and I'm hoping that we don't see that again. But it can be tough sometimes, an attacking team. There's a lot of early fights on Chalet. If he gets focused down and killed, that could be trouble.
I told you they were nervous in that game.
And this is an equally nerve-wracking game.
They were really nervous. So, like, I just feel like today they're not going to be nervous. So, like, my argument's better.
Well, I'll tell you this much. When I'm looking at these three maps, Chalet, Villa, Theme, all I see is more and more space as we go around, more and more room for activities. That's what I'm looking for between these two teams. I want to see this go all the way, 3 matches. But we have to start somewhere. We are going to go to Chalet right now for the first of the best of 3 of the grand finals for the last chance qualifiers.
All right, thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciated, Desk. We're here. The final team from North America will punch their ticket to go here, actually, where we are right now. We are in Copenhagen. The teams are not, but we are, and we'll be back here in just a couple weeks for the major. Will it be Beast Coast, who so far have looked indomitable on their run through the last chance qualifiers, or Sonics, who have very much shown that they have some things to work on, but have been improving steadily as this has gone on?
That is the question. Now, there's a big difference here between these two teams because Sonics, they just played a 3-mapper, best of 3, and they had like a 10-15 minute break, and now they're here again. Whereas Beast Coast, they quite literally had a speed run of match earlier today. So they had a big break in between. Now, for the beginning, you can argue that Sonics, they're warmed up, they're ready to go, they're gonna hit and run and etc. But fatigue might also be a factor. Now, one good news for Sonics that they're playing 3 completely new maps in that previous series of that Chalet into Villa into Theme Park. So Beast Coast couldn't have watched that series and been like, okay, we're gonna counter exactly what they just did because things are gonna be different. Our bans, however, will start on your very screen, and Sonics, they will target ban Mr. Beast Coast with that Monty taken out of play. And Beast Coast, they saw just how good Rexon was on the Bravo operator, and they will say goodbye to that as well.
Not a surprise to see the Bravo removed.
No.
No Bravo allowed.
Not here, not ever. Well, sometimes.
Bravo very potent on a lot of maps right now. Same with Flores. Twitch obviously is a place in the meta. These 3 operators on attack, all having custom drones that the other players don't. Not only do those drones serve a purpose, but the one often overlooked aspect is that while they're doing their job, they're also functioning like a normal drone does.
Yeah.
So sure, you might be Flores, whose goal with those 4 Rotero drones is to destroy whatever you might find, Evil Eye Cams, Melusi's Banshees, Zombie barriers, whatever. Speaking of, you won't have to deal with that because she's the last band operator. But while you're piloting those Rotero drones, as short of a timer as it might be, that is still a 10-second snippet that you are getting of information. Somebody's playing on the wall of Armory, for example, on border. Hey, there's a bandit actively tricking on the wall. And while the drone will get his batteries, you also will gain that information. And then you've still got the 2 drones in back pocket. So right now, These three operators in very good shape. One of them won't be available, that's Brava. The Valkyrie and Azami bands, anything that you want to note
Attackers
about?
need to locate
Not
and
really
defuse as
particular.
many
I mean,
bombs
I
as
think
they
it's
can.
worth noting that we know, like, Beast Coast and us, we know that Sonics, they like playing out information, so Beast Coast going out of the way and taking away both the Brava
Bomb
as
located
well
by
as the
attackers.
Valkyrie makes a ton of sense, given how Chalet plays out. There's all that verticality that you can use, and Sonics, they start on the defensive side, so you want to weaken them as much as possible. Now, when it comes to the attacking side, we know that Beast Coast, they like to play this very dynamic and flexible style of Rainbow Six Siege, whereas Sonics, we just saw them play against OXG. They kind of have their way forward.
10
That's very
seconds
much
left
the
before
same with a couple of flex operators like the Nurk and the Iana, they play some Flores, but these are two very differently structured teams on how they approach the strategical side of the game, and I'm curious to see how they're gonna square up against one another. Now, things start off, as I said, with Sonics on defense and Beast Coast on attack. The first bomb site will be that kitchen and dining bomb site, which is going to prompt Sonics to extend the floor above it to look into the master bedroom and office side of the map. Beast Coast, they have to respond. Doc will do an early soft breach into the garage wall. Maybe not destroy that default camera, but looks like the main push will come from that library side to clear from across and over the map and try and take that top floor roam away from Sonics.
Ah, there you go.
Nice.
If you followed the last match, you saw Citizen type in chat, shoot the cam! Because OXG did not do that, and now Vertical having some difficulties. Third time's a charm. He's walking on in towards Chimney as the drone goes on by. Nice. Active hold upstairs inside of office. Geo lurking down below, but the same way that you see with the Pulse and the same way that a Vigil's cloaking device works is that there's a radius around it, but there's a height to it too.
Yeah.
So you can sit in the basement and actually gain information up quite high.
Gio has been that lone player from the side of Sonic so many times in the past as well, where he will find himself very far off the bomb site, on a Vigil, on a Solus, on a Pulse, for example, and gaining information or granting it to his teammates to try and make an active play off of it. He does have 2 impacts for some soft destruction, for a flank to deny a claymore or something along those lines. Beast Coast playing a relatively safe opening round. They did a bunch of damage onto Rexon. They got the first wall open up above his office, and now Mr. B breaking that second wall as well, leading directly in towards the bomb site or the dining kitchen area.
Very, very valuable usage of those 2 hard destruction gadgets. The exothermic charges opening up clear pathways in, but that's only a small piece of the puzzle. You have to assemble the rest of it, and that involves taking map control upstairs. The attempt so far from Beast Coast has not quite been there, though they are getting ever closer to getting the control that they want. There's 2 silhouettes just outside of their vision. They can't see them, we can. Will be Hyper who gets that first engagement. Still holding on this angle.
They're in a great spot because now they can start working that downstairs area of the map. They're already now forcing up the Toxic Babes, and the opening kill finds Geo on the flank, and that means now things are really loosened up for Beast Coast. They can now focus on the bomb side.
Vert going for a run through the basement to try to get closer to the bomb site, but he's going to have to hurry as we see 2 members from Beast Coast dying, but it's a frenzy. Vert's a non-factor at the moment because everybody else seems to be getting in on the festivities. They must have heard him, I'm almost certain of. Hyper upstairs with 20 seconds left. Vert closing in. Neither of these players from Beast Coast all that close, and Sonics can just sit pretty, picking off Vertical and leaving it all up to Hyper, who'll now go for the dead drop, and dead being the emphasis there. A lockout from Sonics, and the 2v2 gives them round number 1.
It's great for Sonics to start, starting that momentum, that flow, because they're still hot after their previous best of 3. The faster they get into the fray of things, the happier they're gonna be about that. Chalet is a map that's all about being proactive, and sure, we saw Geo make a very active play early in the round, and it was punished by Beast Coast, but when that happened, the other members of Sonics that were on the bomb side and up above the side of Master Bedroom, they were also moving forward to try and make a play together because they knew either Geo will be successful in the flank and backstab, then Beast Coast turns around toward him, or they will have active information turn toward Geo, and then they can kind of quote-unquote flank them from the bomb site side of things. A successful first round defense from Sonics, and they're just gonna say, you know what, let's keep it the same. Let's take that bomb site into the upper area, where most of that round played out anyway, at least for the first minute and 30 seconds, and then extend over to the library side instead, hold that area a bit, or deny the entry points with all that soft destruction and the castle barricades. Typically, this is going to be the case for Sonics because the Asami is banned, so it's very hard to hold on to library itself. So instead, they're playing with all those soft holes open, long lines of sides, have a couple of zoom scopes, and then just make it difficult for anyone to go into library. And Rexon will even go for the spawn because, well, sit down, Hyper.
The beauty of those 1.5 scopes is they allow you to go for such nice and BM spawn peaks. Hats off to Rexon for that play, and by Jove, look at that. It's the only hard breacher for Beast Coast that's gone.
It's a great kill at that. I mean, I'm curious to see if if Sonics rather, will make any changes to the reinforcements, but as I say that, I look to the top right of the screen. They have already spent on all 10 reinforcements, so they can't say, guys, we got the hard breacher, reinforce all the walls now. It's gonna be the way they originally planned for this to play out, but it's still fine for them. They have reinforced off both of the office walls itself to the bomb side, so that means Beast Coast are not gonna have that typical way in. They might have to change their approach or go below, maybe go for a trophy execute because, I mean, all you got to work with on this side of the map is that double door into piano, and it's not a pretty place to swing.
Yeah, I mean, not just the fact that Hibana isn't always the best operator for this bomb site. I mean, an ace and a thermite usually work better, but we can pontificate later because the action's happening. Sonics are very quick to the punch on this round. We're not even at the halfway mark, and it's all death to Vertical and Mr. B.
Yeah, uh-oh is right.
You called it when you said there's no hard breach, so what do? You just have to go for these dry engagements. Down goes Vertical. Mr. B gets one.
Ben.
Citizen goes for the ego challenge.
They're feeling it.
You could have just sat there and waited.
Nah.
Oh,
Wait a second. It's happening.
But he vaults back in, Geo takes him down. Sonic's up 2-0, but that round was over the moment Hyper died.
Yeah, I mean, and that always brings you back to like year one of Rainbow Six Siege where you just had the thermite. If you spawn peek that specific operator, the heart breacher, you are just laughing because on most bomb sites right now, a heart breacher is absolutely necessary unless for some reason the defenders are playing, you know, with all the walls open. For whatever reason that might be. And that's not the case. So the moment Rexon goes on Hibana, or not Rexon, sorry, the moment Hibana gets killed rather, things are just going to be near impossible for the attack inside. And Sonics are just kind of going through the motions right now. They go kitchen, they win. They go master bedroom, they win with ease. Now they go downstairs, and we have seen Citizen previously on Clubhouse also play the role of the bandit trigger. Now, as I noted earlier, in case you weren't listening or you didn't watch that game, the bandit trick part in professional play is not necessarily to outright stop anybody from opening up the walls. That's not really why you play the bandit. You play it to slow down the possibility of a breach, to force out some flashbangs, some grenades to the drone holes, some EMPs, etc., or even force the opponent, like Beast Coast right now, to go on to a less high-value operator of like Maverick. Maverick is decent, you get flashbangs and you can like open up the wall, but you're like Beast Coast is simply picking up this operator to guarantee that they can get through that hard wall first, and that's simply because Citizen chose the bandit. So a great utilization of operators there for Sonics. They have a good read on the game and the meta so far. They've had a great showcasing of that all throughout today.
What's going on with these hard breacher combos? Maverick, that's something you don't see every day. Nade goes out from Vertical, will collect, yes it does. Gunner drops down into the grave.
Some serious drywall work
Did cost a nade, however.
I mean, he couldn't, he might have been able to go for the secure without the nade, but...
It's a bit risky. It's 1 HP, you know, just better safe than sorry. And yeah, it's the only set of grenades, but I think with how the first round went for Beast Coast, you just want to play it safe and keep Vertical alive. And that one nade will do more than 0. Now, because of that early death going in favor of Beast Coast, it now prompts Sonics to be more proactive on the map. Citizen punching some windows, looking for a peek around as well. Rexon also holding a deep line of sight all the way from kitchen into fireplace hallway towards dining at least. Bomb side relatively safe for now. Those mirror windows keeping it upright and standing. But with the EMP taking out the jammer on the wall, or bandit batter rather on the wall, Rexon's position will be a bit compromised inside the dining kitchen.
Rexon hears the sound of the M4 in the hands of Maverick. Can't swing the way he wants to because of that door being opened up. He might have been droned out as well. He's the remnants of the mirror window above him, amazingly still intact. The wall may not be, but
I mean, the window, it's...
he's still in that spot. Wow, gets baited into a play. He doesn't expect Hat to be in the follow-up spot, though, after Hyper dies. But guess who's there? Citizen, lurking, waiting, as patient as ever. Sitting inside a trophy on the wall to punch holes from the Aruni. But they're not going to think that there's a bandit playing that. They're going to think that actually maybe the Aruni was there, right?
Yo, if Ben has the right timing, oh, I mean, Grixer, just do all the work yourself. I mean, come on, okay.
All right. 2 for Grixer. There's Citizen pushing up, taking matters into his own hands. Beast Coast getting pummeled at the moment.
I was gonna say, if Citizen gets the right timing on the flank, maybe he can open up the round for them, but then Grixer just gets a 2K right off the bat. Now it's Vert who is down to 1 HP from that early engagement with the opening kill, and he has a big task ahead of him, and it cannot be done. Geo with the SMG11. Again, 3 in a row for Sonics. They're looking mighty good so far in Chile.
You can call a timeout here?
I think... that's a hard one, because at the same time, yeah, you gotta figure something out. But also, I mean, these rounds are kind of just one of those, like, it's kind of bad luck, right? Your Harbinger dies, that's 1 round gone. You have a bad first round with opening death, that's the round gone. And it's like that third round we just saw, it was actually going pretty well for Beast Coast until Grixer popped off. I feel like there's not much necessarily for Beast Coast to discuss right now, strategically at least. And I also think it's a matter of getting back into it. I know it sounds silly to say you gotta warm up when you're playing the literal grand finals of the major spot, but this is, again, Sonic who comes really hot off their previous game from a very big high of winning the way that they did with Gunnar clutching in that 1v1 on Clubhouse. And then you had Beast Coast who haven't played, you know, at least not an active tier 1 game for the last like 3 hours, 4 hours maybe. So it might be Beast Coast's script meantime, or warmed up, maybe they haven't, but right now they're not looking too hot in the server. Of course, this is Sonic's map pick. It is Chalet. It is where they will be cooking up and not Beast Coast themselves, so we'll have to kind of see how it evolves throughout the next couple of maps, as we are guaranteed at least 2 of the 3 maps to be played.
Obviously some confidence that they can fix this without needing the timeout, but hold on a second, here's a confidence
Not
breaker
again.
if I've ever seen one.
Shoot that tree.
Rexon knows the strats. He's smart about it, but just ultimately nobody there. He's a little bit too slow as Hat finally shows up. Don't want to overstay your welcome. Down goes Grixer. All right. So this is what? This is 3 of 4 rounds that somebody from Sonics has been involved in an early gunfight. They've won it once, they lost it once, and they almost won it a second time. That's when you saw the nade, if you remember. Able to get the nitro cell. Yes, he does.
He just picked it up.
And he's quite unhappy about it.
I mean, he can try and play this, you know, bait it, rip it, don't rip it, etc. And just kind of keep East Coast guessing as to when is the C4 actually going to be coming at us.
Well, there you go. There's the perfect opportunity. Flashes go in. Nitro goes out, but Gunnar misses it. A bit too hasty. Taking some damage in the process. Now Doc has been down. What's going on right now in this round? Sonic's getting quite aggressive on that trophy window. This is a mess.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 1 nade from vertical. If that nade doesn't strike through and take out the Solarium stairs player of Citizen, that means that to going through a different avenue. You cannot repel in those windows for the player on the staircase. You might have to jump into that trophy window and try and get active on the gunfight engagements instead. Nade got tossed down. Citizen is still alive. There's still hope for Sonics in this round. Gunnar gets injured. I don't even know from where.
Wow. That's like half of these engagements, though, so far in this round. Where is this coming from? Says he doesn't like the shotgun. He's here for the gun. Oh.
The drone hole!
No! There's nowhere to go.
That's the worst way to go out.
Oh!
Nice shot.
Oh, Hat's ready for it. On the vault out. Whew. Relatively easy flick. Gives Beast Coast their very first round. Okay, so good luck with that round. What happened?
Yeah. So, in my professional opinion, Beast Coast, they won the round by shooting the opponent before they got shut back from Sonics. In other words, they're the better team.
Okay.
At least in that round. Now, I'm still curious how Gunnar got injured, where that happened from, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's whatever. It was a 4 versus 2 anyway at that moment in favor of Beast Coast. attack so far, it looks like the starting moments of the round from Beast Coast are going quite well, but then they don't actually get what they want. For example, there are 2 members on that Solarium Rappel, one set of flashbangs, one set of grenades. They try and clear out the staircase position, and they don't do it successfully. But they find kills all across the map instead, and that gives them the round victory anyway. So the mid round from Beast Coast not really working out the way they want to, and therefore they find themselves down 1-3. Round number 5 on the way. Another master bedroom defense from the side of Sonics, and they bring out that same kind of operator lineup. We're starting with the wall soft, and that's the 10th reinforcement going down, so that exterior wall leading to the bomb site on the office balcony will be opened up from the defending team. So this time, Beast Coast, they could lose their heart breacher and still get away with this round, but this time, they brought 2 just in case.
Maybe insurance is a good idea.
It's always a good idea. It's actually very uncommon that we don't see 2 kinds of heart breach being brought, either secondary can opener or 2 actual heart breach operators. We actually even see on somewhere like Clubhouse 3 different heart breachers being brought on location. It's pretty common.
Days of Ace, Ivana, and Thermite.
Sometimes the Maverick.
Though I will say, since that secondary hard breach gadget is more common, that we don't see 3 hard breachers as often anymore.
Oh yeah.
You bring a Buck now, and I think Buck is in a very good spot. Might not have nades, but it doesn't matter.
Gone 6, the can openers. Oh,
Look
heavens.
at the angle on the window. They don't realize how close they are to one another. Who moves first? Hat must hear this. Oh, a nice flick trying to bait out the warden. Hat in trouble on the balcony. Re-peek. Citizen just testing his patience, testing his mettle. Those banisters are there instead. Beast Coast have lost 2 to both Dock and Vertical now. They're gone. So Sonics in a 5v3. These rounds are so chaotic.
Citizen, I mean, do you have to swing that when you're up 2 kills already? I'm not sure, but if they're feeling it, they're going for it. And to be honest, I mean, Beast Coast are being kept outside the building for most areas of this attack so far. All 3 members have yet to enter it so, currently. 1 library balcony, 1 piano balcony, 1 on Solarium Rappel. Sonics right now probably don't even know where the attacking members are going to be coming from because there's not a lot of information on the board right now. No Echo, no Maestro in play. There is 1 bulletproof camera in the defaults, but Gunner, he has sound. Confirms the kill as well. Great shot onto Hyper. Second to fall on Hat. Beautiful.
2 excellent shots. It's Mr. B's time. 1 kill so far on the Grixer. 3 more to find, impactless as they may be for the moment. He has no intel whatsoever. No drones remaining, so he'll just find his way into Piano. That's the Warden to shut it down. 4-1 first half so far for Sonics. Very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to start worrying for Beast Coast. And the one thing that Beast Coast usually do, they tend to bring out like a plateau of different operators. Very flexible in operator lineup. So far, they have not really flexed that muscle as of yet. And sure, the Monty was banned out, but like, there are so many other operators available, right? The Capital, the Ying, the Blitz, etc. And we know that Mr. B and Beast Coast, they can play those operators.
Mr. Beast Coast.
Mr. Beast Coast himself, yep. Whereas Sonics, they've actually done a great job of recognizing the different strengths of the different bomb sites. Sometimes bringing the Mirror, sometimes bringing the Castle, and occasionally bringing the Solace as well. Every single bomb site right now for the side of Sonics is playing out a little bit differently, and it's even different players bringing those operators. Geo played Solace in the first round, now Gunner plays it in round number 5, for example, or round number 6 rather, should I say.
Gio's been awfully quiet, but I mean, that's, I suppose, his role to play on the team.
10 seconds left before
But
insertion.
one thing that we have to highlight on the high-level teams is their level of flexibility. The operators they can bring, the way that they're going to play it, so on and so forth. And you sometimes need to shuffle those cards in your deck.
Yes.
If certain players aren't showing up. Obviously, you're not going to move somebody like, if you're on M80, you're not going to move Spoit onto Thermite, for example, just because he's having a bad day. But
It's kind of trolling if you do that.
But if you've got some flex players, then you can always move them around as well. I think this is 6 of 6 by my count. Maybe 5 of 6. But there's an early peak being considered by Sonics.
A
I think it's 5 out of 6 as well by my count. From what we've seen at least on screen, but what could be a straight attack with this Glass pick might not work out because Glass dies to the C4 and Sonics they find 2 in a chaotic round, that is, with those smoke grenades, and that stopped the entire push from Beast Coast. They have lost the plot, they have no Glass, they have no smoke, so now they have no diffuser case at their disposal.
Wow, this is why Citizen got brought over on this team.
Yep, this is why.
These types of performances.
For LCQ in particular, Citizen has really showed up. Before that, in regular stage, he was a bit quiet, and honestly, I think, by the looks of it, Sonics, they've kind of changed their roles around, allowing more freedom to Citizen to play aggressive, to go for those peaks, to just give him more freedom to make those decisions freely, and it really has paid off so far. It's a great look for Sonics.
Gemini out from Vertical, who himself is having quite a poor performance. Okay. Hyper with the crossbody karate through the window. Goodbye, Gunner, sitting completely still. This has suddenly become far more winnable solely because of that. Also, the time. All that killing happened so early in the round that it allows Beast Coast the time to pivot if they want.
Yeah. And now Hyper has to do majority of the work, you can imagine. He has stuns available, but no, he doesn't have the soft breaching charges, claymores instead, so they now get first floor control and they could theoretically break open this floor, but because of that utility not being the way that it should be for them, they just have to walk down the staircase and take the gunfights instead. Sonic's playing very far back, they recognize that they got the mirror win.
The proximity stun goes out. Doesn't sound like it hits. But the bullet tracer goes by, that'll give Hyper plenty of information. And even with the mirror window, they still know, and Hyper wins the duel either way, but where is Vertical? That's the real question. Over towards Connector, Black Mirror still there, and even with it, Vertical will go for the plant, really trusting in Hyper to keep this one. Doesn't know where he is, but it's a double swing. Citizen from Connector, and Hyper will need to follow up, but will more be fed to the meat grinder that is Citizen in this first half. They're gonna play keep away and make sure that Hyper can't get close by. Citizen does indeed get the final kill. Wow, 5-1 Sonics. They are speedrunning their way through this first map.
Yeah, and I have to really commend Hyper. He did a great job at finding a way in for his team in that round, and he even organized the plant spot beautifully. But the thing is, it's a tough timing effect where you have 3 different positions, right? The blue door, the mirror window rotate, and connect the door. Hyper is just one person with one gun and one set of eyes. He chose wrong, timing didn't go his way, so Vert dies on the plant attempt. But I also have to commend Sonics. They played the 2v1 perfectly. And I say 2v1 because they waited for Vert to stop planting, and then they started to get active on the map. So that basically makes the 2v2 into that 2v1 as Vert can't shoot back, can't help, can't even see. And the second they die that plant, they play keep away. Play far back in the bomb set because they can now abuse the fact that there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. And Hyper has to try and find the most of it. Of course goes to the swing, but can't connect the shots. Sonics definitely in the driver's seat for their defensive side of Chalet, sorry. But now the second comes on. Yeah, something very loud just happened.
Something just crashed and we don't know what it was. Hopefully everybody's okay.
I hope so. But I have to see if that stays the same on attack, because this, of course, is a very different approach to the map.
Well, first half was just so utterly dominant in terms of opening duels, in terms of a lack of objective play. I don't know what stat you could even say that Beast Coast came out ahead on. It was just exceptionally one-sided.
Let's think. No, I'm out.
Okay.
Well,
we tried. There was an attempt.
Okay, they have more players with 0 kills than Sonics. That's where they're heading.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Vert was superb in the matchup earlier today against West Garfield Park. He's the first to die, but not before there's a trade right back, so no real advantages gained from that. First blood being spilled within the first 45 seconds.
I guess you can argue that in terms of raw value trade, it's the passive utility of Jaeger's ADS is already being put down versus active gadgetry from Rexon's nuke gadget and the frag grenades to go as well. So I would say in this particular scenario, it's worth it for Vertical and Beast Coast to trade 1-for-1 because of the operators in play that ended up dying.
It's a smoke tossed out. Focus for the hard breach will either be on that top stairs wall, which is currently electrified. Maybe on the wall down below, which
Yeah, I presume it is going to be downstairs.
Also electrified.
Yep. Damn. Being a hot breacher sucks sometimes.
No pocket EMPs to be had. Thatcher not banned, so you could have brought a Thatcher if you really wanted to.
I mean, even Lion could have secondary MPs, but his flashbangs instead on Grixer. It's gonna have to be Gunners, Hammer, or Grenades trying to find those claws, but he has to rotate all the way across the map for that to happen in the first place. Sonics are just kind of fishing right now, right? They're setting up the bait, seeing if anything bites. So far, Beast Coast and Rangers is standing still.
Grixer will walk right in, so much confidence. They know they've got a read on the Kite in that particular corner. And nicely played by Grixer.
Yeah, good pick.
Goodbye to Hat. Sonics in control yet again in terms of numbers. We'll have to battle the clock, 50 seconds remaining.
Where is Gunner? He's made his way upstairs now. They don't know the whereabouts of that second roamer up above. I believe it's Doc, if I'm not incorrect. And now, there we go. Verticality has been enabled, but Doc looking for that active flank. Do they know?
I don't think they do. He might catch them with their
might have
pants down.
Oh,
he gives away one. Gunner can't follow up. Puts us back into a 3v3 with Doc still tussling in the same predicament. Gunner's a better shot in this regard. Beast Coast circling in now on the two players from Sonics. Oh, burst inside a kitchen, and there's Hyper getting the work done. Hyper's been dropped, it's all up to Mr. B, but Geo's down as well, so it's Gunner versus Mr. B, who gets it done at the end of a shotgun barrel. Beast Coast take their second round.
It's really, really close, and, you know, I will say the biggest thorn in the side of Sonics in that round was Doc disrupting that upstairs hold, and honestly, it came down to a little bit of luck, but that happens in every single round of Rainbow Six Siege. Grixer, he read the flank perfectly, but I believe he swapped to his secondary the same second Doc went for the flank. Something animation-wise happened at least. He couldn't shoot back, Doc gets the kill, and he burns another 10 seconds in the gunfight against Gunner on the sledge, and that clock really made a big difference. Because all of a sudden, Gunner wasn't on the kitchen hatch early enough to cut the rotation and help his teammates downstairs who are going for that bomb site execute in the midst of the chaos that happened above. Beast Coast, because of that, they found success in the round. The bar bomb site up next for them, and they're kind of gonna go through those different kinds of operators. Both the Pulse, the Dog, and the Frost being brought out for the first time in this series. Information, very important, of course, and I think if Vert's having a hard game right now, sitting at a 1-6 scoreline,
very rough game.
Putting him on a more supportive cast off the post makes a lot of sense, because now he can enable his teammates, and also he can make more decisive plays with information instead of running around just looking for gunfights or being on the losing end of those gunfights.
If you look over the course of the NA League so far, Nick, the games in which Beast Coast have struggled the most is when consistency seems to sink its fangs into this team. So whether it's Hyper or Vertical not showing up, or Doc having a rough game, Mr. B and Hat seem to be decently consistent. Mr. B's not very flashy, but he's usually not having a bad game. Hat usually only has good games. Your issues with consistency are falling on players like Doc, like Vert, and like Hyper. Good thing that Hyper's showing up, but I think you're correct. If Vertical's not having the most confidence in this matchup and just maybe he's snake bitten, who knows? Put him on something where it's not imperative that he's getting those kills. Pulse is a great operator for that.
Hyper's gonna maybe overheal through the Capital Fire. He might have written this perfectly, so Fire goes out, and he can actually stay his ground if he wants to. Look at this. Doxed him, Fire goes out, he waits. No, that's way too early. He waits. Okay, he drops. Fair enough. Nate's also got tossed out, by the way, 2 of them, and 3 EMPs, so...
Oh, no! The vault in and the finish off by Mr. B as Citizen finds himself dead to a trap that they did not drone out.
Unfortunate, honestly. Was a great situation being played out, though, from Beast Coast. It pays out. You know, 2 Doc stims were spent, but it's definitely worth the value that they gained from that utility-wise. And with that jump in from Citizen as well, they also get the opening kill. Beast Coast in a great position on this defense, and Sonics have a bit of information with Rexon's Zero Sam cams. But what is the next step right now? Still smokes in the pocket of the Capital with the bolts. Can make something happen to deny lines of sight, but who's going to be the entry man to get the job done now that Citizen is dead?
Did you say entry man?
Entry man, yeah, like you're gonna entry as the man.
I suppose that works.
Yeah.
Geo so close to getting the frost and testing his metal. Mr. B remains. Time for the smoke dart to go in. onto the hatch. Gunner trying to conceal the plays of Sonics. Down goes Rexen. Beast Coast fighting back. They want to deny Sonics match point. It seems like they're as good as they're going to get in this regard. Hat is a monster on this round. 3 kills out of 4 to captain a flawless round for Beast Coast.
Oh my God.
That's their second in a row as well, Nick.
He just goes with the pistol, sprints, and it gets another kill to add to his tally. Mr. B very happy with that. I mean, the supportive cast right now of Beast Coast doesn't need to do anything in those rounds. It's all Hyper in the beginning, and it's all Hat to finish things off. A beautiful hold from them, and Sonic's not able to problem solve when it matters the most in those rounds. When one thing doesn't go their way, they seem to be missing that second option, the plan B, to turn things around into their favor. Basement defense now instead from Beast Coast. They don't bring the mirror like we saw Sonics that they did when the sides were differently swapped. Do believe Brandon, however, bit of wall deny. Hat with 11 kills now. Mr. B on 7.
Talked about consistency issues right before the round started, and I said, you know, Hat's always so good.
He is always so, and there it is.
I was so right.
It was so right.
I was so right.
And you're also right that Mr. B, as you said, not the flashiest of players, but he gets things done. He even had that 1v1 clutch and the kitchen defense to open things up as well. And sure, he only got 1 kill in that round, but it was in a 1v1 against Gunner. So you literally win the entire round with that singular kill. It's not flashy, but the value's there.
One thing that I did say about Mr. B that I think most people will comment on is that he's never really the reason, at least from what we can see, because there's obviously things that go on behind the scenes, but from what we can see, he's almost never the reason as to why Beast Coast are put in a bad spot or why Beast Coast are losing. On his role, he's usually as consistent as you can get. Now, the reason why you bring a bandit is so that you can bandit trick. That's not what's going to happen right now. Doc gets flashed out by the wall, immediately gets off of it, goes to connector, and the exothermic charge does its job perfectly. Sonics expended a single flash, it looked like, and that was it. And now, despite that, Beast Coast will have their revenge. Mr. B, the last laugh in the first engagement against Rexen.
And I was going to say, the thing about the bandit trick in that round is that it's a big gamble to make because Doc doesn't know if there's going to be a grenade following that flashbang, and there was no ADS of Almighty's to protect him, so he's just paying respects to the side of Sonic, saying, okay, they're probably not just gonna, try and get the wall for, without any real cost. He was expecting a nade follow-up or something along those lines, and he says, you know what, take the wall, I got one flashbang, maybe a nade, I'll fall back, play the 5v5, but then Mr. B gets that open kill, so they gain something from that. Now there are no nades and no vertical sledge play from the attacking side of Sonics, and I said last time, they miss a plan B when something goes the wrong way. This right here, if Sonics, again, do not have a good plan B, the round is basically over for them because they need that sledge and they need those grenades, and they're both gone.
Oh,
single kill.
Okay, Citizen. A beautiful shot on that gaping garage door. Down goes Hat. And that's really what we refer to as the raid boss of these teams. The mega carry so far, who last round almost single-handedly won it for his team. But you've got 4 players sitting in garage down below. Strategy should triumph over a single player's ability.
Yeah. That should be the ideal scenario for sure. Now, there are no smoke grenades available from the attacking side, but they have a ton of flashbang to toss at their opponents. They could try and get to plat positioning with Geo on this cabinet. We'll see. 1, 2, 3 flashes goes out. Geo, he stays his ground.
Here's the logic bombs. He might get double swung here. Geo needs to pick his poison left or right. Takes a lot of HP away from Doc, and then, well, the ADS ends up being a greater nemesis, but Geo's in a position where he might be able to get killed from Hyper if Hyper pops up, and that's exactly where the contest is going to be. The Nitro Cell misses. Geo gets the plan off, and he sits on top of it like a mother hen. Still on the case. Taken down finally as the numbers go back to even. The coverage from Sonics outside of that garage might be too much for Beast Coast to handle. Hyper will give himself away, and it's Citizen to get it done. Sonics move to match point.
Was there something about you should not put Citizen on Thermite? Didn't someone say that recently?
Okay, so I said...
Citizen just got full.
I didn't say Citizen. I said Spoit.
Okay, they're the same person. They're both European players in North America, and they're both amazing at their job.
They're both in Toronto right now.
Yep. You get my point, though. Citizen and Sport are 2 pieces of one pie, okay?
I don't agree with you. I think that Citizen and Spoy play wildly different styles.
You're right.
Thank you.
I surrender my point.
Thank you.
But I'll make another point.
Also, one is Swedish and the other is British.
That's like not relevant at all. It's not like
Very relevant.
Oh, okay, whatever. Anyway,
one is a charming game and the other doesn't.
just like sure, one won a world championship, one didn't. Actually, Citizen never won a world championship. Actually, he left right before they did. Oh no, that's so sad. Citizen left G2.
Didn't he tweet something like "I'm the problem" or something like that?
No, I think he tweeted out. First, he tweeted out that it's like the really angry face with the happy face on top of it.
Oh yeah.
And then he
made it to the grand final.
Yeah. It's like, let's go G2, but like on the inside, it's pain and misery. But no, you're right. My only point was just that when you have players that are so mechanic gifted, like Neurers, like Citizen Export, Iconic, etc., you always feel like it's such a shame seeing them on a Heartbreacher. But the golden days of a Heartbreacher or Thermite being literally unable to kill people is long gone. We look at the best supposed players in the world like Souls and Shepard, Brede, Dream from OHG, for example.
I always reference Kendrew's Thermite because
Kendrew
that's
as
the
well.
one. The Kendrew Thermite special is what always pops in the head. It always pops into my head. So
they can all do it. They can go in, they can get kills, find openings. I mean,
well, we're just simply at a point in time where your supports need to get kills.
Yes.
You go back to pro play 4 years ago, there were lots of support players whose numbers were just dreadfully bad. Just really, really bad. 1 to 2 kills an entire round.
and it was fine back then.
I mean, it was fine. It was still suboptimal. Just like Mr. B slow peeking Citizen and getting his head taken off.
Oh, too quick to the punch. Citizen 14 kills now. Yesterday he had a phenomenal game on Clubhouse. Today could be a phenomenal chalet for him to open things up as well. This is Sonic's on match point. A great start. Smoke off the board. Mr. B, the second top gunner for the team of the defending side of Beast Coast. This kitchen site, sure, it's protected by Kite Claws, by deployable shield, but the man advantage heavily favors one side, and Gunner also got the Ying. When Sonics, they can start hitting that bomb site wall, execute. They're in a great position. The only real villain in their way is going to be Hyper with those smart glasses. There he is. Can see through a smoke, can see through a flashbang. Has to stay alive.
Sharp-dressed man, looking for the drone.
Very sharp.
Where is it?
It's gone.
Leads him for now. Uh-oh. Still holding down the fort.
Yeah, it's all about the setup right now for Sonics. They're gonna really play this on safe. They just need 10 seconds on the bomb site. They know they can get it done, but they gotta get there safely. Wall has been opened up. They have to rip out a bomb, of course, because of that verticality being a problem for them. And Hyper, he is their raid boss, their final really big obstacle, because he's the #1 operator that can counter this push.
Very, very quiet. Beast Coast putting in probably the weakest performance we've seen of them in quite some time.
Fake it.
Oh, Hyper engaging with the Nomad of Citizen, wins it. Down goes the carry of Sonics, but Hyper's dispatched right by the bomb chassis. Vertical will need to be compelled into action as Doc trades out Geo. There goes Hat. Hyper is still down and bleeding, so the advantage is for Sonics at the moment. A retrieval for Vertical as you hear those Candelas go off, and amidst the chaos, Gunner goes for the plant. Doc from above. He could easily retake. Firing through, getting the down onto Gunner. It's Grixer now in a 1v3, but they're all softened up. It's entirely possible that Sonics can still win this, but Grixer will need to put in an inhuman effort. Beast Coast are playing keep away, and Grixer might just be a little bit too slow. Finds Hyper, but he's back from the dead. And Beast Coast survive yet another round.
There's many ways to look at the round and go, this guy was a savior, this guy was a savior. For me, it's Doc up above. Getting a kill, open the flank, and denying the plant on the last 2 seconds through the smoke with the last bullet injure. That is what really saved Beast Coast on the match point in favor of Sonics. Sure, Hyper stalled him. He read that it was a fake, right? Gunner on the Ying, went to trophy window and just tossed out smokes, tossed out Candelas. Hyper didn't even flinch. He did not care about that. He knew that his mission was the primary front side of the bomb side, that primary breach. He gets 1 kill, a bunch of damage, and then he gets injured. But that's enough. It buys enough time for Doc to work his match above, and we all saw what happened next. Now, Beast Coast, they found success in the round, but they still got 2 more to go before even entering overtime. They need more matches to continue going their way. They go back to bar, they take that same exact lineup. They heavy utility guy, the Doc to keep things alive, Vertical on the post with the information, of course, Mr. B with those frost mats. Last time it was Sonic's trying to capture 5 the dog of Hyper. He healed, he dropped down, Nate's went down, and Citizen jumped in the window, got frostmatted, he got taken out.
Left before insertion.
Things, of course, should pan out differently because now Sonic should know that these operators are in play, and they also should know how they are intended to be used by the defenders.
Am I crazy here, Nick? But I just checked my stats. There's been no timeouts taken from either team at this point.
You are, maybe you are crazy, but you are correct. There are no timeouts
Thank you
taken.
very much. I appreciate it a lot.
So, I mean, it has been a close series, arguably, and I think one of the big upsides of a team like Dark Zero... Oh, wait a second. Mr. B tried to make a hero play.
You do that on match points. No. That's a wag of the finger right there, my friends.
No, I was going to say, you look at teams like...
That's the noise you make when you wag your finger. You go...
It is. Oh, there it is again.
Hyper was looking another way, distracted inside of the library. Now it's Hat's turn, posted up in a similar spot, missing out on the drone, and I don't really think engaging with that is quite the idea.
No.
He and Doc are side by side on Chimney, fighting one foe from Sonics, who haven't been able to find them just yet, while Vertical's in the basement giving information with that pulse scanner.
Yeah, this is a tough position to be in because if you sit back and wait for the attackers to get to the bomb site, you will likely lose. But if you swing too offensively, you might die and then also lose. This is really awkward middle line right now, where Beast Coast, they have to take some risks on the map, but they have to be very precise on which ones they take, because if one more member dies, that 2 versus 5 is so hard to recover from.
It's a logic bomb that goes off, still one remaining for Sonics. They have a lot of utility at their disposal. 2 nades in the hands of Citizen. Still got another logic bomb, still got Rotero drone. They don't need this utility though. If all of these engagements are gonna be done dry, Gunner finding Hat, and now it's Vertical under pressure from the Rotero drone and a regular drone there as well. A nice shot on the Geo as he heads for the hills. Gunner dropped as well, Doc the hero from above on the previous round. He could pull it off yet again. Vertical will hear the barbed wire breaking. Nitro cell out, an explosive end that doesn't go quite far enough. Sonics have peeled back, allowing Vertical to space, while Doc watches the hatch from above. A multi-pronged execute from Sonics could very quickly go from a 3v2 to a 1v2 if they don't narrow down these targets and pinch them appropriately. Grixer just got a whole ton of information as they've chased the pulse all the way back, and they follow up with another flash. Rexon almost missing the opportunity, playing a ring around the rosy with Doc from above. Soft wall fire for both of these players, but it does more damage to Rexon than anybody else. Remainder of Vertical found. Sonics need a single kill to put Chalet in the books. Doc, can he keep away long enough? Rexon has the diffuser. Doc spotted out. Diffuser going down, but Doc doesn't have information. And he'll have to go for the drop that will be watched intently by the Sonics. As Doc gets away, it's through that open hatch that Doc takes too much damage, and Grixer sends him away as Sonics go up 1-0 in the LCQ finals.
Yeah, and they look great doing so as well. I will say that was their map pick, but still a great showcase from them. We'll see what they can do at map number 2. That's going to be on Villa.
A very quick break for you, and then we'll be back to talk about what we saw on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sonics one step closer to booking their ticket to the Copenhagen Major to join us. Well, some of you here, I won't be here, but they'll join everyone else here in Copenhagen. Maybe. I'm getting ahead of myself. One match in, but you know what? It was their map, Jesse, and they did quite a good job. I have to say, there were some touch and go moments. Beast Coast did challenge at a few points, but it really did seem like Sonics had a firm grasp of this match throughout.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, you come into Chalet, right? You have to start on the defense because traditionally thought of as an attacker side of the map, and you crush them. 5-1 half for the Sonics. On defense, they played very aggressive. They wanted to get in and get active early on in the round. They were challenging Beast Coast on a lot of windows and doing a really good job at beating them time after time. I thought Citizen did a fantastic job in the late round as well. It felt like he was always alive in some 2v2 situation. It was round number 1, he was in a 2v2 with Grixer, and then it was the wine round 6, where he's in a 2v2 with Rexon. And both times, he played that low man count situation extremely well, working well with the other player, not overstepping anything, right? Always making the right decision. So I love that from Citizen. Grixer had a great game as well, kind of more in the early round. He was really the one starting things off, good opening picks, challenging those windows, making sure that things were getting active quickly for the Sonics. So great defensive half from them. And then they stumble a little bit on the attacking side, but really it's nothing to worry about.
I will say this, Cookies. Beast Coast in that second half did start to turn up the heat. Luckily for Sonics, so they were able to match it and remain ahead.
Okay, maybe they.
Okay.
Okay, maybe they. Okay, Hat cooked. Maybe Mr. B overheated a little. You see this right here? He just peeked a guy in bar as smoke while the site is kitchen. And yes, maybe his team pulled it out at the end, but it's like I almost feel like there's just a lot of swearing today. I almost feel like, you know, they were just forcing things.
Yeah.
And you were like, oh, there's nothing to worry about. I mean, Beast Coast was coming back. If maybe... Don't end me.
They had a 5-1 half. They can afford to like lose 2 defensive sites, and then
all I'm saying,
they win wine, whatever.
Beast Coast overheated a couple times. Maybe if they don't, some rounds go differently. I mean, even the last round we watched. I mean, I think Mr. B got opening death on that one too.
Yeah.
Let's say they just stay up a little bit. That 2v5 is potentially winnable if it's a 3v5. You know, I mean, maybe that's just a marginal difference. Maybe Beast Coast was just cold, man. Cold fingers.
Well, you got to make a decision whether it's hot or cold. But what I do know, Citizen and Grixer, as you were talking during the highlights, had fantastic games. Citizen's numbers were out of this world, almost a 3 KD.
Yeah, almost 3.0 overall. You can see his stats there for the map. Really good. 101 entry, whatever. 60 cost, 2.33 KD ratio. He was popping off. And of course, you know, he had his strong moments on defense, which I talked about. That 4K attacking onto Wine was also fantastic on the Thermite, covering the breach. Not planting, right? Not like a traditional support role, just using that hard breach gadget, using that traditional support operator in a fragging capacity, covering the planter, playing outside the breach, playing smart. Not giving away his life for free, always in the late round, choosing the passive decision, choosing what's going to bait the enemy team into giving them the most amount of kills. Citizen in these last chance qualifiers has undeniably been the best player on Sonics. I mean, the best player through the quals so far, and he's the one pushing them all the way to the grand finals.
But
and potentially the major.
It takes everyone, including Grixer as well. We've got his stats. You know, what happened on both sides. We will get to Beast Coast as well. But Grixer for Sonics as well.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about how good he was in the early round. I just got to reference that one time, round number 3, he's in the basement. He tosses the C4 up onto Doc, and then milliseconds later, flicks around and kills Hat. We saw it from a top-down POV, if you'll remember it, and I just wish that we saw it from his point of view. Might have to go back to the replay files and see that, because it must have been absurd how quickly he goes from the C4, pop it, boom, killing the guy right in front of me down in the basement. He really did pull off some epic feats today.
Now, Cookies, Mr. B as well had a fantastic game. You know,
he did.
Well, yeah, his stats did. Now, did he lead his team to victory?
I don't think Mr. B called a good game this one. I don't think so. Like some of these, I mean, a lot of things I said they did well. You know, I was hyped up their attacks. Oh, they crouch walk in the side all well, and they stop laughing, Brib.
Yeah, Mr. B, like, we've used the bait word a couple times today. I think Mr. B, early on in this game, on attack sometimes...
Mr. Bait?
He was Mr. Bait a couple rounds. He was, like, the last one alive on multiple occasions. His whole team has gone in, or maybe, like, his team's just fighting on the windows ahead of time.
What's good enough for you? Before you're like, he's too aggressive.
Yeah.
And then now he's baiting. Now you're calling him Mr. Bait.
What's good enough for you? The minute he starts agreeing with you, now you're all upset.
I just want to know, like, what's the middle ground with, like, because it's like you can't, nothing's good enough, bro.
No, I mean, it's not. Like, this is the problem. Earlier on, sometimes Mr. B, last time they were on Chalet, dying too often on hard breach. Now he's, like, overcorrected. He's not getting into gunfights fast enough. Feels like his whole team's dead. He's outside the building, you know, and he might get a couple of kills on his way in, but it's a 1v5, you know?
Okay, well, Hat as well. Did he have a good game? I'm sorry, I thought he had a good game. I was looking at the stats.
Good game. He
Are you willing to say that? Are you willing to say that, Cookies?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, Hat had a great game, but Hat is one man. The team, and he's a man, Jesse. The team needs to step up and play better as team, because Hat can't do it on his own.
Listen, if Hat wants me to stop calling him a kid, then he's got to win this. He's got to go to a major.
Single-handedly,
Gotta
he's
make it a major.
Listen, they need to play how they've been playing all stage. Crouch walk into sight, do attacks that make sense, follow the steps of the equation correctly, because I know Mr. B can do that. So why were they unable to do that on Chalet?
Well, maybe, just maybe they were unable to do it on Chalet, but that wasn't their map. Their map is Villa. It's coming up right now before we get to it. Or no, they are ready. We're getting into it right now.
Wow, okay. I didn't know we were ready so quickly.
Okay,
God, the helicopter's warmed up. Look at it.
Oh man. So I just wanna kind of throw Jesse on the bus here. He's like, Mr. Beast, last alive, which on attack, yes. On defense, man was flying out of windows on match point. I'm like, hello? Make up your mind.
Yeah, Jesse, you idiot.
Well, that's not what I said.
He called you an idiot, Jesse.
No, I was simply just saying.
You're sitting here and he's like, there's no way Jesse's saying that. He's not that stupid.
I don't talk like this, man. Listen, Jesse, we will hug it out later.
He thinks you're an idiot, Jesse.
No, I think our host goes, oh, way over it. No mind, just throws us in there. Thank you, Jim. You've been great here, by the way. It's been great working together. He's not even listening. Anyway, Villa, Beast Coast, Sonics. Defenders first will be Ben 10's team, and attack will be Mr. B. Nook and Flores first of all in action. Of course, Villa, a very big map, so Nook makes sense. Of course, also very utility-oriented. So Flores gonna be removed from play. Valkyrie, we see this particular operator banned out almost every single game today. In the one game on Cafe where she wasn't, she had a near 100% play rate because those information-based cameras are so vital to the defense. And Asami, always banned by Sonics. Does not matter what map, does not matter against what team. They simply refuse to play against an operator, and I get it. It can be very frustrating to deal with those keeper barriers every single round, so they won't have to worry about that.
All right, locking in the first set of operators, at least on the defense, because attackers can still switch out. Beast Coast being given a huge test. Now, I will say this. Of the three teams that have already qualified for the major, you have the skeleton of XSET, which is now M80. They've been to almost every single major over the last year and a half that they've been on roster. True. Dark Zero has been one of the most consistent teams in North America as well, in the same breath. Very true. SSG made some huge changes, but still brought in extremely experienced players who at least some of them have history playing together before, and a coach who could install a new system right away with players from a previous team who could also buy into that system. Beast Coast was a team that was created literally from the ground up.
Yeah.
Assembled together, maybe somewhat hastily, if you believe what they've said before about how Vertical was added to the roster just a couple days before the first game in the NA League. The fact that they are only 2 maps away from making it to the major is unbelievable, frankly.
No, it is. It's very impressive, and that's the thing. Beast Coast in a very opening game in Stage 1 of NAL didn't look like a team that was just put together a couple of days ago, but to make things even better, they improved tremendously just week by week as time progressed. And that's why they're here right now against Sonics. Early summer shots tossed on in, but I guess they needed to be moved from action by Gio, who was heading to the pantry. Knew that was about to come his way. Hyper now taking his turn on Bravo to gain some intel, deny some intel, and it's dead. Geo likes his Solus operator on various maps and making good use of the gadgetry as well, just finding out where those drones are and shutting them down. This is a dining kitchen defense to start things off. Very atypical, but hey, Geo makes it work by taking down that young gunner of Het.
Geo had some struggles on that Solus in one round in particular of Chalet that we saw. Didn't really have a ton of success from that point onward. Hold on a second, that's not Hyper.
Well,
that's Doc. Down goes Vertical as well. All right, so Sonic's roam right now, proving to be quite successful. As Beast Coast are getting ever closer to this kitchen bomb site, but not able to exert the same influence that they'd like.
It almost looks like Sonics have changed their playstyle almost to try and match what was OHG earlier today, because it was a very aggressive and all about the gunfights. And right now, Beast Coast, they're playing a structured game of Siege, but just falling constantly from the pressure of Sonic's members swinging them and always losing the gunfights. Beast Coast, they gotta change their approach. They cannot play this slow style against them. It's just not good enough. Nice shot, but again, immediately traded back.
Citizen was prepared for it on Astro stairs, and now Hyper will walk haphazard-like into the bomb site. Down he goes.
This is a Sonic that wants...
We're all Citizen Sweater's face right there.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Nice.
You love it. And Hyper is now Grixer.
Little switcheroo.
There's two
Grixers. And you got
you know what?
super zoomed in.
I gotta say this. The amount of fun that the player cams have given us, you and I in particular.
Yes.
And when Lynx and I casted together the Yaga phase, the Yaga phase was just, that whole sequence of events was like perfect.
It was.
Absolutely perfect. Nick, we are seeing something.
Yeah, two things actually.
We're seeing one thing in particular that immediately pops out.
Oh, is it the Tashanka or the bomb side? Because they're both pretty eye-opening.
Well, the Tachanka is the first thing I want to say.
Okay. Because yeah, so Tashanka did receive a buff in the most recent update. His other SMG, not this one, had the 1.5x and the 2.0x scope. And it's the living room library bomb set, which is a very low pick rate, but for some reason in stage 1 of NAL for this season, has seen a like 800% increase in play rate for whatever reason, and it has mixed results. But yeah, Tashanka, 20 Shurima launcher grenades, by the way.
Shumika.
Sorry, Shumika. Shurima is a different game. My apologies. That's a lot. I think someone did the mathematics on the interwebs, and I don't remember the number, but it was pretty high. Of like how long you can deny one area. It's pretty significant.
The only major downside that I will see is the reload for that Shumika launcher takes eternity. So reducing the amount of active Molotovs in the launcher might not be what they're looking for. Maybe it's not. You go for the reload. Do you think it's a tactical reload where it still leaves like one of them in the barrel? Like it leaves one bullet in the champion?
I actually, no, 0.
Darn.
Yeah, darn. Some guns, man, some guns. Speaking of guns, Jackal, we don't really see Jackal in action very often, actually. Nope. Especially on Villa, but if there was a bomb set to bring him, it would be this one. There's a significant roam difference up above, but it's going to be holding that primary bomb site above it in vault, study, etc.
Jackal's in a spot right now where Lion and Dokkaebi in particular are doing a really good job of doing Jackal's job instead, and they also bring better tools to the table. So Dokkaebi has that secondary ability, which is that she can take care of cams. Jackal does have the smokes and a good gun, which is great, but then if you want to go for potentially blinding people or smokes or whatever, like you got Ying on the board, you got a Capitao on the board, there's not a lot of opportunities for Jackal at the moment.
No, there's not.
Unless you fear the roam and then you bring him. Hat takes down Gunner, a successful entry. Say goodbye to the Tachanka. That's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, but Warden is still alive, so these smoke grenades shouldn't matter too much as soon as Griggs is in the right position. Geo, while this happens, looking for a flank. It could pay off massively for him.
The diffuser's going down. Mr. B is going to be successful. 9 players still in the lobby. About to be 8, 7. The numbers continue to go down. Beast Coast in the post plant. Arguably the most important member of that will be Hyper, who's playing upstairs. Sonics will need to retake, but Citizen doesn't have enough intel. Now it's Hyper moving back over to Astro. Counter diffuser's going down, but Hyper reads him like a book. Grixer focusing on the player down below, and the Jackal cannot connect. Instead, we'll now go on to the diffuser.
Oh.
And it's a perfect post-plant lockout, a much closer first 2 rounds. Beast Coast ties it up.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an unfortunate scenario that the Solus is the flanker because it didn't look like they had active information that the plant was indeed going down, or if they did, nobody was able to act upon it. So the flank wasn't particularly successful. The bomb denial side surely wasn't, and that's also because Gunnar onto Shanga was the opening death for his team. So a lot of things probably didn't go the way that they intended for, but that's what happens when you go for that. Go all in on this 4th bomb set that no one really plays. It's all about the pocket strats, and one small fine detail not working out could make or break that defense. So instead, they'll go back to a more stable bomb site, that trophy and stature one instead, where teams tend to start or go as their secondary, as AVG typically is the favorite starting position. The big question is, will they play with Master Bedroom Extension or not? Well, looking at the fact that there are frost traps going down the Master Bedroom closet and cancel barricades in the Master Bedroom windows, it does appear that Sonics will play this more dynamic, very open style of the bomb site. They even bring a mirror for the roam extension, so no matter which side Beast Coast will be attacking from, they're gonna have a lot of different problems ahead of them in terms of utility, heart destruction, etc. Mr. B looking at a couple of different operators with settles on the Ying, those Candelas and smoke grenades is way too valuable to give up on because they've not been banned out. The Dokkaebi, Lion being brought as stable operators, and Hat on the vertical breacher of the Hibana to bring those flashbangs in case of any ADSs, which is smart because Gunnar is on the Jaeger. Overall, a great setup of both teams, so it comes down to execution. Now Mr. B with that drone study, we'll see there is indeed a mirror window also on this room side.
Yeah, I really do like the site rotation here from Sonic, going back to where you started at this point, which is that they now have the 2 strongest bomb sites to go on. I mean, Living Room Library should never in a million years have been that close, and yet it was. Talked about how Jackal has been shoved out of whatever meta he may have found himself in, with both Dokkaebi and Lion covering. Well, why not bring both of them? And how about a Ying for good measure as well? These 3 operators do we do tend to see them get brought quite often together. Vert might not just get the mirror window here, but also Grixer, except the mirror moves out of the way. There goes a set of Candelas. First pick goes to Doc. Down goes Rexon, and now Beast Coast are firing back. Wandering into the lines of sight as Doc is in the middle of the bomb site, sitting by the A-bomb chassis. Knows there's somebody heading in the bathroom, that's Geo. Doc just has a 6th sense at the moment as to where these defenders are. Beast Coast has this Sonics team in a rear naked chokehold. Down goes Citizen. Geo, can you stop a flawless round? No, you can't. Wow, Beast Coast in very quick order takes a flawless 2nd round. Through 3 rounds so far, they take the lead.
It's honestly very beautiful how Beast Coast utilized the Ying operator in that particular round. There was a nade below on the mirror and study to open the floor, and then just in case the mirror was gonna actively peek back at that member below to remove the mirror window, they used one Candela to blind that member in case he was there through the mirror window from study to just really solidify the fact that we need this room to be successful. And then what happens is, I guess, you know, Doc just walks in somehow into side and gets 3 kills, and that forces Sonics to kind of wander around, be like, okay, where is it safe? Where is it not? And again, the information being lackluster for the defending team is the biggest downfall in these rounds. No Maestro being played, no Echo, of course the Valkyrie's banned. It kind of makes sense for Citizen to bring out the Mossy now, but you have to actually catch a drone first before getting any active intel on the board. And even if you do, odds are attackers can shoot the drone right away, so no active information. I'm a bit worried for Sonics because that seems to be their biggest problem.
Yeah, I mean, things can go from bad to good, or good to bad, real fast. And right now, Sonics are looking far more mortal than we've seen them in this matchup. I mean, but they were pushed to the limits a couple times by OXG as well. And Sonics have had some difficulties before that we've seen as well against their opponents, but just like they did on Chalet, Sonics will start off round number 4 with a spawn peek. They don't find anything, come up empty-handed. Both Gunnar and Citizen, so 2 players actively searching for a kill before Beast Coast can even get into the building.
The aggression has worked more often now, however. One first open goes out in the first 30 seconds. Lions can to follow up as well. Beast Coast using as much as possible at the same time to just ensure that things go right.
Hat's going in blind. He'll be stopped by barbed wire, but is that enough to take out Rexon? Wow. Excellently done, and there goes the wall and a trophy as well. Holes giveth, holes taketh away. Gunnar gets thrown down and has to reposition. This is all 4 bomb sites being played now.
Yeah, but things are getting worse by the minutes. I mean, Doc now a second kill for Beast Coast as well, and Sonics, again, in this 3v5, it's like you gotta play aggressive, but you can't play too aggressive because if you die, then you're 2 versus 5 instead. Citizen has C4, is on the active flank, so it's up to Gio and Grix to just hold down the bomb site. Try and wait for that hero play to occur. Beast Coast, they recognize how strong of a position they're in. They hack the cameras, they drone everything forward, they don't overstep their grounds. So Citizen needs the right timing or some sort of way to find info to make the right decision with, because he is the only guy in this flankable position.
Down goes Grixer. Doc is heating up, but he pays for it. Gio won't let his reign last much longer. Smoke and Amazi to contest. Citizen still playing off-site, but he removes the head of Mr. B. Dives down. Citizen doing what he does best. A third will jump on him. A nitro cell goes out. Does not connect. Beast Coast still have 2 players up, right? Not a scratch on them. Gio gets flashed out by Bar. This is a tough spot for him to be in, especially since Citizen needs to come to the rescue, but Citizen's entry being watched. Gio takes out Vertical. Hyper's in the position to do some serious damage. That's Hyper and Gio to square off in the final 30 seconds. Gio holding his own inside of the bomb site is good news for this Sonics team. We're looking to keep it close. Hyper doesn't have much utility other than a single flashbang. Gio will smoke off the case, and that smoke will linger for about another 10 seconds. Gio also all out of utility. Hyper's just gonna smoke right through it. Doesn't take any damage in the process and instead go for a plant behind the deployable shield. Gio tries to scare him off and does so successfully. It's a standout and Gio sees his head for a second, fires back. Sonics tie the game.
So close, but again, it all came down to Citizen. Can he make the hero play and can Gio stay alive on the side? And he did. Sure, Doc went in, took care of Grixer, but Gio traded back. Then it's a 2 versus 4. Citizen walks up red, finds 2 disgusting headshots, and that right there defines the outcome of the round. And then it comes down to the 1v1. Gio, he recognizes he can play down the clock. Hyper has to try and plant eventually in that round. And when he does so, that's when he's gonna make his move. Get to that reinforcement, play the contact, and with the SMG in hand, is a great weapon at that close to medium range. Great fire rate, great damage per bullet. Secures the round. And it's tied back up 2-2. Bomb set rotation pretty open from the side of Sonics. We know they can play library. We saw them start things off with a victory on this particular dining kitchen bomb site, so it makes sense to go back there first instead. And they are gonna keep bringing these more front-forward facing operators. The Marcy, the Oryx, the Legion, they can all kind of make active decision and get into these gunfights, not have to play futility like when you play the smoke and the poles and whatnot. They want people to say, guys, play for your lives. If you see an opportunity, take it. If you see an opening, take it as well. Citizen, just look at him last round. Because he's playing an operator that is allowed the freedom, he can go for those plays and just outright bring his team back in the round. East Coast, they're done playing around. No longer playing the Ying, no longer playing those execution operators either. They too want to get more active on the board. So they play Soft Breach, the Ash, the Iana, the Sledge, the Ace. Very, very stable operators that can all be active in the beginning of the round and not have to rely on the bombs that execute. So both teams are matching one another in how they approach these rounds.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Whenever Nick sneezes, I tell him to shut up, by the way.
You do? Oh, Hat so good.
Hat tells Gio to sit down in that regard. Caught him downstairs in the basement. The Solus, who was an impediment back in the very first round of this map. They read him and they make the adaptation. I like that from Beast Coast. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it just means that both teams are actually playing to counter one another and not just bring their own, I guess, own play style or own game day performance. I mean, these are both teams respecting what's happening in the match in front of us. Dog and Hat doing great work on the entry for Beast Coast, but the support of Chaos, the drone network also is their support. There are still 6 drones available to the attack inside, so plenty of information to go around, especially with Gio and Solis dead as the opening kill. That means that the drones will go unnoticed a lot more likely, at least. That means Hyper's in. That timer goes out. There is a single C4 in the pocket of Gunner who could toss it out and try and get it, but he's actually upstairs instead of downstairs.
Engaging real early over towards Statuary. Allowing Hyper to just continue in this space. Beast Coast, and Hat in particular. Hat and Doc have been great on the entry so far for Beast Coast. They're showing up in spades, and that's going to keep it going. But down goes Vertical, Citizen follows. Both losing one, but okay, it's over. Quick ones, very quick rounds. This could have been a long night, but it doesn't seem like it will be regardless of who ends up winning. Beast Coast regain the lead.
Yeah. A little bit of a back and forth, and again, both teams holding on to those tactical timeouts. And I was gonna make this point on the previous map of Chalet, but I was never allowed to because the team just kept doing things. When you are a team like Dark Zero, where you have like Canadian on your roster, when you are a team like Beast Coast, where you have Mr. B, basically having like half a coach as your IGL, as your captain, these tactical timeouts can be avoided for a bit longer and hold out on them because you have so much leadership from within. Some teams who don't have those benefits, they need the coach to step in maybe relatively early compared to others and say, guys, these are the problems, this is what's going wrong, calm down, get back into it, you got this, etc. And I do think that that is one of the big advantages that Beast Coast they have as a new team. They have a literal leader who is leading them forward and doing so very successfully. The adaptation from Beast Coast, it hasn't failed them yet, and in this round again, we see 4 attackers being shuffled around with that attacker repick feature, but only one thing that's really noteworthy is going to be Hat on the Amaru. Likely looking to just get in early, get in those gunfights, take some map control, and just be annoying. We know Hat and Doc are both feeling it right now because they're just taking every fight they're given and they're not hesitating whatsoever. When we see Doc rushing into Silas' line on that ABG round, just saying, you know what, it doesn't matter. I'll just full send it, I believe in myself, and he gets the kill.
Amaru on the board means that we're likely seeing some very quick action yet again. Where's that gonna go? Towards 90.
90 window.
Go to 90. And he's in. There's nobody up there. We'll make a bunch of noise. Sonics do something that they haven't been doing much of, which is getting on the board first. Taking down Doc. Praised both Doc and Hat on this entry, but look at that! Hat almost gets 2 of them and decides to engage it. To hell with your defenders. He gets away with a little bit of HP. Walking wounded, bleeding out on the floor, but still walking nonetheless. Sonic's unable to secure that kill. Wrexham will go hunting for it. Through the wall, but Hat gets a third. Beast Coast making mincemeat of Sonic so far on Villa. This round is no exception. But down goes Hat to a Nitro cell from Geo, who likely reads it on the cardiac sensor. Numbers for Sonics are not great, but this round is still very salvageable on their end.
Yeah, I mean, that's a C4 being used at 10 or 20 health Amaru. That's like very low value, but of course, and everything counts in this scenario. Sonics, they cannot hold on to their resources. They have to spend them where they can to try and have a chance in this round. Citizen tries to go for that gunfight, but loses out against Hyper. It's all on Geo in a 1v3. Poor man.
Not that I'm saying he's not this kind of player, but Geo, you're going to have one of the best ending round performances we've seen since round 4. So if you could just go back to 2 rounds ago and just do the same thing, that'd be great. The clutch on the smoke, flawless stuff. A minute left for them to align their forces on Beast Coast side of things.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They're just bleeding him out, right? Burn down the clock, Adrenaline leaves his body, drone him twice, etc., and then they strike.
Geo sees one, but that UMP does so little damage, doing a lot to Vertical. Hold on a second. This is doable now. Vertical, a shadow of himself, and the double drop from inside a laundry. Hyper needs to get the kill. Geo playing off of this soft wall really well. That's the real one. A 1v1 with 20 seconds left. Can Geo pull it off for a second time? Just ran past a drone, but he doesn't give a damn. Diffuser picked up and amidst the barbed wire. There goes the plant. Geo's far enough away. He's spotted. We'll go for the drop. Hyper fully commits and will now hold in kitchen right behind the counter. Geo's got a good read on it. Doesn't see him on the sensor. Can't win it this time. Luck runs out, and Beast Coast take the first half 4-2.
I have to say, a miracle of a round for Geo to get that far into it, but I have to question running upstairs in the 1v1, no C4, and it's such a long way to go to, be able to scan with the pulse scanner, only having 9 meters radius on the cardiac sensor, and we saw it. Beast Coast, they just walk in, they get the diffuser down, Geo has to make the drop sound in Laundry Hatch, and then the gig is up. He's in a very poor position with no cover against a better weapon on long distance. He played it so well until that moment, but it's very close. And I mean, the thing is, that round should have never been even possible to be crossed out by Geo, so well done for him to getting so far in it. But it will be Beast Coast taking the 4-2 round lead, and now the side switch up around. We might either see an attacker favored Villa, or we will see Beast Coast just absolutely steal the show on their map pick, and that would then force us to the third map, which of course would be Theme Park, since Sonics won the first, that was Chalet.
It's a riveting first half, I will say that much.
Yes.
Theme Park will be an absolute bloodfest if we see it. Bloodbath? Bloodfest?
I think they
Bloodfest,
both
bloodbath.
work, yeah. Bloodbath, yeah.
Bloodbath. Bath and blood. Bathe in the blood. You know? As they would say in another game, in another world. Zero making his debut in this matchup. Sam Fisher in the hands of Gunner. Type 1 in chat if you'd like to see a new Splinter Cell game.
Oh.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
1. Nice. It is, we always talk about Gunner as like a mechanical player, as an entry, etc., but he has really been staying on the flexibility. Missed the B again. Oh, the Claymore!
Lesson learned.
It's like Chalet over again, but this time he actually gets a kill, and it's Geo the only hopper, so a really highly impactful kill as Melusi. It's a worthy trade. I was praising Gunner, saying how he's a great mechanical player, entry, etc., but his flexibility, that is sneaky.
Look at that cam, why don't ya?
Under the table, that is very good usage. Could use a nade, solve this information, of course. It's gonna be Rexen.
What table is that under?
The pool table.
Okay, making a splash, isn't it? Different pool, I know. Go along with it. Don't shake your head at me, Jen. Brimstone's sitting at the other desk shaking his head at me.
He's not impressed.
I mean, nice pick onto Grixer, I'm sure. Didn't see it. I was going to say, Jim and I have been friends for like 25 years at this point. I think he's already learned to not be impressed for...
Wait, he's known you for that long, he's still friends with you?
That really is incredible, isn't it?
That guy should be a kindergarten teacher with that patience, honestly.
Nade's on the stairs. Rexen's having a slow match so far. The nade does not do much. There's a Banshee there.
Oh, it hit the railing.
But Doc perseveres in the smoke. Will keep this Sonic's advance at bay. On the other staircase, it's Vertical to get in on the action. Sonics are being pushed back, unable to take up the ground that they want. Until they do. Nice 2 sets of shots. Could a third be had? No. Vertical in a 1v2. Sonics have somehow come out ahead of this one.
I'm not sure how.
A puzzling set of affairs, that's for sure.
In the same fashion as last time when it was roles reversed, the attackers just kind of bleed out that last defender. They need intel. They don't want to risk these 1v1 engagements. Now both attackers on the balcony, so they have one way in together. Gemini Clone goes in first, and Vertical looking to aggress into this situation.
Not a follow-up on it, but Vertical will confront both remaining Sonics players from the same area. He's got that study doorway on lock through the soft wall.
15 seconds.
15 seconds
Finally,
to go.
the advance begins from Sonics, and Citizen flattens them. Wow, wow, wow. Vertical knew exactly where he was, but Citizen just simply better on the reflexes. The lead still Beast Coast, but it tightens.
Yeah, you know, I kind of just call him Ben, because we're tight like that.
You are so lame.
Some people call him Ben 10. We've been there before. Benny Boy, coming from Europe, joining Sonics over in North America, had a rough start, and he also faced a lot of criticism from casters, analysts, fans, other players, etc. But he has really shown up since the LCQ started. And it's all due to the fact, from my side at least, that Sonics have kind of shifted the roles around, allowing him more freedom. but the whole team of Sonics really stepping up together. Gio right now, the quote-unquote support cast of Sonics, on 9-5, despite dying early in that previous round, not getting any action himself, doing a great job for his team on the scoreboard side of things. And you see all members willing to play the flex shot. Citizen of Chile plays Thermite. Gunner played Zero last round. Grixer plays
and that
the
Thermite
Brava.
round, by the way, was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was. And you got like 3 or 4 kills. Like, everyone is able to kind of play most things, honestly. The one thing for Sonics, they don't play the most amount of operators. They don't play the Blitz or the Munchie or the Glass. They don't play the OSA that much either. Of course, map dependent. But every single member is able to play a vast majority of the various roles that Rainbow Six Siege offers at this level of play. That's beautiful to watch. Beast Coast, they also have one particular operator that love the defense. They love the Doc. It's always hyper on it. And it's again, they can just further enhance the members like Doc and Head, take the gunfights. If you're low on health, heal them back up to full.
This is an operator that Hyper played on DZ as well.
Way back.
Way back. I remember SI, what was it, SI 2020 Hyper was playing Doc. Obviously, at the time, Doc was a very different operator. Thunderbird, as far as I'm aware, also wasn't in the game at that point, so...
No, when Thunderbird came out, Doc's play rate plummeted.
Well, Thunderbird was just a better Doc at that point.
Exactly. And then with the Doc changes recently, with the stim heals you to full metal watt, then Thunderbird has not been seen since.
I mean, we've seen her a couple times.
It's very rare.
I do think that the only real benefit you're going to get from a Thunderbird is that level of sustain. Yeah. Once those stims are done, a Doc can expend them very early on, and that's it. They're gone, whereas Thunderbird will, of course, over time come back. Oh, what a shot from Hat that was. Gunner gets smoked off of the master bedroom window. 1.5 in the hands of Mr. B. That could have been a second pick. But SQ bails off of that position.
I mean, Head has been so consistent at getting those kinds of opening kills, and he really has no business doing it, especially that commonly, but he is. Yellow ping nades goes through, but it's a missed mark. No one is actually there anymore. They moved away from that position, and Sonics not finding any openings whatsoever in this round. A minute and 20 to go. Ashbridge goes up from Rex into the Astral Wall and the trophy. But again, no one's really inside the building besides Grixer in this master bedroom closet.
Grixer's frozen. Oh, look at that. That's incredible poise. From that same spot. He might as well be a statue because he picks up 2 kills without moving an inch. Still inside of the closet. An absolute monster in that position. He'll have to emerge at some point, get close to the bomb site. He's given SQ an advantage in numbers. The rest of his team cannot squander it. Oh, that's a bit of a small miss with the X-Kairos.
He's got 4 spare in pocket, so he can fix that mistake later on, but it's gonna burn more time on the clock, and there's not much off at 35 seconds. You gotta go soon, Sonics.
Nash charge goes off in front of Hat. There goes the desk. There goes his security. Still watching the door frame for who comes next. Doc, a late rotate with 20 seconds on the clock. Can he catch somebody from Sonics looking? Citizen will have to confront a barricade in front of him. Well, the nade actually seemingly missing. Vertical's there prepared for it. Out-dueled. Goodbye to Citizen. Sonic still with the numbers advantage, but Vertical and Doc are the 2 in the post plant should it go down. Diffuser in hands. Doc just needs to wait it out, and there it is to save the round. The Solace from down below. It's what lies beneath sometimes that you need to be concerned with. A 5th round for Beast Coast. They're looking to exit this map and send us to Theme Park.
And this, of course, happens sometimes in personal play because Solace is such a new addition to the game. You don't always have in mind there could be a Solace below, planting on like 5 seconds. You know, it might not be that bad, but you know, as we saw, when Doc is downstairs, the player, not the operator, with the Solace operator in hand, you cannot plant with 2, 3, 4 seconds left on the clock unless you're planning on concrete area, like on the master bedroom door, for example, leading to statue. That would have worked out perfectly fine, but Vertical was kind of covering that area himself, so it didn't really allow Sonics to plant in the right position, and with that round lost for Sonics, they will call their tactical timeout to talk things through before things get out of hand.
Goddess will settle the team down and get their heads back in the game, and not even just from an emotional standpoint, maybe also do some work on the strategic aspect of it, because honestly, I think the strategy has been affecting them far more than any mental that you can see. Sonics have been relatively resilient when it comes to that mental dexterity, as we call it, or mental fortitude, especially Gunner, who has been giving us some of the best sound bites so far through the NA League. There he is. The bye-bye to OXG. Great stuff. That's just a chef's kiss. All right, so critical round for both of these teams. Beast Coast looking to propel themselves to match points. In which case, the only loss would come through overtime, which would require Sonics to double their current round count. First time kitchen defense.
For this team.
Electrosensor on.
Well, yes, Sonics are not defending right now, so why would they be on kitchen defense?
When you say first time X-bombs a defense, it could be a
Do
general
you think that I'm
thing.
talking about the team who's defending?
Maybe you're talking for this map right now. Like, let's say that Sonics, they did not defend dining at all because they went library versus Car and they lost everything, or whatever the case might be, and Beast Coast goes there. You can say first dining defense. So, I'm just clarifying that, yes, this is the first dining defense for Beast Coast. There's nothing wrong with being thorough. Oh, that's Grim. Well, it's not Grim, but it's ugly.
Actually, Grim's an operator.
Yeah,
Do you think
that's
that when you say Grim that people might think that you're talking about Grim the operator?
I mean, you know what? That's my mistake because nobody would think that because nobody plays Grim. Yeah.
I'm sorry, W7M made it to the finals of a world championship, and they played Grim in the finals. So,
But let me ask you a question, Parker.
you know what else people don't play?
But did they win?
They didn't, but you know what else people don't play? They don't play Fuse Shield. But guess what Rexon is doing? He's playing Fuse
That's
Shield.
gotta be a mistake.
Okay?
That's gotta be a mistake.
He must have thought he had the AK,
Yeah,
right? Like, he
100%.
has to have thought he had the AK.
No, there's no way.
Quickster goes down to Vertical. Different Solus on the board. Vertical could have another as well on the window, but decides that he doesn't want to engage and it gets away. Down to Astro stairs, and he fully peels off of that top floor.
Yeah. Cut your, I was gonna say cut
your
losses,
losses.
but yeah, exactly. Just get that advantage and fall off. Miss B scouting downstairs with the C4, but he's acting off sound purely on his vert scav that can give some sort of drone information of someone standing in the wrong spot, but currently not the case at all. Yeah, normally it wouldn't be weird to see a fuse on this particular attack of Dining Kitchen because it has such a big vertical aspect to it, leading to the bombs from above. But it's the shield variant, which does have a great hip-fire accuracy, but Rexon doesn't strike me as a shield player personally. I'm happy to prove him wrong, besides of what
He's got too good of an aim to put on a shield.
Also fair.
So-
But then again, I mean, I guess you put Geo on a shield in theory then. Like, everyone's a great shot with this roster. In this match, to be fair.
I mean, Monty was banned by Sonics on Chalet, so maybe they weren't prepared to deal with any shields.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Geo might play Monty as well, but Mr. B and Beast Coast, they love that character as well.
Good point.
Citizen with a good rotate downstairs, just looking for a flank elsewhere. He would love to play Nuke for this position, but it's been banned away by Beast Coast early on in the match, so that's not going to be an option for him. Downside is that Citizen has the 2 smoke grenades that could lead this team into the bomb site, so they will not be available for his team at all, but they're planting. Rex with the shield, he might just cover himself with it. Maybe it's genius.
This could actually be the play, and we just didn't see it through. Or maybe sometimes tricky situations require some clever innovation. Vertical giving calls with the Solus scanner out. Sonics at a disadvantage. They need to be perfect in the post plant. They get their very first kill with the timer at 30 seconds. Geo surviving a scare. He's in position now over by Pantry Stairs. Rexon holding onto that pistol. He hears Vertical go onto the diffuser, but there's a player from above. That PMM does so much damage, but Vert sitting on it, slaughtered by Geo. Mr. B in a 1v2. Tough spot, only 6 seconds to find 2 kills, or just go for the diffuser and hope that he can pull it off. He can't. Geo, excellent in the post plant. Sonics keeping it close. And hey, I mean, they took a timeout. They run a fuse shield, but the chatter in the chat leads me to believe that it wasn't a deliberate decision, and I think Richie's face shows it as well.
Yeah, I don't think that was the intended outcome, but honestly, I mean, a great team and great players, they make the most of what they have, and the way that they were able to apply the fuse shield in such an unorthodox scenario was perfect. They're like, what do we do with the fuse shield? You can't really cover the planter. Well, what if you become the planter instead? When you're in that plant animation as any shield operator on the attack inside, the shield will be on your back, and basically it'll be blocking bullets at all areas of your body besides your heels and the lower part of your leg, essentially, where you take the least amount of damage if you were to get shot. And the thing is, no one even shot at Rexon because nobody knew the plant was happening in the first place.
Yeah, that's the more important part to me.
Yeah.
Is that it went down and there was no knowledge whatsoever.
they just, again, did not have the information or the ears nearby enough to hear it happening.
They just Solus on the board. Like, you should have known that, right? Like, I'm not insane.
No, but it's tricky, right? Because, like, we didn't see what Solus was doing when the plant was going down, or if Solus was in range, frankly. Maybe he was being held in a gunfight, not entirely sure. But, yeah, these kind of small gaps and errors, they do happen on occasion. Next round is going to be an AVG defense, and Ying is back on the menu for Sonics this time around, however. From the defender side, there's no Solus this time. Oh, wait,
Citizen is there.
so quick.
They bait out vertical. Phone is down as well, so somebody can very easily hack into this. Citizen might have been able to take out Hat in a similar position. He now takes damage from a position that I'm not sure Hat knows the whereabouts of.
Damn. Such a quick injury from Sonics, and it pays off tremendously. And with that opening kill again, whoever gets the first kill, they just play it nice and slow, because whenever you get a kill in Siege, typically you also buy yourself 10 to 20 seconds worth of value, because now there's one less member on the board. Also, Citizen protecting that phone drop that happens when you play Dokkaebi on the in the round. Defenders can actually shoot that phone that you drop, and then Dokkaebi cannot hack the camera. So that might be why Citizen hold on to that ground, because you want to ensure that no other roamer comes there and throws an impact or shoots it down to guarantee Geo's value on the Dokkaebi. There it is.
You get cams, you get bulletproof cams, you get black eye cams, you get maestro cams, you get so much value with it. And now, not that they are too worried about those potential cams, but you can also use this clutch drone of Brava to gain information. It makes a fun little sound, almost like a little Jack in the Box.
It does.
One Captain Trap has already been taken care of.
Oh, okay.
Rexon gets the Banshee, nicely done. Mr. B has no choice but to get rid of his own gadgetry and will now be confounded by it. Shoots a Captain Trap just in case.
He didn't even hack it, yeah.
I mean, that's the point of a trickster operator. A trickster operator plays the mental mind games on you. They've lost cams, they've lost a lot of gadgetry as well, and now they'll lose some of the vault wall. An Impact traded out, gets the bottom of the Selma, and now a swing from Hat, who's feeling mighty confident. Mr. B should be able to take out the other Selma on the vault wall, keeping entry a bit more difficult for Sonics. Doc on the flank. Wait a minute, nobody knows what Doc is doing, but nobody knows what Gunner is doing either, who breaks on in, and Doc is left in a 1v5. Sonics to send us to all 12 rounds, tie things up. Doc prevents a flawless by taking out Rexon, but there's 4 more targets that he has to acquire, and nobody can deal with Gunner, who is just unstoppable on this Ying round after round. Sonics have taken 3 of the last 4, 2 in a row. They've tied the game. They're within striking distance of making this a 2-0 to win the last chance qualifier.
That was such a beautiful round to witness from the beginning till the very end. The early fast entry from Citizen with the drone network, then slow things down, guarantee that Dokkaebi gets that phone hack, then the Brava in the mid round to gain info and just hack so many things or force Mr. B and Beast Coast to shoot their own gadgets into the vault breach, and then Gunner out of nowhere flies through side and finds 2 kills on the plant. It's beautiful. And because of that, and the difficulties that Beast Coast are having, they're calling their own and the final tactical timeout of Villa. No parachutes from either team. That's it.
Rip cords have been pulled, my friend.
Yup.
As we say. I mean, Sonics are at their best when they are playing aggressively, and they are overwhelming you. The tools at the disposal of this team are multiple, but you look at back when this team had Kansan on the squad, back when this team had Super on the squad, you had Grixer who could take over entire games. You had Rexon who could take over entire games. Now you add Citizen to that as well. Geo has been putting in one of the best performances that we've seen out of him on the scoreboard in weeks. Everybody right now for Sonics is firing on full cylinders. On Beast Code's side of things, they've been carried by both Hat and Doc through a lot of this game, but both of them are starting to come back down to earth. Doc has not been showing up on defense the same way he has on attack.
I was going to say, Hat has got no many kills, but it kind of ends there.
Yes, it stops after a kill or 2. Meanwhile, Vertical, after putting in an excellent performance against WGP, has now gone back to the consistency issues that he had on OXG and is now exhibiting again with Beast Coast.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
That's
bomb.
not what you need.
No, no, it certainly isn't. And Beast Coast, I mean, they are, I will say, whenever a player is not doing the most hot on the scoreboard, they are doing a good job at kind of rotating those operators around. I thought for a second they're just gonna storm through that bathroom window, I'm not gonna lie to you, but no. Just gonna get that Casabear kit off 90 window instead. But yeah, Beast Coast doing a great job of kind of rotating the operators. Whoever's having a rough time, they get the more passive roles. Whoever's feeling themselves and feeling hot in the gamer seat, they will get to just go crazy with that. Oh, and Gunner's down. Well, they're trying to cut off the rotate on 90, get that drone right going. A trade, actually. Rexon in vertical to open things up, but it's smoke trade for Ash, so attackers. Oh,
Doc firing back. We talked about him. Gunner swinging in, and he's missing it. What is happening here? Sonics wanted to go real quick, real fast, and it just all falls apart.
That's
leaving
ugly.
Sonics with only 2 players still left up there.
Yeah, I mean, you're repelling that 90 window and you see someone shooting at you, you just know that you are most likely just doomed on that rappel animation. And that's what happens to Gunner. Didn't have a fighting chance in that round. Now, a 2v4 clutch potential here for Sonics, Grixer and Geo, Ace and Dogby with a phone call to go, so not the worst of odds against them. Of course, gonna worry about the castle barricades, the frost mats as well on the board. Of course, it's the fact that there are 4 guns looking to take you down. But they have so much time to work with. They can start setting things up. They even have drones left as well, so decent position for them.
A pick or 2 here could potentially snowball the round. Beast Coast just need to be very patient, but I don't think they want that. I think they're looking for these engagements. I think they're looking for these fights. Mr. B in particular getting quite active, but doesn't need to stand pat, taking care of the Selmas. Once again, keeping these defenders safe.
Inserting
Perfect time for a logic bomb. Last one to go. Always wary of that frost, not just when a frost is on the board, but in general. Maybe Sonics don't know every single defender who's there.
Yeah.
Oh no! Good Lord, Grixer didn't look down. Geo in a 1v4, but Beast Coast. Oh, wait. Hold on. A mighty fine shot. 30 seconds to find 3 more of those. Are they going to peek you, though? That's the question. Behind the shield, Geo. Hold on a moment. 2 beautiful shots so far. Pushed. Oh,
no.
Geo! No way. No way Geo wins this, right? He doesn't know where Doc is. Doc just needs to sit away, play keep away to the right of the door. Geo has good intel. Oh, Doc peeks him. That could have gone either way. Geo so triumphant in so many of these rounds, but as impressive as those 3 kills were, none of them ultimately impactful. And Beast Coast can let out a sigh of relief. They move to map point.
But it just goes to show how close these 2 teams are matched up for that final major spot from the NA League. 6-5 now in favor of Beast Coast. Mind you that the first map of Chalet was won by Sonic, so if Beast Coast are victorious in this upcoming round or in OT, we will see that 3rd map of Theme Park. Sonics are still fighting tooth and nail for it.
Any bombs if they can.
Dining Kitchen Bomb site could be the final one of Villa. The Frost being brought once again, I mean, we found success last round, might as well try again with that.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Always look down and vaulting in a window. Or breach, as we've learned as well. Just in general, check the floor.
The breach one was a hard lesson to learn. Sometimes life comes at you real fast. So.
Also, worth noting that Geo's sitting on 15 kills. Now, I know that 3 of those in the previous round were impactless, like he didn't get the round from them, but he is really putting up a number here. Whether they are impactless, some of them are not, whatever. Rexon gonna show the first OSA being played on Villa, and the first OSA in his entire... Ooh,
Not day. We saw an OSA.
Entire series.
Yes, correct. We saw an OSA on Oregon back in map 1.
Okay.
Sorry, match 1 that John and I casted together.
Oh, that one, yeah.
I should have been watching that one, old man.
I was busy arguing with Jesse the entire time.
Why would you waste your time with that half-wit?
He might be short, but he's not a half-wit. He's a full-wit.
At least 2/3 wit.
He's catching so many sprays.
The worst part is that when it gets to match point, the desk has to come and sit at the desk next to us. And they have to be in physical proximity to us while we just say what we want to say.
Yep. And they just gotta deal with it. Just like Sonics, they gotta deal with Beast Coast right now, and it's up to the attacker side to take control of these rounds. You gotta act first, you gotta walk in. There's a Pantry Member, but he gets shut down immediately. That's Hyper off the board, sits him with a great opening kill.
Sonics walk in, get the kill, Sonics walk out. We talked a little bit about Jackal's place in the meta right now, and while Jackal might not be bringing a ton of utility that you want, Citizen's got a good gun in his hands. He has the ability to track down these roamer players. If he wants to lurk, if he wants to throw out the smokes, he can do both of that. He has control to do it, and he has the rights to do it as well. Gunner's already broken about 8 panels or so. Continue wreaking havoc on that floor, watching bullets whiz by from down below. As this continues on, Beast Coast losing some of that security that they have.
It's always scary being a sludge, knowing that there are C4s below you. And Gunner playing, honestly, with almost no fear, just running around the place, breaking the floor apart, 14 hammer swings to go, 13 with this follow-up to come, and slowly but surely this bombs will get weakened, but look at that, Vert with a great chance, Geo, not really something that Geo should be doing there because he still had those Selmas in pocket.
Heartbreacher gone before any of the pocket EMPs could be used. Now it's Rexon taking some damage. They're both behind this Raven shield, this Talon shield, rather. Down goes Doc from above. Citizen is literally vaulting in windows, getting kills and vaulting out. Second time to do that. Doesn't vault this time, but tears strips off of Hat. Guess what? Hat's got 2 more opportunities, as there goes 1 stim pistol. Actually gives him an overheal. How long can he last? Hat's like erosion. He breaks down slowly, and it takes a long time to get him. Grixer's gone, even 3v3. Mr. B deep in the bomb site, making things work. Possible EMP used to get rid of the ADS, and now it's defuse time.
Oh no.
But wait a minute, they didn't like where they were positioned. There goes an impact, and Beast Coast collapses on them. Citizen so far has got all 3 kills. He needs to ace to win this one. He's got marks, but he doesn't have time.
Oh no!
And he's trapped!
No.
Trapped by the shield! Ultimately, it's the clock who gives the round and the map to Beast Coast. Theme park is needed between these 2 teams. We've got a best-of-1 showdown with the last chance qualifier spot on the line. Who goes to the major? Beast Coast or Sonics? Sit tight, we'll find out in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back, folks. This grand final is going the distance. We will see a third map as Beast Coast takes it 7-5. Tons of highlights for you, lots of action. Jesse, what are we seeing on screen here? This was non-stop.
This was going very back and forth. I mean, Beast Coast 2-4 split, favoring themselves, of course, in that first half on the attack. Felt like they were doing a really great job of getting those aggressive opening picks, separating out the roamers from the defenders. Particularly, Hat had some great moments, jumping in on the Amaru one round, having a lot of impactful opening frags. Loved the way that he was able to make some space in there. I thought Doc had a great round. That second half, it felt like Sonics were on for a comeback. They lose a couple rounds. They lose round number 8. Call that tack timeout. Wrexham brings out the Fuse Shield, the pioneer of a new meta. They win the round. Unfortunately, it's not enough. They end up losing this map 7-5. The botched Osa plants in that final round doesn't go to plan. Geo losing a 1v1 in round number 11. Tragedy, truly for the Sonics fans. But of course, it's not over yet. There is still a map 3. That map, though, really did go down to the wire. It was all nerves all the time.
The one thing that I noticed in this matchup is I felt like whether big or small, every player contributed in their own way. There weren't any really stragglers. You know, there's always players that you wish could play better, but I felt like everyone played their part fairly evenly. We did have some players that did step up, did make a bit more of an impact than others. Yep. Cookies, I was wondering what? Where? Oh, you know what? He must be at the Telestration Information Station.
That makes sense.
Ever since I can remember, I've been popping my collar. Guys, let's talk about my hat is so good. All right, first thing is tactical spacing, okay? Let's see. Sonics, they're gonna be playing a lot. They're not there right now, and you have to bear with me. A lot of them are gonna be playing towards maps, roaming on that side. Now keep in mind where the site is. That's a lot of open space, okay? Wrexham's gonna be playing alone in Deer. Okay, so let's just keep that in mind. There's a lot of gappage in this Sonics defense. Next frame, we're gonna see Hat is not only a good fragger, but he's also good at droning, guys. You see it? He's droning. He's really good at droning too. If you want to be a good player, you have to be a full package. Anyway, he's droned that. There is indeed nobody 90, despite the fact that I told you guys earlier, if you're paying attention, there's 2 guys on the Aviator Games side of things. Okay, so now let's watch the action. Enough strategy. Amaru, he's going to fly through the window. And this is why, what is he, like plus 1 million, Jesse, on the whole stage? He's been doing this all stage, just wiping out defenses single-handedly. What just happened? Okay, there we go. Watch. Behold. He just gets away with murder here. Kills 2 people. Yeah, it's Amaru, it's the G8. He has 1 million bullets, yes. And just look at Rexen. Rexen's the last one alive in this roam, and he's just confuddled. And he's also going to get fried here. A triple kill off the back of simply using your drone, but also having the heart and the passion to finish off the round. Now, hilariously enough, that wasn't an easy clutch for Beast Coast, which is why I'm nervous. I'm nervous I'm not even playing. Beast Coast made this a heart attack. It is a 1 versus 1. After all that, that's the wrong one, that's the wrong circle, but whatever. You get the point. We're gonna play it. Geo decides, after making it a 1 versus 1, gets a 3K, don't ask how, that he's gonna run upstairs. So go on ahead and play it. I'm gonna see what he does. Technically, in this situation, if you're Pulse, you can play it a lot like people play Solus now, right? You pull out your scanner, and you can like scan where the planner is and like wallbang them. And on Villa, there's a lot of reachable floors, right? So I understand what Geo is trying to do there, but he didn't do it fast enough. And thankfully for Hyper, thankfully for Beast Coast, they were able to close out this round. Great round from Hat, great clutch from Hyper, but my goodness, Beast Coast, can you stop giving us heart attacks? Because I'm nervous. And I don't know, guys. Who's winning map number 3? Let's find out.
I have to say, Jesse, I think this is a tough one to call. Going to theme, I mean, these teams obviously picked their maps very well. It looked like Sonics were good on Chalet. They picked the right map for themselves. Beast Coast obviously picked the right map for themselves in Villa.
Yeah.
Theme feels like a bit of a toss-up.
Theme is tough. Theme is tough because it's a very lopsided map. We've played a lot of maps today where, you know what, it can go the attackers, it can go defenders. Villa can sometimes be that way. Clubhouse. Theme Park is gonna favor the defense. It's always going to favor the defense. And from the looks of things, Sonics will be the squad starting on that defensive side. No question about it. They're gonna be the ones starting with that advantage. They're gonna be the ones who are gonna have an easier time at the very first 6 rounds. Sonics so far, played this in the last chance qualifiers over Aerial Arise a couple days ago. Yesterday even was. At SI, they did play it once as well. That was a loss against Astralis.
And did they lose to DZ2? Never mind.
I don't know. As far as my stats say no, but I've been wrong before.
I'm hallucinating. It's okay. I get your point. But Jesse, these guys went 3-3 with Poison and Benji Mula.
Yep, they did.
On defense. And Aerial Eyes shows some cracks in the armor.
Yep.
And that Sonic's theme park. There was a lot of stuff that they could have gotten away with. I just think Aerial Eyes, quite frankly, does not have the entry game to have won that game. But Beast Coast does. Beast Coast does capitalize. I just showed y'all a illustration where they will absolutely pick apart even the slightest inconvenience in your positioning if they're not nervous. I don't know what map 1 was. We can forget about it. I guess they were nervous.
Yeah.
But I would say that Villa was a lot like the Beast Coast we're used to seeing. They're decisive. They're taking spots. They're taking space. If they can do it one more map, we might have Mr. B at the major. Because I think they can capitalize in ways that Air Rise failed. Air Rise trolled like you would not believe on Theme Park. And Sonics was lucky to escape. That was like a 7-5 against a team with a sub. So Beast Coast, I'm thinking, Jesse. I think Beast Coast takes this map. I really do.
I think you're dreaming. I think it's SQ to the major. I just think the pressure's too high. I really do. You got to attack first on Theme Park after the map that you just had, slaughtering it out. Long night that we've had tonight. I think it's Sonics.
Who's your make or break player in this scenario?
I think if Beast Coast want to go huge, they've got to rely on their main man, Hat. I think Hat has to be the guy who's popping off and having an insane game, and he's had plenty throughout the stage. Let's be very clear. Hat has consistently been, in my opinion, the best player on Beast Coast. One of the best fraggers of the entire stage. I called him rookie of the stage. I stand by that after seeing him through the last chance qualifiers. He has been amazing. But it's a tall task attacking against a very coordinated team that has been Sonics throughout these qualifiers with, Grixer on this squad, one of the best in NA, Citizen finally showing up and playing out of his mind. I think it's going to be a tough challenge for him.
So you'd say instead of Heartbreaker, he'd be a Hat Breaker?
That's actually great. Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah. He's going to have to be an impactful player. Cookies, looking over to the side of Sonics, who have you liked so far, or maybe even disliked that you want to see something different from?
Dislike, man, this is a tough. I wouldn't say a dislike. I don't dislike anybody. That's a strong word.
Start some drama right now. This is your last chance. This is our last segment before it's all over.
This is the first time Cookies has ever been hesitant to start talking.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I was intensely reviewing the Sonics throughout the group stage. I was very upset with them in best of ones.
Yeah.
But since the LCQ turned on and their play style has worked out a lot better than I originally thought it would in the best of ones. So I'm not gonna cuss anybody out or curse the Sonics here, okay? As much as you want me to.
Hey, my whole thing is when in doubt, call Joe out. He's an easy scapegoat.
Joe, what does Joe Bros and Elix play when everybody's crouch walking? I wonder. I wonder what it looks like, But I don't know. I'm just hoping for a gripper of a map 3. To be honest, I just think.
Okay, they are just about ready. This is the moment. Who takes it, Jesse?
I told you once. I'll tell you again. I think it's the Sonics today.
Beast Coast.
Sonics, Beast Coast. I do feel like I can't go against Joe. I am also going to go to Sonics, and we are going to go to theme.
Final map, a best-of-1 shootout with the winner of this matchup going to Copenhagen, where we are right now. But they're going to be flying over here the newly assembled Beast Coast squad, with a couple of these players making their pro debut just a couple weeks ago. Or the storied Sonics squad who played at SIs, played at majors of the past, and splashed out to import Citizen. The desk is relatively split. We don't need to make predictions, which is really nice. So we can just enjoy the fun match as we see it. Operator bands rolling in, a Monty band to start. Sonics had banned out that operator on the very first map of this best of 3. They'll do so again.
Yeah, not really a big surprise given how Theme Park plays out and just how strong Monty can be. An exact same story for the Nuke. Beast Coast not allowing Citizen or anybody on the side of Sonics to play that particular operator. It's a very big map. There are so many avenues you can use this Nuke to get past the default cameras and sneak around the map. And speaking of information, Valkyrie will just not see any play in this best of 3 whatsoever. Both teams just saying, you know what, it's too strong. And then Asami, as always, because Sonic's spinning up next. Woo! Some things never change, and sometimes that's all you need, because consistent gameplay means that you always know what you're going to be up against. And Sonics, they play by that philosophy quite well so far in this series. Again, it's Sonics starting on defense and Beast Coast on attack. Theme Park, it can be a bit of a toss-up. Some teams are just monsters at attacking it, therefore they can find a lot of victories there. But historically, Theme Park, one of the most defender-sided maps in Rainbow Six Siege professional play. But so was Villa once upon a time. So things, they certainly can change with the times.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
What is all this chatter? Oh, okay. Never mind. I regret reading chat.
I didn't read it.
That's good. You don't need to.
I try not to.
I can't share what was said either. It was not for... Yeah.
Not safe for
Not
work?
for us. No,
Understandable. Why are you laughing?
No, I was like, just thinking about it.
10 seconds to insertion.
I like the Capcan, like the Amaru.
5 seconds
I think Beast Coast, if they keep up the pace of what they did on Villa, especially on their attack, that's how they're gonna find a lot of success. I think because the Monty is banned out, they can't really go for that slow kind of roam clear playstyle. They gotta cut the corners, or cut the crosses rather. And Hat, he's gonna be a main man for that job, and let him fly in super quick and just start it up real quick. Sonics are bringing the Capcan, the Mira, and the Solar, so very spread on the operators, both playing both front, forward, and of course the back end as well.
Another fuse, this time now with a shield, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think...
That was a fun one-round journey, wasn't it?
They should have done it again, honestly, but...
I don't think they should have.
No?
I mean, it's a totally different team. It was Rex who did the fuse shield, now it's Mr. B.
I guess it is magical because it is rare, so doing a talk to take that away. Artist play Hat, he's gonna cut this cross, as we mentioned earlier. The jumping that's the real deal.
As we always say, Vertical not using the Prisma, that's just him. He's him.
It's always Vertical doing this, where it's like, that should be the Gemini, but it's the real deal.
Even though Sonics gets the first pick, it's surrendered very quickly, no real advantage gained whatsoever. Hat almost losing his life. This has been a very fast pace.
Ooh, Hyper.
Oh, look at how much damage the DMR does. It almost gets it again. Hyper could have a second kill. He came so close to taking out Grixer.
Oh, the timing is incredible. Does Grixer know?
He does, and he misses it. But
no!
He has his own sidearm to do the trick.
Damn, what a brawl between Hyper and Grixer, but that kill going in favor of the defending team is actually massive because now they maintain that first wall control on the extended roam, while Geo and Rexon can just hold down the bomb site itself. Mr. B still has 4 of those fuse cluster charges, 1 going out, a second to follow, but the impact grenade below denies him the satisfaction of the second follow-up.
A bomb has been located.
Doc has a Selma charge doing great work on the side, getting damage onto Geo as well.
Hat watching the hatch from above. Not a lot left of him. Roughly the same HP as Grixer. Now it's Doc who'd opened up that wall to the bottom of yellow. Mr. B taking damage, and that is a calamity. Goodness gracious. Quite a collection of errors. It's Doc's turn to die. Hat will drop. In split, Mr. B finished off.
Attackers
Hat
recovered the
knows that
bomb
there's no
diffuser.
Capcan traps on that door, but he sees the real deal. This time it's the Capcan who's the real deal, not the Yana. Down he goes. Sonics take round number 1.
Bit of a messy round for both teams, a back and forth, but defenders, they come out on top, and that seems to be the general tone for this map, as I mentioned earlier. But that, of course, was also that thrown armor defense. It is so strong. Now, for a very long time, that was, and still to this day, that is the #1 most played bomb site, and defenders, they love it. But usually after you win it, you would go upstairs to that the dorms bomb site next to the cafe area, but there's been a shift in the meta in the last couple of weeks or last couple of months. A lot of teams, their second choice is this lab bomb site instead, and I actually think that this bomb site has been underrated for literal years. It's always been a staple. You can play so spread across the map, tons of soft wall destruction, tons of rotations. There's no easy access to the bomb site as an attacking team, and it's frankly just so much you have to deal with as an attacker. Jackal is good here to counter the roamers. Monty, who's banned, is also great. Dokkaebi, of course. You just need these different kinds of operators to help speed up the process that is the roam clear. Because again, you have to roam clear the entirety of the map to have any chance in this round.
5 seconds left.
Mr. B's Coast. Oh, I keep messing this up, man. Mr. B and the rest of B's Coast will pick up the Ying and Lion to help out with the roam clear and just keep giving Hat the ammo, get him in that building, in those opening duels, and make him shine.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers covered the diffuser.
Swapping mags.
Swapping mags.
I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't get to see more Chichanka, by the way. That was a one and done. Just a single round.
Swapping mags. Drone activated.
There's a lot of speculation that the changes to his sights would result in him being a little bit too powerful.
Yeah.
It still remains to be seen because we haven't really seen much out of him. All right, well, Beast Coast just decide to storm the gates. Down goes Geo, down goes Rexon. Mr. B will follow. That's 3 kills in the first 45 seconds of action. Quite the pace, indeed, on this lab defense.
Just kind of defending the execute, however, with that Ying getting shut down early in the round. Lion is still there, so is the Amaru, but so is the Warden. That those glasses can't get flashed or smoked off. Capcan Trap still in play. The Goyo Fire canisters also. So if time gets too low for the attack inside, they're going to be in trouble.
Let's see them hide now.
Beast Coast had a great first execute, but no real follow-up since then.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Nice angle on the Grixer from above. Beast Coast in full control of this round. Sonic's getting picked apart on the bomb site. Really, that pace being set early on. Only gunners on site. Citizen playing that split, now going through hallway towards bathroom. Somebody calling on the cams above him. And there go the smokes as well. The Citizen will be able to see through this. Nice shot. Absolutely assassinating Hat from that angle. Gunner will likely fall back now and allow them in, doing some damage to Vertical. He's got Citizen there for backup. They're both in the same position. Doc sacrificing most of his HP. Citizen hears the plant going down. Hyper will watch. A DMR can tear right through him. It at least keeps Citizen at bay, but very quickly he gets up. Now he'll have to confront Hyper as Doc has gotten out of the window. Citizen might have missed his golden opportunity. I'll give time for the Lion of Doc to get to the window, but Citizen's just simply better. Long arming it. He knows it's going to be a window play. A flash goes in. Citizen blinded, activating the smart glasses, and now Doc is swinging. Citizen gets off of it, but Citizen's running out of time. 10 seconds to go. Doc has to go for the vault in. Citizen off yet again, gets it, and he's got time. Good Lord, Citizen.
He's better.
Sonic! I can't believe Sonic's pulled that off.
He is just better. Like, he is him, as that meme goes. I mean, you should never win that 1 versus 2 because the crossfire was actually really good from the attacking team, but he just finds the perfect timing in that moment. And because the Lion has 1 point of health, all Citizen needs is that 1 stray bullet to hit him on the pre-fire. So very small things could change the outcome of that round, but it is indeed Citizen and Sonic's taking it to 2-0.
It was a 4v2 for Beast Coast.
I know.
A 4v2.
It's for the major. When pressure is at its highest, some players, they crumble, and others, they simply just get more motivated to show up. Citizen, one of those players, when the spotlight is on him, he tends to just perform. He thrives in those moments, and also just no hesitation whatsoever, really favoring him in that position. That's 4 kills to his name in a single round. And Sonics, they are in a comfortable lead so far, but this is Theme Park Attack. They should be up, if anything.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
This should be a 1-1 game right now. Beast Coast will be kicking themselves after that round. Quite an astonishing result, and honestly, if you believe the accusations of baitery that are leveled at Ben 10, as you like to call him.
Ben 10. That's my man.
I mean, at least it works out on that round. And I bet Sonics will trade 4 of their 5 players for Citizen to clutch a round like that every single time.
Every single one. Beast Coast, of course, when you are in this position, you're fighting for the major spot as a new team. We have to kind of question, what are the communications sounding like? Where's the confidence? You know, how are we feeling? Because if they don't show up on the early offensive side of this attack, that's been their biggest strength in the previous maps. They get in the building, they get, you know, into the fights, and they win them pretty frequently, especially Hat and Duck. Hat, he's still trying, but Theme Park, it's a difficult map to work around right now, and there's no easy way in.
Well, Beast Coast had a nice start in the previous round. They do so yet again, getting that opening pick. Just because you have the advantage does not mean that you're going to win the round. We just saw that.
It's never guaranteed. Oh my, okay. Okay. Calm down, Hat.
Has there been a better performer in your eyes in the NAL than Hat so far this stage?
Given how new... No, it's him. No, it's him. No, there hasn't! No, Parker.
Give him it all.
Go for the ace.
One more, and he's got the read on it. Hat's feeling it.
Free.
All of them! A one-man army!
No.
You could say the man wears many hats, and in that case, the ace flawless for Hat and Beast Coast avenge the previous round in spectacular fashion.
A literal 1 versus 5, essentially. I mean, sure, there are some drones and whatever, but like that is all Hat in that round. I was going to say, given how young he is, you know, first season, pro league, new roster, all odds against him, etc. He has been the best performer for sure, looking at that. Because he is up there with players like Newers, like players like Citizen, in the NAL right now in terms of numbers and performance, and consistency is something that I personally value very highly. And as we have spoken of all of today, Hat has been a very consistent factor for Beast Coast. So yes, I think he's up there for sure. And I kind of want to see what he can do, like the rest of Beast Coast, on international grounds against teams from other regions where they get to kind of be an unknown factor because all the teams in the NAL, they know each other so well. They scrim every single day, they play each other on personal play, etc. If a team like Beast Coast, who has never been to international ground with this roster, they qualify for the major, no one really knows what it feels like to play against them, and that could actually make them that kind of dark horse factor where they can just stir up the competition, create upsets.
Well, I'll tell you this. These 3 rounds so far, Nick, have not gone at all like I had expected.
Nope.
And I think you can say the same.
Nope, not at all.
Certainly isn't the start that I expected to this map, but also the rounds have not gone the way that I thought. And God help us, those who play this game for fun, because if you are a pro play enjoyer and you see what Hat can do as Amaru, you're going to have a lot of Amarus
Please, no.
yeeting themselves into the middle of the bomb site on those suicide missions. I feel like if you play this game around like a silver gold level, banning Amaru so your own team cannot just fly into the bomb site is a sound strategic decision.
It might be actually, yeah. Just that's so ridiculous, but so true. I mean, it's been every round so far for Hat, and he's just gonna keep doing it early in, get in the fight, force Sonics back. I mean, they hear the G8 fire and they say, you know what? We should not be on this side of the building because that's where Hat is going to be, and he's a monster. Hyper, doing that hammer and anvil strat where one side will push and one side will catch. That's what Beast Coast is doing right now. They want all of top floor in control, but Sonics did a great job at reinforcing those walls in the middle of the round, either forcing utility or forcing Vertical to cross this line on the map, but he's not allowed to.
Nobody's really been able to get kills except for Hat so far because of that impressive round.
That's true.
And look at who it is.
Oh no.
Literally. that's him knocking on the door of the bomb site right there.
Yep. The question is, does he walk in? Does he knock first or just, you know? He doesn't go for it. Oh, actually.
Sonic seemingly having a read on where these players from Beast Coast are coming from, but Beast Coast has guns of their own and they'll fire back. Mr. B with diffuser in hand at the halfway point. Can Grixer or Rexen get in a position to stop it? Grixer's above. Hyper comes to the rescue on cam. Still playing by split. And now he'll move on over. Mr. B taking matters into his own hands. Down goes Rex and a tiny bit of HP for Fuse, and there's the impact. Grixer will immediately hop on the case. But guess who can make the calls here? Rexen. He's not a dummy. He's a living drone, and Grixer on a very impressive set of recoil control. Gives Sonics the round as he sits on top of that diffuser. 3-1 for SQ.
While Beast Coast managed to get down the diffuser, the post-plant position is not great because the wall to maintenance wasn't breached open. It was a fast side execute, and it meant that the last member on Duke be there, but it was Hyper, just in a position where you have to sprint in fear of him sticking that diffuse because you can't see it back behind that throne position. So that just makes it all that much easier for the defenders to take him out. It's a 1v1, but it's not really fair if you're sprinting. You can't quite shoot back. 3-1 now in favor of Sonics, and they win the retake on the throne defense. They can go through this rotation perfectly. They go throne into lap, and things are looking very mighty fine for them so far.
Exhilarating best of 3 this has been. Haven't been gifted overtime just yet. 11 rounds, map number 1. 12 rounds in map number 2. I think that means that we need overtime.
Oh, looking at the numbers like that, yeah, I think that confirms it.
There can be no 13 rounds of Siege. It needs to be 14 because of the way that overtime works.
Smart man. Numbers don't lie.
I mean, it's not really intelligence.
You could argue that some people wouldn't know that, and therefore it does require.
I mean, Jesse knows numbers, and he's not intelligent, so.
That's just.
Laying out the welcome mat.
Nah, that's kind of mean. He's like a math major. That's like the giga nerd thing to do. What? Doc is just too good?
Does that?
I guess he shut the default cam.
I think it was probably trying to shoot default cam.
Yeah. You see, the good thing about this is that Mr. B can do a lot from the grave, making calls as the in-game leader for his team. But it's not ideal to lose the Flores nor a member to a team kill when you're down 1-3. Now, the upside, I guess you can argue, is that this is a very hard bouncer to attack of lap, and it's also your attack and team power. So if there was a round that you're gonna give over a little bit easier, it would be this one. It's not like a church bouncer you're expected to win or the defender favorite side. So get out of your system now. It's better now than later.
Throne wall opened up, and now Doc ventures on in next to Vertical. Vertical still searching for kill number 1, 5 rounds in. Now the spot he wants to find himself in. The only player so far to not be on the scoreboard, and that's something that will mentally wear on you, I have to imagine. Vertical is very aware of his performance so far over this best of 3. And it's not that you can shield it by saying, oh, well, it's just the role that he plays on. Vertical should be involved in these beginning altercations, or at least mid-rounds, because in a lot of cases, you find Doc and Hat have been trading off those entries over the last 3 maps. In this instance, Doc will likely be playing a bit farther back since he's on hard breach, which means that Vertical needs to be more in the fold, especially given the fact that Mr. B is dead on Flores. Those Rotero drones are down, but also Mr. B could be in the thick of it. You need a more spirited play from Vertical in this round.
Yeah, no, I mean, in general, you know, all throughout, if you're Iana, if you have those frag grenades, you gotta make it work for you and for your team, and so far has not been the case. Beast Coast, though, approaching the bomber side, not really going for that room clear up above, and this could be a quick one, but they gotta go fast once they go, because that vertical angle is gonna shut them down. There it is.
It's being watched from far too many ways. Beast Coast falling by the wayside. It wasn't a flawless round, and it wasn't particularly pretty, but I mean, hey, Sonics come out on top. 4-1 first half for them. You got to think, losing the Flores, losing somebody with 4 explosive devices that can easily pick apart some of that offset utility, easily pick apart those soft walls, and also you can use the Flores for vertical play that we see from time to time. You get a Flores up on that second floor, destroy some of the paneling beneath you. You can look down into the bomb site. There's obviously much frustration there on the side of Beast Coast. I can't imagine that they're particularly happy with the start here on Theme Park. Not enough, though, for them to use a timeout. Not enough for them to have to settle things down. But either way, well below their own expectations. Sonics are really pulling it through in this first half. And because they picked up 4 rounds, it means that they cannot lose the first half. It sets them up excellently for the side swap.
It does, and this is a very important round for Beast Coast because you do not want to go on that 1-5 side swap because you're just not allowed a whole lot of mistakes when you swap to defense. And you want to be able to experiment on your setups if you're going to be defending 4 different bomb sites. So they really are looking for a 2-4 side. Sonic's not gonna make it easy. They got the mirror, they got the bandit, so they're gonna play around the utility side of things. Beast Coast, they've answered back by picking up both the floors to deal with utility, but also again, that Ying operator for the execute section of the map, either for the bomb side or to try to engage things early on the roam to take things, or to get things started rather. The Sonics looking mighty fine on Theme Park defense, but there's also an attacking side to this. Things could easily change around on the side swap. As long as Beast Coast can keep their young players in this, which frankly is most of them, I think they'll be okay. It's not, quote-unquote, that hard to defend Theme Park. They know how to get it done. So it's going to be early drone game from them. Cafe is going to be their target first. On the roof as well, on the hatches. Open up both of them. Sonics, not really too active on the map right now. Just playing around the bomb site and those mirror windows.
Is Vertical going to get caught before he can use his Gemini? No. Puts the pin back in the nade, doesn't go for it. The player from Sonics hanging out by Cafe Door is on a part of the floor that cannot be blown up. Now he's on a part of the floor that can. And Rexon's feeling a little spicy on Cafe Door.
Oh, yeah.
Wamai's got that new 1.5, and instead of playing an Oryx, you've just moved Wamai into that exact same position. It's almost like the site was the thing.
It's almost
like the site was the thing. Because we've seen Wamai played an awful lot like how a lot of teams have played Oryx. So you've literally just pushed it to another operator.
Yeah, but this one has magnets to protect yourself from flashbangs and grenades. Now, the one thing about Beast Coast right now, they're not really getting a lot of information on the board despite having 5 drones alive because they could nade down Rexon from below, but missed it because nobody killed.
I suppose the 1.5 isn't really as important as you would have thought. Both the bulletproof camera as well as the Banshee give away the position of Mr. B. Vertical will join him up top near Cafe. They're very, very close to this bomb site. Very close.
They're in.
Hats inside. Down goes Grixer. Sonics will sound the alarm bells, find 2 kills in quick succession. Mr. B and Hat down for the count. Beast Coast have 3 players up, one of whom still yet to find a kill. Will he be able to break that? 30 seconds to go. No, he won't. Citizen out dueling Vertical. Doc and Hyper now to work in tandem in a 2v2. Damage has been done to Doc. Not a scratch on Sonics. Diffuser being walked in by Hyper. He gets there in due time. Maybe not.
Oh.
Different bomb site. He'll find shelter by the chassis now. Going down the 1/3 mark, but he bails off. He's worried about a potential nitro cell, and I can see why. Geo softening up one of the players, a Doc. There's him to get the kill onto Geo, and Hyper does it himself. Wow.
No.
That's not the way I saw that round ending at all.
They hold on. I mean, it shouldn't have worked, but it did. I mean, it's a heartbreaking round for Sonics because they almost brought it back. But Beast Coast, they really played the confidence there. There are less than 4 seconds left, and it's so easy to just try and plant that diffuser and pray that something goes wrong or everything goes right. But instead, they get off it, and they work actively to solve the problem together in that 2v2, and they get that 2-4 side swap that they desperately needed. And now, they can play on defense, the favorable side arguably. We'll see how well of a job that Sonics can do themselves.
Looked like they were calling for a rehost, but now saying never mind, so
They're lying.
All is well.
Attackers have located a
They are
bomb.
liars.
Liars.
But in this instance, I think lying is appreciated because free hosts are never fun. So thank you, I guess, for lying to us. Now, Beast Coast bringing a very different operator lineup on this drone defense than that of Sonic's. Both the castle being brought and the Echo as well. Information definitely wanted. Rexin answers beautifully back with a Brava. That's of course going to be a direct counter to Echo, but also any piece of utility you can find and get your hands on with those Clutch drones.
5 seconds left
And then
before
from Buck
insertion.
to Sledge, just to get those frag grenades on the board because Ayana was swapped onto
Attackers
that
are
Brava.
heading
Of
out
course,
to
you
the
always
bomb.
want at least one set of grenades on your attacking lineup. It's always better that way.
It's the first Echo, by the way, in this best of 3 that we've seen.
Yes. Yes, it is. That is
I thought
correct.
so.
Yeah, no, you're correct. So smart. Would you say you have good memory in general? Oh my god.
Okay, well,
That's a great shot.
and guess what he has on that MP5? A 1.5.
It's almost like it's a really good scope.
Almost like it's the best scope, actually. I don't know if you saw, but there was a good discussion amongst the pro community basically saying that the 1.5 scope is actually too overpowered. I can hear waves of casual players groaning at that one. But back when the sights were different, there was a very real trade-off. ACOG was a bit too zoomed in.
Yeah.
And then the one-time housings were not good enough for long-range fights. Well, 1.5 and the 2 times have kind of eliminated that.
That's a fair point.
Really no downside to the 1.5 scope.
That's I've never thought about it that way, but it makes so much sense, honestly.
Anyway, it took Twitter by storm, and there you go. It's again being used in the hands of Gunner. Goodbye, Hyper. Vertical's gonna gamble his very first pick. Entire first half, Vertical goes killless.
That's tough.
Quite tough.
Yeah. He's playing that free rolling out Jaeger, so he's allowed more freedom to move around the map, and someone does a bunch of damage onto Gunner from up above, I believe, but there's also a member, they're hunting for him, and Bert's on the board, baby!
Hey!
Let's go.
Excellently done. Citizen being reunited with the Jackal that seemed to do so much damage on the previous map of Villa.
Oh, okay. We were informed that when Gunnar walked in that bottom drum area, there was a Capcan trap most likely taking down all of his health. Would you make sense?
Not Vertical?
No. I mean, Vertical got the kill.
Yes.
Yeah, but
That's
apparently...
what I was asking for
Oh, okay.
clarification.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Vertical got the kill, but the Capcan traps did all the damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So again, Sledge being a 3 armor saved him from the Capcan traps because he survived them.
I feel like you were just talking about that 2 days ago.
Yes. A lot of people go, nah, making them a 1-speed is so bad, but sometimes you survive instances that normally would kill you.
I will say, just with 30 seconds left, and we can talk about this another day, that certain operators can survive a change to 3 armor because they are so integral, other operators would completely fall out of the meta. Either way. You got the Yokai drone still in play, so Sonics will have to solve that conundrum.
No
He knows that there's a Yokai drone somewhere nearby, and there goes a smoke from Brava. Geo drops, disoriented by the drone. Rexin inside the site, but he's all alone.
5 seconds to go.
1v3, can he find the kills in time? No, he can't. Doc and Mr. B, the final 2 kills for Sonics. Or rather, for Beast Coast, ending Sonics on their very first attack, and Beast Coast take 3 rounds, closing things up. I do suspect this will be a very close theme park. I don't think either team is going to run away from it. And again, I will continue to refer back to that round, but very easily could have been won by Beast Coast in that second round that Citizen clutched out on so impressively. Could have completely turned the tide of this map. You got Vertical on the board right now. You're hoping that the fortunes of the fragging team from Beast Coast will only continue to trend upwards, and that should tighten the contest.
No, I agree with you, but also, I think it's very...
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think another good reason for why this is going to be a great Theme Park match is because we just saw Beast Coast defend the Throne Army bomb site in a completely different way than that of Sonic. So both teams have very different stylistic choices for their defense and their attack inside. Sure, there'll be some overlap, like they both might play Brav, they might both play the Ying, for example, but the way that they attack from a overall perspective different area, different starting grounds. The way that Beast Coast defends these bombs, aiming their bombs at rotation, going thrown into bong instead of thrown into lab, they are gonna change things up significantly. Now, Frost is being brought to the table, probably fearing an armor rush into these break windows. And for example, they got the Warden because Ying is expected to come out, but there is no mirror being showcased so far for Beast Coast, and I think there's a pretty good reason for it. Typically, when teams they bring out the mirror, you find yourself playing relatively passive near those areas because they're oh so comfortable and oh they're so strong, and strategically it's the right thing to do. But you have this massive map that is theme park. You don't want to sit just on the bombs. I mean, you can go out and explore and, you know, kill some drones, shut down the early entry points for the attack inside, and then move backwards with the time. So it makes sense to me why Beast Coast will stay active, and these operators allow them to do so while still having bombs at presence with utility, like their rune gates, like the deployable shields, but also still having the freedom of operator choices, like the Jaeger, like the Frost, just roam around the map actively. And it's why they have 1 member near the site and 4 roamers extended out. They're doing exactly that. Dynamic play from them.
Well read. Oh, no. That's not good. You lose your Salmas on the wall.
He's got 2 more. It's okay.
I don't know if that's how it works, though.
No, watch him throw another one.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Still on repel. If you can't move Hyper out of this position on that arcade mezzanine, then there he goes. There he goes. Guess what?
Hey, wait, get another one.
How many times are we going to do this?
Oh, no, they're all gone. He's used all 3.
How many times are we going to do this? What are you expecting there is the real question. And that is kind of an odd choice by Sonics.
Yeah, it is. It's, I mean, maybe they feel like there's no other use for a Selma, but as you said, you have to deal with Hyper in that position first before attempting a second time.
What about Office Wall? I mean, you've got Office Wall leading into Bunk as well that you very easily could deal with. Initiation Wall.
There is a rotate, if that's enough for you. I mean, but the thing is, there's no presence of Sonics on the map anywhere right now besides Cafe Balcony.
I mean, I suppose Office Wall also has a rotate. Initiation Wall has a rotate. All right. I mean, but still, is that really the best way?
It's better to have Harborage than not to have Harborage, yes. For sure.
First kill goes to Geo. 2 kills go to Geo. All right, well, if the Selmas aren't going to do the trick, I guess his gun will instead, and he finds a 3rd. Posted up by the vending machine. Sonics don't have an ace. Geo walks right in. He's not going to secure one. Doc ends the kill for 3, but then Gunner does the rest of the work. Sonics 5 rounds, 2 away from punching their ticket to the major.
You know, Geo, he said, for each Selma you kill, I kill one of your players. It's very simple, really. And just like that, Sonics, they...
I'll take that trade.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one, you know? And yeah, I think now is the time that you call your timeout as Beast Coast. I mean, you went through attacks and you want to save it for there because you expect to lose those rounds. You get your first round victory on defense. You lose the second one in a brutal fashion to basically Geo and company. And now, before you stare down the barrel that is match point, you slam the brakes. Mr. B and the coaching staff of Beast Coast, I imagine, will talk things through and figure out maybe A, their bombs at rotation, and 2, maybe talk about what they're seeing from Sonics that is picking them off, or catching them off guard rather, and is problematic for them to deal with.
Where does Rexon keep going?
Yeah, he always disappears.
He's like,
during the
break, I gotta go.
Yep.
Like, what is he doing?
Every chance he gets. It is interesting.
Yeah,
it's like the 3rd time, I think, or 4th time now.
There he is.
There he isn't.
There he isn't.
Yep. Oh, and he's back. Great timing, though, I will say.
Where do you go? Maybe it is a buyout break. Who knows?
Yeah, it might be.
Unsure. Unsurprising to see Brava as prevalent. A stronger operator than I think many of us anticipated. Mostly because the value that you get out of her gadget is twofold. Number 1, well, I mean, technically it's threefold because one part of it is you take a gadget, they lose it. I guess that's one component of it.
Okay.
But also, as we touched on in an earlier map, they're also just regular drones. You know, I hate to be this guy, but an operator that just spawns in and the only thing you have is like grenades and 4 drones would still be a pretty powerful operator.
Yeah.
If an operator spawned in with a good gun, a Gon 6, a set of nades, and 4 drones, and that's it, that would still be a very strong operator. No gadget, just 2 extra drones. So when you look at Brava, She's got 2 extra drones, but those drones also have a purpose.
Yeah.
And that purpose is that you can sneakily take care of default cams, you can sneakily take away gadgets, especially for stuff that is divorced of the bomb site. Default cams are the huge one. A flank cam that you put in place, or a flank cam that you expect to stay up there, no, get a lot of value off of that. Take it with the clutch. Brava flourishes. Also, she's got smokes, so that helps too.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, very high value operator. I think a big deal, a breaking point for some players that they don't like the parapreps. The fire rate is too low, but the people that do make that work, phenomenal operator. Flores also a drone operator, finding tremendous value, taking on the deployable shield, the frost maps, etc., setting up this bomb site for a possible push later on in the round, and they get the heal. If they're quick, they could act upon this and jump on in, but it's a big gamble to take, and they don't seem to want to miss with that.
When they have a set of nades, if they really want to go for the secure, the question is Gunnar in a position to deal with
drone, the Flores drone!
Oh, no, 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 no!
Boom. Just like that.
Pour one out.
Sometimes you get got.
Sensor on.
That's a lot of value. Look at that. One single scan. People often forget that with Solus, not only do you gain the information, but you can also give it to the rest of your team.
Yeah, you can. It does remove your gadget on you know, and like deplete the bar, but
That's
it can be
cool.
very valuable to do,
Yeah.
of course. And if you're an elite gamer, you will do that same job with voice comms instead, or yellow ping, for example, as well. So a lot of value to be had there in different ways. Sonics right now, they know they got that early lead. They're playing things relatively safe, trying to clear out this deployable shield. That's why my Mac is protecting it. Flashbang goes in, doesn't go in deep enough. Second one misses as well, so the nade might not get the shield, but they try to do it inside to avoid the magnet, but instead it doesn't get the shield.
Oh.
Job's not done.
Hats on a single point of HP, Nick.
That's not good.
5 of those 8 kills coming on a single round. So outside of that, Hat's value has been actually much lower than we're used to seeing, because that ends up being 3 kills over 8 rounds.
Yeah. And they're in.
Vertical 1 kill over 9 rounds. Hyper only 3 as well. Nitrocell could potentially vanquish multiple players of Sonics. Doesn't connect successfully. Wrexham will need to go for a vault in, but there's 2 frost mats under that window. Geo take care of them. Have the frost mats been dispatched? There goes Vertical. Plant going down, Geo at the halfway mark. There's a push up, but Sonics have the coverage that they need. It's on Doc to prevent his team from going, staring down match point. They want to go to the major. Doc, 11 kills. Can't find more than that. Sonic's a single round away.
So close, but these rounds, they also are the same thing. Very close at that. If a single gunfight, if a single C4 goes in favor of the defending team in that scenario, the bomb does not go down. It becomes this chaotic 2 versus 2. Gotta jump in the window, gotta find stability somewhere, and it's so hard to do on Theme Park. Yes, you gotta deal with the roam clear, and then you gotta get into the bomb site, but also most sides on this map are so wide open, so many angles to worry about, both from above and of course horizontally. And we see it, Sonics greatly utilizing the smoke grenades on the Brava. Like you mentioned, Parker, the value in the round from Flores and Brava alone single-handedly gave the Tekken team enough power to simply get in the bomb site and arguably win that round with that. So Beast goes back to what they know best and what they've done best so far on defense. They go that Throne Armory and they play dynamically. To play the roam, they got the Legion, the Castle, the Echo, etc. And last time it came down to like a 4 versus 1, and it was a great success for them as a team. But it all came because A, Mr. B went for an aggressive spawn peek and got an early kill, and then things kind of snowballed from there. Sonic spread very thin, couldn't capitalize together, and Beast Coast ultimately, of course, they win the round. Sonic's not gonna make that same mistake twice, I don't believe. They've been playing very cautiously in these last couple of rounds, not giving early diffs, not giving early leads to their opponent, and of course, the other lineup has that same element. They got the Dokkaebi, they got the Brava, they got a ton of different ways to gain information and shut it down from the opposing side. This is, of course, as you mentioned, if Sonics win, they go to the Copenhagen Major later this month. Beast Coast, they are also trying to qualify for it, but a bit further away.
Obviously, I'm not going to write the obituary of Beast Coast just yet.
Not yet.
But the fact that a team that was assembled out of nowhere From players that have competed on a wide variety of squads, Vertical from OXG, Hat from Tier 2, Doc from that Parabellum squad, Hyper from Dark Zero, then played for a little bit of those SI quals on Mirage, and now Mr. B, who also made his Tier 1 debut right now, not just assembling the team, but leading the team, and getting to a couple rounds of a major spot is an incredible accomplishment.
It is.
And to go up against a well-funded team that have practiced and have had that core together for so long, adding one of the most dynamic players, frankly, in all of Europe in Citizen, you're going toe-to-toe with them. You went toe-to-toe with SSG. I think whether they make the major or not, there's a lot to be proud of here for Beast Coast.
Yep.
Obviously, they're not going to be happy if they don't make it. And, you know, for me, I don't play on the team. I don't really care. But for them, they're not going to be happy not making it. But I think their fans should be really happy. The future right now of Beast Coast looks quite bright, irrespective of what happens over the next 1, 2, 3, 6 rounds.
Absolutely does. And they still have more they can prove for themselves in this round. I mean, they can get this and go 4 to 6 and slowly creep on up to overtime. Sonics making pretty decent pace given the circumstance of those mute jammers. Gunner so close at early engagement, but no, instead Hat takes it, as we know that he does so well, gets it on the Citizen, runs away, but then Doc, he strikes back as well. The shotgun does not do enough damage.
Doc almost winning that gunfight against Gunner, though, quite amazingly.
Yeah, it's very close. Surprisingly close.
Last time Sonics attacked this bomb site, they did not show that same level of confidence on the roam and then had some serious struggles translating that to a site execute. But Gunner always seems to come up so big in these pivotal moments, finding 2 kills in what could be the round that sends Sonics to the first Blast Major. He's got very limited HP. He has to play safe. Good news for him is there's no nitro cells, but there is a set of impacts. Nade gets dropped. Hat and Mr. B looking in the exact same position, Nick. Only 20 seconds left. East Coast hanging on for dear life, wanting these major hopes to remain as long as humanly possible. They're all inside of the site. There goes the smoke. It'll cut off the line of sight. And Geo's planting. He gets dropped. Beast Coast comes alive. They've got the advantage, but suddenly Sonics is fighting back. Gunner with a huge play. Rexon with the diffuser down. Hyper needs to stop this. It's past the point of no return. He gets the drop, but Rexon wins it out and sends Sonics to the major. SQ, the final North American team. They do it in amazing fashion. What a run it's been for them. They'll join Space Station, Dark Zero, and M80, representing their region here in Copenhagen in just a couple weeks.
Ice in their veins, last 10 seconds in the round. The plan gets the Nibber to say, we go again, and the cover was there, the trust in each other, and with that, they win the 3rd map, that is Theme Park. Incredible performance from both teams, to be fair, and a great final day of the LCQ.
Well, we've got 3 very excited friends of ours, colleagues even, that want to talk about this match. I know that we see the Sonics celebrating, but let's hear what the analysts and Brimstone have to say.
Sonics have punched their way to the major. It is official, and this match couldn't have been more exciting. Highlights aplenty out of this one. I felt like every single round, Jesse, I was writing down notes. Normally in my notebook, I'm like, okay, I used to do the rounds 1, 2, 3, but then I was like, I'm only writing down a note, maybe on 1, maybe on 4, and every single one, I'm writing down 3Ks, 4Ks. We had an ace even, and I'm sure as we'll see it in just a moment, what a wild match.
Yeah, I imagine we're gonna have quite a few highlights. This was undeniably a final game to qualify to LAN. It felt like it. You could tell the players were playing like it. So many clutch moments, 4Ks answered by 5Ks, answered by 6Ks if it was possible. It's not, barring team Ks, but no. That was a really fantastic showcase from both Sonics and Beast Coast. Sonics obviously coming out ahead. You cannot say they didn't deserve it. They played so well, not just today, but the whole week through this qualifier.
And you got a feel for Beast Coast cookies. I mean, they definitely put in as much effort as could be to this, Mr. B and the boys. But you know what? It is valuable experience.
I think I speak for all the Beast Coast fans. Deeply saddened by the events that just unfolded. Wow, Sonics were clutch as hell.
Yeah.
I'll put it like that. I'm going to credit them and also be disgusted as a Beast Coast fan because they won some rounds that, I mean, I could only just throw my hands up and go.
I mean, listen, Beast Coast will have their time in the sun, right? Beast Coast are an amazing team that had a great stage. They'll be back for stage 2. Their time is not over. But the Sonics are the champions today, and they truly do deserve it. I mean, every single player had a moment where you just watch them play, and you're like, how does he do that?
We talked about, behind the scenes, we were talking about how this was a defender-sided map. Sonics earned their 4-2 expected half, and we're going to be like, you know what? It will be a tough half for them on attack. It felt like it didn't matter.
Yeah, it's a defender-sided map until Geo drops a hatch and finds like 3 kills and an ace, right? I mean, it's ridiculous how they turn some of these unlikely rounds around, how they were able to close down some very, very close ones at the very end. Even a clutch there at the very last round, a 1v1 coming up after planting that kit. So good from Sonics. I think what we really talked about like, coming into this game about them on Theme Park in the past was their adaptation. Coming back.
I love those player cams, hearing them speak. You really get to feel that excitement, which I think is that's a big draw, I think, when people are trying to, I don't know, equate esports to what we're used to in the sports market, is now we're seeing these players, we're hearing them, it adds to the excitement. And in a moment, we will be interviewing Gunnar, and it's fitting because what a final round with him shutting it down for his team. I can't even imagine how excited he must be right now, Cookies.
Yeah.
I think his sister might have woken up again.
Yeah, whatever happened to that?
A few times.
Well, I don't know, I saw, was it sunny over there or am I tripping?
Yeah.
It's probably both.
Because it's like 2.
It must be a nap. It must be a nap.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, we do have Gunnar ready for the interview. We'll ask him a few questions. Gunnar, congratulations. You guys are going to the major. First and foremost, I have to ask, we've seen you guys for the past few days and all day today, but there are more people than just yourselves playing, or the ones playing the game. You guys have an incredible support system. Just talk to us for a second about what they provide for your team.
Dude, the amount of work Joe and Lauren and put in this week, these like past 2 weeks, have just been insane. I can't even begin to like explain the amount of work we've done. Like we earned this stuff, bro. They are amazing. They deserve just as much credit as we have.
Gunnar, you went to Jönköping by getting top 4 in the NAL. You went to Montreal by collecting SI points, but now you're going to Copenhagen, and you got here by winning a crazy tough bracket, defeating Oxygen, defeating Beast Coast. You really had to grind for this win. Does it feel any different qualifying via a tournament like this to have every single game matter versus some of the other tournaments that you've qualified for in the past?
I never want to experience this again. That was the most, these past 2, let me just put this into perspective. We were getting mollywopped, like, we're like, bro, we had to change something, and we had like, what, a week and a half to do it? We had 10 days. So we decide, okay, Geo, take the reins. What are we doing? Roles get switched, everything gets switched, schedule switched, and the Geo system is the truth, and the amount of work we put in those 10 days is like insane. Double overtime, just like everyone is just, we're some dogs, dude. That was insane. I would never want to deal with this again, though. We're not this. Hopefully, never happens again because this was the most stressful 10 days of my life.
I will say this. The past like 2 weeks, every day I go to ask Joe to play, and he's like, can't do it. We're scrimming. We're working right now.
Okay, so you
Yes,
said
dude.
you said it was the Geo system now. Are you saying like before? Whose system was it before? Because I want someone to blame. You guys were extremely frustrating to watch before, so what changed?
No. I'll tell you what the system. There was no system before. It was like we just had to come together and be like, all right, time to just be soldiers. We weren't soldiers. We were like, oh, I got an idea. Oh, I got an idea. No, let's do this idea. No, let's do this one. And indecisive, whatever. And we came together, we're like, all right, guys, everyone shut up. Geo, what are we doing? And, I mean, we were just some soldiers now, and Geo just calls the reins. Before, it was kind of group effort, but that's bad, so.
Well, now that you guys have come together, you are headed to the major. What's going through your head right now, looking forward to that?
More work. More work. And terrible travel weekend, but more work.
Well, it sounds like you guys are up to the task. You guys worked hard. You earned it. You deserve it. Congratulations, Gunnar. We'll see you at the major.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, man, exciting. And honestly, that interview encapsulated these past 3 days perfectly. But right now, talking about those 3 days, let's have a look at the brackets, how it all played out. Cookies, there was round after round of non-stop action, and we could not have asked for a better grand final.
Yes, sir. Opening day was a lot of 2-0s, but they were close 2-0. We then had the Sonics OXG. We had the Laxing and Skies reunion with their former team, or rather, Oxygen PB, I misspoke. You know, that didn't go too well for the former OXG players. But then OXG and Sonics, they had their third matchup of the past 2.5 weeks. And Sonics prevailed there. The Geo system, of course, as Gunnar spoke about, was the difference. We get to that grand final. Beast Coast had only played CL teams. They ain't played nothing like those new Sonics, apparently, where they were double overtime scrimming or whatever. And I'm sorry, Karn's team, they used to be called unemployment. They aren't putting in double overtime. No. You know what I'm saying? So that was interesting. I think that was an interesting dynamic there at LCQs. That was unheard of in AA, honestly. A
lot of fun.
That was really special.
Well, Jesse, let's have a look at the teams that will be making it to the major, because most of it is decided now, at least for NA. It is completely decided. These are our 4 teams.
This is it. These are your champions, North America. All it took was like 3 Brazilians, a Swede, a couple different international players coming forward. But no, 3 teams fully from NA, and of course M80 as well. Some NA born and raised players there. Nice to see it. Dark Zero and M80, of course, skipping past phase 1. They'll be participating in that second phase. That means they are guaranteed at least top 16. SSG and Sonics, they will have to fight it out against every other squad. They could get as bad as 24th if things go poorly enough for them. But I got faith in the boys. I think all 4 of these teams are making top 4. Brim, no bias here.
No bias whatsoever. We don't do that here. As you can see, I wasn't rooting for Sonics all tournament long because I wanted Joe's team to get through. But man, I cannot wait for the major. It's in just a couple of weeks. Thank you from all of us here. It was an amazing 3 days for the last chance qualifiers. Next time we see you, we'll be still in Copenhagen at the major. Thank you guys so much.